Good morning and welcome to Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021, which, like most meetings and events this year, is being held virtually for the first time ever. I'm Todd Staples, and I serve as president of the Texas Oil and Gas Association, also known as TexOGA. We are proud to be a part of Texas Energy Day at the Capitol, along with so many oil and gas trade associations, our sponsors and partners all across Texas, bringing this program to you. Today, we will have a very lively discussion covering our energy future at the state, national, and global levels. I have a test for those of you to start out. Who knows what 1330 and 400 represents? I hope you can remember 1330 and 400 because 13 signifies the $13.9 billion in state and local taxes and state royalties oil and natural gas companies paid in fiscal year 2020. 30 is for the percentage of direct and indirect private sector gross state product of Texas that the oil and gas industry provides. And 400, well, that represents over 400,000 Texans and the oil and natural gas jobs that this industry provides. I hope you will quiz your family and friends and ask them if they know what 13, 30, and 400 stands for. My guess is they will be a little bit surprised. Many Texans don't realize that you do not have to live in or near an oil patch to enjoy the benefits. Here's how. The billions paid by this industry literally funds our state's permanent school fund, permanent university fund, the rainy day fund, and much of the state highway fund. Texas school districts receive more than $2 billion in property taxes from mineral properties producing oil and natural gas, pipelines, and gas utilities. And Texas counties received over $688 million in these property taxes. Oil and natural gas activity in Texas is essential to the well-being of our schools, our teachers, our roads, our first responders, and essential services. As I mentioned, this industry also directly employs over 400,000 Texans in jobs that pay an average salary of $128,000. But because oil and natural gas activity creates another 900,000 jobs, the actual impact of this industry totals about 1.4 million direct and indirect Texas jobs. In addition to its economic impact, the oil and natural gas industry in Texas has taken the lead in developing environmental solutions, including working to reduce emissions and flaring. The oil and natural gas industry is the nation's leading investor in emission-reducing technologies. And as a result, Americans are breathing the cleanest air in decades. The United States leads the world in reducing energy-related carbon dioxide emissions and methane emissions from oil and natural gas systems. Well, they're down 23% since 1990. According to data from the Railroad Commission of Texas, the percentage of natural gas flared out of all the natural gas produced in Texas decreased 67% between June 2019 and August of 2020, with less than 1% of the natural gas produced in Texas flared or vented. These environmental progress numbers are real and they're meaningful, and they just do not get repeated often enough. So I want to take the opportunity to do that now. U.S. energy-related carbon dioxide emissions are at 30-year lows. Methane emissions for oil and natural gas systems are down 23% since 1990. The United States has reduced aggregate emissions of the 6 criteria air pollutants by 73% since 1970. Texas producers are capturing 99% of natural gas produced in Texas for beneficial use. This progress and ways to build on it must be a part of more rational discussions about the future of our energy, our environment, and our economy. Further, nearly every in-demand product we need to be safe, to save lives, and to power our economy, from face shields and hand sanitizers to high-speed internet connections and computers, or literally, they're all made possible by oil and natural gas. In fact, oil and natural gas is used to make 96% of the products and materials that we use every day, like plastics, medicines, computers, life-saving devices, and more. From exploration and production to transmission and processing to refining, servicing, and marketing, Texas-made energy and the men and women who make up this industry are powering economic prosperity and environmental improvements here at home and around the world. Now that's something to be proud of. Today, we are thrilled to be joined by over 1,000 Texas Energy employees, advocates, and supporters for our virtual 2021 Texas Energy Day at the Capitol, as well as countless others watching from the Texas Capitol and regulatory agencies on TexasEnergyDay.com and on our Facebook and YouTube live streams. Thank you to all who have joined us today to tell the story of Texas Energy. Texoga and all of our partners have worked diligently and tirelessly over the past 2 years since our 2019 Texas Energy Day to bring everyone together in order to celebrate and educate others about this great industry that literally fuels our lives. Before we begin today's program with our morning speaker series, we'd like to give a huge thanks to our event sponsors and partners. There is no way today's event would have been successful as it has been without your tremendous support. Thank you to Chevron, our platinum sponsor, and thank you also to our morning series speaker sponsors, BP America, ConocoPhillips, Diamondback Energy, Energy Transfer, Occidental, Oventive, Pioneer Natural Resources, the Port of Corpus Christi, and Shell. I also want to mention that throughout the day, we'll have some Q&A pop up on the screen sessions. Some of these questions will be multiple choice and some will be true and false. You'll be able to submit your answers through the comment sections on your YouTube and Facebook live streams. We're looking forward to testing your energy IQ and your energy knowledge. And if you participate, 2 lucky winners who answer the most questions correctly will win a Yeti cooler at the end of the day. While the difficulties of 2020 and quite frankly, the first few months of 2021 even just cannot be overstated, today we're going to pause and we're going to explore how Texas is positioned to continue its strong role of energy and economic leadership for our country and our world, and how with smart policies that encourage investment and innovation by the oil and natural gas industry, we can power us toward a cleaner, stronger, and better future every Texan deserves. It's now time to kick off our morning series speakers. We've got a dynamic lineup of speakers for Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021, and we are excited to hear from them now. I'm delighted to welcome our first guest to today's program, the Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives, Dade Phelan. Speaker Phelan is the 76th Speaker of the Texas House and is currently serving his 4th term as State Representative for District 21, which encompasses his hometown of Beaumont, a region of the state that understands full well the important role the oil and gas industry plays in community and economic development. He was elected Speaker at the beginning of this legislative session and has already demonstrated his ability to lead, especially in these historic and unprecedented times. Speaker Phelan, thanks so much for joining us today to speak to over 1,000 Texas Energy and employee advocates watching us on Virtual Energy Day.
Well, Todd, I appreciate the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, we're virtual, and my dislike of Zooms is not virtual; it's very real, actually. But I made an exception to be with Texoga and you today because I appreciate your organization and how y'all advocate for the oil and gas industry. That's vital to House District 21 and to the entire state. So thanks for having me.
Well, we appreciate it, and we're excited that even though things are turned upside down this year because of the pandemic, it certainly impacted how the House is operating. The entire energy industry came together today. All of our allied trades came together to really showcase just the important role that oil and gas plays in our state's economy and in job employment and all the good things that are done. But we're interested today and appreciative of what the House is going through. And I thought it might be interesting to our listeners, Mr. Speaker, just to kind of summarize. You're dealing with the pandemic, you're dealing with Winter Storm Uri. How has this changed the focus of the session, and how might it play in limiting the normal process that, the House undertakes?
Sure, the process obviously is going to look drastically different. It looks different right now today where we sit. So we have rules within our body over here on the west side that deal with COVID and how we hear bills and how we hear testimony and how we operate on the House floor. And coming into session, we didn't have an interim, so we didn't have an opportunity to really focus on the big ideas that many of us wanted to talk about. Since we left last May. So that kind of stunted the sessions quite a bit because you didn't have the opportunity to flush out a lot of bills that you normally would have stakeholder meetings with, or you got hearings over. You toured the state to talk about it. And so that's obviously had an impact. It didn't stop members from filing bills though. We were about 1% below where we were last session as far as filing bills. Almost 1,000 bills were filed on Friday. Now, I can attribute a lot of that to Uri and to what happened with the electrical grid. Hundreds of bills have been filed on that topic that obviously would not have been filed otherwise. So that may have impacted the growth there in bills. But today, if you were walking around the Texas Capitol, you wouldn't think anything was different other than the mask and plexiglass and hand sanitizer. Committees are meeting on top of each other right now. The glass, the little glass display of all the committee hearings. The paper is all the way down to the floor of the extension. We're up and running. This is last week really felt like session. This feels like April. We're hearing bills, voting bills out, trying to create that first House calendar that we may have next week or the week after. So yes, it looks different. It feels different. Uri has definitely made an impact in how we move forward as far as, rainy day fund, any federal dollars that may be coming from Washington, D.C. It's a huge problem and it cannot happen again. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen next week. Maybe a locust plague. We got plenty of time for another one. So we'll deal with that disaster as it comes. But I can assure you, Republicans and Democrats, we're working.
Well, and we see that, and we appreciate you rolling up your sleeves and the members putting their shoulders to the wheel to work through these issues. I know a lot of Texans are disappointed because it's just not prudent to travel as much and to interact as much, but the House is open to the public, and I know y'all have taken a lot of precautions to make that as accessible as possible, and we all appreciate that. You did mention the plagues, and we certainly haven't had a shortage of them. Last year was just devastating to our state's economy, devastating to the oil and gas industry because of the pandemic and the slowdown, and now the winter storm impacting all Texans so severely. I know that the House has filed several bills to help tackle this, and as you said, make sure this never happens again. I know the Senate is looking at solutions as well. There are deadlines in the legislative process. How do you define success around this dilemma? Do you think most of it will get done this session? Do you think the governor might call specials on it? Where do you see all this headed, I guess?
As far as what defines success, I think we'll know it when we see it. And that is one of the reasons I ran for office is you get frustrated with, well, that's the way we've always done things. And in a state growing this fast, to me, one of the biggest issues is the state's growing just 1,000 people a day. And we need to get ahead of that growth, and we need to build out infrastructure, whatever that infrastructure may be. We need to maintain it. And in some areas of the state, we need to winterize it. Now, what winterizing in Dalhart means one thing, winterizing something in Brownsville is entirely different. We need to be mindful of that and to not do anything that looks like a one size fits all. And so in the House, we've taken the approach of doing single shot bills dealing with particular issues. I think it's easier to get stakeholder agreement, and it's easier to alter those bills to where you get as much buy-in as you can from everybody who's going to be impacted by it, right? So I think a big omnibus solution would be a lot more difficult to get done in the short period in which we have to do something. Now, that being said, we probably won't have our census data back in time to act on congressional and state house, state senate maps, and state board of education. They're talking about maybe giving us the block data sometime in October, which means we have another bite at this apple and to maybe have more thoughtful discussion before we rush into anything. As you know, ERCOT is built for heat. All of our grid is really built for hot summer months and being as efficient and reliable as possible in June, July, and August and September. So if we did do some things, that modernization or winterization, we need to make certain we don't lose that efficiency in those hottest days and those hottest weeks, because we have some pretty thin margins the last 2 summers. I was on Cherry State Affairs and I watched the ERCOT app and I saw those hot days when those 2 lines started converging at about 2 o'clock every day. We were fortunate to get out of it, but losing 5% of efficiency here or 3% there, you add it all up and we could have ourselves a problem in the summer months. So we need to be very mindful and deliberate about how we do this. We've got the time, we have the willingness. So that's what's important, the willingness to do something.
Well, and we appreciate that thoughtful process that you're undertaking. And there is no one size fits all. We know whether you're talking about power generation, you're talking about delivery to the electric meters, or you're talking about the system, the infrastructure that moves it all there. Mr. Speaker, we've had many of our members say that they had lost power is the reason they weren't able to produce. And certainly that's what they're in business to do, is produce. And in digging, we found out that that upstream production wasn't really listed on the form as being eligible to be designated as critical load. So we're excited to see some of your members in the Texas House file bills to address that would enable them to be able to designate themselves as critical load and get the power that's needed to produce the product during the critical times that are so important to sustaining human needs.
Well, let me say the lack of communication to me was pretty astonishing across the board. No one did a good job of communicating, and that we can fix that. That to me is maybe the most immediate fix that looks like success, and maybe the one that's most cost efficient is just better communication. Agency heads getting together, talking more about what the proper policy should be for the next Arctic blast. If it happens once, it can certainly happen again. We know that, right? So I think communication and lack thereof was really key in this storm. And just the fact that certain people are not on a critical list because they didn't print off a PDF and send it in somewhere, that is mind-boggling. And it wasn't just the oil and gas industry, it was others, key players who found themselves without electricity because they didn't check a box on a form. That has to end.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head in talking about infrastructure and then making certain it's available and it's accessible during these crunch times. Texas historically has been an oil and gas state. We're very proud of the fact that oil and gas still provides about 30% of the entire private sector gross state product, and that it plays such an important role in our permanent school fund, our permanent university fund. You've mentioned the rainy day fund. It even funds a lot of the highway fund that's so important, another piece of key infrastructure. And thinking about the role that oil and gas plays and the role that the men and women who are participating in Virtual Energy Day, how does the discussion of energy transition play into future funding needs of the state when not many other industries or no other industries actually pay a severance tax or tax on motor fuels? How does this transition, in your mind, impact the state budget going out in the future?
It has a huge impact. I mean, look at other states that have gone through this transition in a very rapid, in my mind of thought, a very rapid and unthoughtful approach, just running straight into trying to transition away from thermals and the oil and gas industry as we know it, and what it's done to their, not just their budget, but what it's done to their infrastructure itself as well, and how it's priced people out of certain homes. And how do you expect someone to have an electric car when that's retails at $24,000 when they can barely afford a $4,000 resale third-hand automobile? Same with your leaf blower or your lawnmower, and you start getting into some of the solar options, for instance, and folks in apartments can't put solar on their roofs, and therefore they're on the grid paying a higher rate when those who can't afford options get subsidized off the grid. So there's a lot of nuances that I think everyone needs to sit back and debate and figure out a good path going forward. I can tell you that folks who are really pushing a transition away from any oil and gas or thermals is you be careful what you ask for, because like you just said, okay, now how do you want to pay for education? How you want to pay for this asphalt? All right, it's got to come from somewhere. So, we can start putting the same type of taxes on solar and wind and whatever renewables you want to use, and you start paying an unbelievable, you start price out of the market. You can't compete at that point. So, we need to make certain that we don't bite any hand that feeds us, whether it's in the oil and gas industry or high tech, you name it, semiconductors, automobile, whatever it is. When you start tinkering with their ability to be prosperous, to grow, and that's another key thing is growing, then you really put yourself in a financial bind when it comes to the state budget, because we really rely on those taxes, we just do, and that revenue and the rainy day fund. And like you said, it's a single source in some respect. It's a single source that provides that revenue. So I'm very mindful of it. I spent 2 sessions on the appropriations, and I appreciate all sources of income, because it's the taxpayers' money otherwise, or you pass it on to consumers otherwise. So that to me is in a nutshell, be careful of how you want to impact any segment of our economy, because you're going to have to find that revenue somewhere else, and you may not like the options.
Well, I think the real answer, because oil and gas community also it shares your view of let's and all the above approach, right? Let bright minds and bright ideas get in there and work on solutions through innovation and technology, and just have pioneering breakthroughs, which is kind of what's defined the United States of America, always building a better mousetrap. This industry is working toward a lower emissions future. They're delivering, they probably spend more than the federal government and other private sectors combined on working toward environmental solutions. And so I think that they will be around for a long time, helping be the partner for Texas that they have been. And they want to continue, helping with the state budget, because a quality education and quality infrastructure is very important. Speaking of the budget, and I know as speaker, you care about that, because things have to balance at the end of the day. Things look pretty grim when the session started. They've kind of turned a little bit, and it looks not to be as a big a delta as it started out. Can you tell us where the budgeting process sits today?
Sure. So we are done with the subcommittees for the most part. Now it's time. The Senate, it started in the Senate this time, so we're kind of waiting on the Senate before we have any floor action on the House. But we don't have a definitive timeline of when that may occur. We do have to wait for our Senate colleagues to get through their process. Of course, we're working on our own budget as well, and Dr. Bond and Greg Bond, the chair of that committee, is doing an excellent job. But you're right. About a year ago, maybe even more recent at that, we were looking at close to a $5 billion deficit, somewhere in the high $4 billions. That was. That's when he was projecting an $8 billion surplus for us to work with this session when we left last session. So for those who are viewing, we write our budgets out into the future. It's a kind of bizarre way of doing it. And that's the way we've always done it, which I don't necessarily agree with either. But imagine trying to write your own personal budget for 2023 right now without knowing what's going to occur in the market or in the economy. That's the way we do it here in Texas. So done an excellent job thus far. Now that the deficit that we have in the current biennium is less than $1 billion, and we have ways in which to pay for that now. That does not the budget is that is the current budget now. The budget we're writing right now for the next 2 years, that we were about $7 billion above it being balanced in both the House and the Senate. Now, the sales tax revenue projections have obviously improved. You see what's happening in the oil and gas markets as well. That is dramatically improved. So the outlook going forward that you can project for the next 2 years is obviously much more exceptional in my mind than I ever could have dreamed, even as early as January. This is how quickly things have changed. Then you have this third round of CARES Act that is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of plus or minus $16 billion coming to the state. Now, it may be a while before we know how and where we can spend that money, because it obviously will come with guardrails and some very fine print. But that's something else to consider as we write this budget and as we go into the interim with a possible special session looming in the fall, that if we can't appropriate those dollars now, maybe we can do that in the fall in a very responsible manner. We want to make certain that these are one-time expenditures, because that money will not be there in 2023. And we don't want to add it to something that will look like a cut in 2 years. So that is another very deliberative process. It's almost like a budget outside of a budget on how to spend those dollars. But yeah, and of course we have the rainy day fund, which is robust, one of the largest rainy day funds in the state of Texas. And Glenn Hager has said over and over again, and I agree with him, there's a healthy corpus of that around $7 billion, and we're probably north of 10 right now, approaching 11. And the credit rating agencies who look at Texas and said we're an exceptional state, we do it all right, but they recommend spending some of that rainy day fund on infrastructure and build for the future. And that's what they want to see. They want to see states thinking about what's best 5-10 years from now. And I agree. I think it's a good use of infrastructure spending, whether it's roads or whether it's some type of bridges, ports, whatever would many of which would help your industry as well, because we got to move product and we need to get infrastructure to do that.
Well, you're right. It doesn't very little good to have cattle or cotton or oil and gas out in the field and not get it to the ports. And this industry, because of our port system and that we're blessed with being along the Texas Gulf Coast, it really is making a difference worldwide and improving the global environment. Clean natural gas being exported all across the world, right here from the Lone Star State, is making a difference.
Right in House District 21 too.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. I was going to say, I mean, you get it better than a lot of Texans. Spindletop, the world-renowned oil rig, it was not too far from where you live. You've got the Lamar University's home of the Center for Midstream Management and Science. Your district gets it very well and better than some. In your view, knowing the history that your district has and for Texas, what are some of the top energy priorities for your constituents back home?
Things have been doing pretty darn well, to be honest with you. And we've had, dozens of ideas for expansion that have been floated, some well within, the permitting process, or moved down the road quite a bit. And that's a concern for me, is probably expansion. We have all these plans on the books for petrochemical and refining expansions. The port, we have a deepening project we're working on with the Port of Beaumont, which would lower it by 8 feet. Total game changer for the Port of Beaumont. It means the ships, the tankers that come in and fill up with your product, the Oil and Gas Association's product, instead of only filling up at 60%, they can fill it up 100% because they have that extra 8 feet. The efficiencies and the money's saved by doing just 8 feet of dirt, mud. It doesn't sound like a lot. It's a huge project, 20 years in the making. But those are the type of things I'm concerned about. And I was critical, the only time I've been critical of President Biden to this point, because I think there's plenty of people who criticize elected officials. I don't have to do that for everyone else. There's plenty of critics out there for all of us. I just didn't like the fact that on day one of his administration, he issued an executive order regarding the Keystone Pipeline. Now, it dead ends in my district. And the reason I didn't like the idea that it sends a message on day one, you're going to cancel this pipeline. And I think could have a chilling effect when you kind of show your cards out early that this is how we're going to treat the oil and gas industry, because those projects, just a permit is millions and millions of dollars and years in the making. So I don't want to see that happen in Southeast Texas. It's how my voters feed their families. It's how they put the shirt on their back is at these large, petrochemical refining complex that I represent. And so to say, we're going to do this to the pipelines, or we're going to start looking at your permits, we're going to have the EPA take another look over here, OSHA look over there. It gives me great concern that the new administration is going to be punitive for political points, knowing darn good and well they need this industry to survive and for this state to grow and for this country to grow. So that's my concern, and that's my priority is to get these projects off the books and get some shovels in people's hands and to start moving them. I've got eventually with Cheniere, which is in Southwest Louisiana, but they all work in my district, and then we'll have the LNG export facility, Golden Pass. And then Sempra is going through the permitting process. So I'll have really 3 right there in Southeast Texas. And no one else, I don't know if anyone else in the country can claim that, or even the world. And so great things are happening in Southeast Texas, but we need cooperation with the federal government to make certain they become a reality.
Well, even though the industry is rebounding a little bit, these projects can really go anywhere in the world. And it's nice to have them here. It's nice to have them in your district, and it's nice to have them in the Lone Star State. And so we appreciate your viewpoint there, and your willingness to work with the new administration. And we are as well. Many of our member companies are as well, but we need to make certain that they understand that this industry really is making the environmental progress that we think society is asking for. You've been very generous with your time today. I know the pace of the session is a tough one, particularly right now. As we wrap up, any closing thoughts that you might have, and maybe encouragement for our listeners about how important it is for them to get involved in conveying this message and reaching out to their local and state leaders?
Yeah, and that is a good message to wrap up on. And that is, there are some oil and gas experts in the legislature, but not enough. And I could say this about any industry. There's not enough nurses, not enough doctors. There's plenty of lawyers. I'll be honest with you, there's plenty of lawyers. But it's a pretty, very unique body, very diverse body, but we still need experts. We need understanding of what we're about to do and how it impacts, let's say, the oil and gas industry specifically. We don't want to pass legislation that impacts 29 to 30 million people without hearing from those 29 to 30 million people, especially in an industry as important as the oil and gas industry here in Texas. But even in COVID, like Todd said, the Capitol's open. You're welcome to come in and testify. You're welcome to submit written testimony. And so we want to be as open as we possibly can. And so you need to come tell your story. And you need to tell us how the real life impacts of what we're about to do, because there is something called unintended consequences, and it happens quite a bit in legislation. And so we want to make certain, we're not doing anything that's going to negatively impact job growth. I do appreciate your comments on the environmental standards, because that is something that I don't think the average legislator knows how far and how hard the industry is working to be better and to comply. And it's something I think is an untold story. And so please, tell your story, advocate, come here, talk to your members. We all work for you. And so I know in the House, especially, we have an open door policy, and we expect folks to come through that door. So I do appreciate y'all's time today, and I'd love to do it again as I find time, but hopefully we can do this in person next time.
We look forward to that. That's a terrific message for the listeners today who are spread out all across this great state, trying to help rebuild it and get it going back. Thanks for taking time to be with us. We appreciate your leadership very much.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Take care. Next, I'd like to welcome comments from Texas State Senator Jane Nelson. Senator Nelson is the first woman in Texas legislative history to chair a standing budget writing committee and is serving her fourth session as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. She also serves as co-chair of the Texas Privacy Protection Advisory Council and is a member of the State Affairs Committee as well as the Legislative Budget Board. Senator Nelson is the highest ranking Republican in the Texas State Senate, and we are so thankful for her leadership and commitment to our industry and grateful she could share a few words with us today.
Hello. It is wonderful to be here with you all virtually as we celebrate Texas Energy Day. I would love to be Zooming live with you. However, I am chairing our Senate Finance hearing all day long, so thank you for allowing me to participate through this recording. As the Senate's chief budget writer, I want to start by thanking you for your commitment to the oil and gas industry. I know how crucial this sector is to our state budget and that markets have been especially volatile. Despite these challenges, you have persevered and the rest of Texas will benefit because of it. The oil and gas industry paid $13.9 billion in state and local taxes last year. Those dollars will directly support Texas schools, teachers, roads, and essential services. Oil and gas is also the driving source of our rainy day fund and the permanent school fund, not to mention jobs. And I can assure you, Texas will always fight to protect this sector from burdensome federal regulations. I am extremely disappointed by the new administration's actions on the Keystone Pipeline. Canceling this project kills jobs, hurts our economy, and by the way, doesn't help the environment. We have worked too hard for too long to achieve energy independence, and Texas will push back on the new administration's hostile approach to energy. I recognize the challenges you are facing. Your challenges are my challenges because they greatly impact my role as chair of the Senate's Finance Committee. The instability in the oil market and the shutdowns during the pandemic caused sharp declines in revenue. We went from a surplus to a shortfall of $4.6 billion. Agencies were directed to identify 5% in savings. I am pleased to report that the $125 million that we put in the current budget for county roads in drilling areas were not impacted, nor was the $30 million for well plugging. We would like to see that funding get out the door. That is something we will discuss in our finance hearings, and I know these are important priorities for the industry. I spent the entire fall poring over budget requests from more than 200 state agencies and boards and commissions looking for efficiencies. That led to the Senate's base budget, which I filed in January. It is a starting point, but it is a realistic budget that will keep Texas moving forward for the next 2 years. It maintains our commitment to education. It funds the effort to defeat coronavirus and keep Texans healthy, and it invests in our economy and strengthens public safety. Senate Bill 1 includes $119.7 billion in general revenue and $251.2 billion in all funds, 4% over current and well within population and inflation. It fully funds changes made last session to school finance. It provides $1 billion in additional state aid related to property tax compression. It funds projected Medicaid caseloads. It includes nearly $60 million to combat human trafficking and over $30 billion to address transportation needs. Of interest To the energy sector, it includes over $20 million for phase 2 of the mainframe transformation IT project at the Railroad Commission. And that's on top of the $26 million in the current budget for phase 1. This will improve the industry's interaction with the agency, given this system houses 35 different applications. It will allow for data consolidation. It'll improve operational functionality and protect against cybersecurity threats. It also provides $7 million for the seismologist office in the Bureau of Economic Geology at UT Austin, which I understand is one of your priorities. There are many unknowns as we start the appropriations process. The vaccine continues to roll out, and we're going to be watching how that impacts the economy and our revenue. We don't know how much federal aid is on the way or what strings might be attached to it. And there are a lot of variables with the pandemic that are impacting the way we operate at the Capitol. I am confident we will pass a balanced budget that keeps Texas strong and successful. We have many tools available to help us, including $11.6 billion in the Rainy Day Fund. We will need to stretch every dollar and look for efficiencies. One tool we're not going to consider is raising taxes, which would be unacceptable when businesses and individuals are hurting. Because of my responsibilities with the budget, I'm keeping my legislative agenda light this session. I have filed bills related to mental health, appraisal reform, sexual assault, cybersecurity, and a few others. The governor named several emergency items, including liability protections for businesses that have been operating safely during the pandemic. As a business owner, I strongly support that, and I think we will see momentum behind several efforts to help businesses and get the economy back on track. Texas may get knocked down, but we always get back up, and we come out stronger on the other side of every challenge. Thank you for participating in our legislative process. Your voices are crucial to ensuring the health of our energy industry, which ultimately ensures the strength of the Texas economy. We would not be the #1 state without you. Thank you.
Many thanks to Senator Nelson for your leadership and for your understanding of the importance of the energy industry for this great state. Next, we're thrilled to be joined by Commissioner Emily Lindley of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Commissioner Lindley was appointed to the TCEQ in 2018 by Governor Abbott. Prior to that, she served as Chief of Staff for EPA Region 6 And even prior to that, she was at TCEQ for about 10 years. As commissioner, Lindley is very active in fulfilling her responsibilities and in developing workable solutions to both protect the environment and to ensure regulatory standards are based on sound science. Commissioner Lindley, we're so delighted that you could join us today. We have over 1,000 Texans, energy employees and advocates for our virtual Energy Day, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be with you today, even though it's virtual. I'm delighted to be here.
Well, hopefully this virtual business will be behind us before too long, and we can start getting back in the same room and being at the Capitol and all over Texas where we need to be. I know that
Yes.
you and the TCEQ have been very, very active throughout the Winter Storm Uri. TCEQ's work in this space is very important. And so before we get into a little Q&A, I thought it might be a good idea for you to tell us just a bit about what TCEQ has been doing during this storm. And then also just take just a moment about some of TCEQ's legislative priorities, because there's some questions that some of our Energy Day participants sent in to us that we want to be sure and get to as well.
Great. Well, thanks for the time to chat about both those two topics. I'm very proud to discuss the work we did during the storm, and I always love talking about session, and I'm going to talk specifically about some of our budget needs, which I always am grateful to speak to anyone about. So the winter storm, what most people know is that we were mostly busy with inoperable water, drinking water and wastewater systems. I want to say, before I forget, a big thank you to this industry. Texas realizes the role that natural gas played in getting us back up and running. And I know that it was critical to a number of our water systems across the state. So you all were the frontline workers there for a little while, and you continue to do that, but you got the attention that you probably deserved for a long time during the storm. And so thank you for braving bad conditions, getting out there physically and getting things up and running for our state. So just want to say that. So the TCEQ, at our worst point as far as water goes for the state during the storm, we were hit with more than 2,000 local water systems that were on a boil water notice, which affected at the peak of the crisis a little over 16 million Texans. For reference, when Harvey hit, which was kind of our storm of record, what everything was compared to, we were looking at 200 boil water notices, and that was obviously focused on one part of the state. This time around, it was about 2,000. So we were very busy, working 24 hours a day, mostly on the phone with water systems from all over the state, trying to help them get back up and running, whatever that meant. And also making sure drinking water was provided to people. If they needed bottled water, we were working very closely with TDEM, the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and trying to make sure citizens were safe. So that was the busiest part of the storm for us. There were a number of other things going on that you probably wouldn't have heard about, but kept us very busy. When there's a big storm, there's always a lot of waste that gets generated. And so working out how to move that waste appropriately and safely is always a big ordeal. We even had struggles, or we heard about struggles from different waste generators saying that they couldn't fill up their trucks because some of them have switched over to LNG to fuel their vehicles, and they couldn't get fuel for their vehicles. So, we were all at home, I'm sure, generating more trash than probably normal. And many people had construction debris at their homes. And so trying to make sure we could get waste picked up from your curbside was something we were also focused on. We also were very busy, and still are, monitoring air quality around mostly the Houston, Beaumont, Corpus area, where the bulk of refineries and chemical plants and those kind of operations are located. So we had our staff out as soon as they safely could get out. I think they started Thursday or Friday after the storm, using handheld monitoring devices. We also were driving our new vans, our air monitoring vans around, because we wanted to be out there measuring the air quality, getting data. So when these plants were starting back up, we had a good idea of what the air quality looked like for those communities. So we were very busy with that. There were also a number of things going on that we were responding to that, you probably wouldn't have known about, but we were very quickly got a phone line up and running that was manned 24 hours for about 10 days or so. And we were finally able to scale back. That was mostly for water systems. We needed to provide technical data to a lot of folks. We also wanted to make sure that cities, once they were able to pull their samples, needed to get off a boil water notice, were able to get their data to labs. Well, there were a number of things going on there that kept the labs from being open or being able to open. Either COVID was a factor, or they also didn't have power and couldn't reopen. So we kind of got to this point where it was a little stressful trying to figure out, okay, we need to get systems off of boil water notices, but we're not sure about how many labs are going to be up and running in order to take those samples and run those tests. So we worked with TDEM. We had help from EPA. EPA actually was very helpful and sent 3 different mobile labs to the state of Texas to help us out with that, which was wonderful. And we also heard from Arkansas and Oklahoma, and they were geared up, ready to go to help us. We needed it. We ended up not running into a problem of having lab capacity issues, but it wasn't looking that way there for a couple hours. So things like that were going on. Our staff was working fast and furious, as well as, many other states and as well as many of the members of Texoga. So that's just a small taste of what we had going on. I'll talk quickly about what we're going to do moving forward. We did have a work session, and a work session at our agency is where the 3 commissioners can get together and talk in person, and it's a posted public meeting, or an open meeting, excuse me. And our executive director presented a game plan of what they want to do moving forward so that we can make sure, if God forbid another horrible winter storm like that comes about, that we're doing everything we can for the entities we regulate to make sure they don't have those issues again. So they presented a game plan. We're going to be going out into all areas of the state, having roundtables, talking with water systems, talking with other entities we regulate, trying to get feedback, saying what went wrong, what went right. Because there were a number of systems that, never had to go in a boil water notice. And so we just want to hear from everybody and see then if we need to change regulations in any way, if we need to suggest things to the legislature of what might help prevent those type of crises from happening again. When it relates to drinking water mostly, but for all the regulated entities we regulate. So they're going to continue to update us once a month on what the plan is, how that feedback is going. There's going to be surveys sent out. We're gearing up, and we're trying to do a lot of data collecting right now. So lastly, I'll mention our budget real quick and legislative things. I'll mostly just focus on budget actually, so I don't talk the whole time. We, because of the storm, we actually changed and added 1 legislative appropriations request about 2 weeks ago to our list of requested items. And we are now requesting 5 work in we call our Texas Optimization Program, which is a group of folks in our public drinking water section that work diligently and usually hand in hand with public water systems all over the state whenever they face a crisis and try to get them up and running. Some of you will remember right before the storm, the city of San Angelo was facing a public water crisis, and their drinking water plant was shut down for a couple days, and it was intense. A chemical leaked into the drinking water system. We had 2 staffers go to San Angelo, work 24 hours with their public works people, at their plants operating, trying to figure out solutions to their problem. Those 2 employees actually got caught in the storm. They weren't able to get back to Austin before it really hit. So we only have about 6 people that can do that for the whole state. So we need a few more is what we've determined. So we're asking for a few more full-time employees for that area. We're also asking for salary increases for a number of positions at our agency that are critical to the mission of the agency, which is those salary positions are investigators, enforcement coordinators, attorneys, permit specialists, and engineers. So those are kind of our top two priorities. We're also seeking a little more money for some of our emergency response activities and a little more money to fund a few more optical gas imaging cameras. And there's other stuff, but I'll stop there for now.
Well, you've covered some great areas and ones that I think are very much interest to our listeners today and should be of great interest to people all across Texas. I think there's a misconception out there, Commissioner, that the oil and gas community, the regulated community, doesn't want a robust agency with the tools and equipment that you need, but actually, we do support your budget request. We want you to have good people, good equipment. We want you to be a very science-based organization, and you really touched on how you are. And I think this storm demonstrates the areas that you touched on, just why that's important. You had people out as soon as it was safe on the ground with monitors, is what you said, I believe. And why is that? Why is it? Explain to our listeners why that's so important to have those monitors out in those areas.
Sure. So Texas, what a lot of folks don't realize is, and we, to be fair, we probably haven't done a good enough job bragging about it. We have a highly extensive, very impressive air monitoring system across the state. Now, the bulk of those are around kind of the Houston Ship Channel and around some of those areas, Beaumont, Corpus, like I said, where we do see a lot of heavy industry. But we also have stationary monitors everywhere. We have, I think, 3 in Midland. We've got a couple more sprinkled around the Permian Basin. I know there's one that just came up online a couple months ago in Midland. There's another one in the works. And it's important for us to have that data. It's important for all of us to have that data so we really can understand what's going on, right? There's not a single Texan out there that would ever want bad air quality. We can all agree with that. And so it's our job to make sure that doesn't happen. So the main thing we want is compliance, right? And we need data in order to make sure that everyone's in compliance. And we do try and be very scientifically or based on science. I mean, you can get emotional when you talk about air quality, and we try to keep it to the facts, and we try to always look at the data on hand. And so it's very important that we have the equipment to monitor air quality. So the last session, the legislature was great and gave us a lot of money to help get a few more monitors. Like I mentioned, we got some vans, and they're key to have during this storm because they're just to be able to drive around communities where people live and make sure the air was safe, when these plants were coming back online. And I'm happy to report, we really didn't see any big hits, anything what I would deem as scary, which is good. The money we're seeking this legislative session, it's $400,000 that will get us, it's really going to replace some cameras we have that are no longer operable. So these are handheld cameras. I think probably a lot of folks in your industry are very familiar with them. They're the kinds that folks can go out in a field and hold, and things that you would never be able to see with the human eye, these cameras can pick up on. And so if we can find issues, we can work with entities to get those issues fixed. And then we're all better off, right? Because we know human health is being taken care of and that the environment is taken care of.
And that's such a priority for all of us. And I think people don't understand these are very complex factories is really what they are that produce the products that we need, the fuel in our cars, the other products that go into making 96% of the items that we use on a daily basis. But in the midst of a storm, it takes days to take them down in order to minimize emissions. When the governor and the regulatory agency comes on and says we've got a storm, you've got to shut down sooner, then there are higher emissions during these types of incidences than there are on a normal basis. And so we want to work with you. I was without water for a while. My family was. Many of our team was here. I'm sure your team was affected as well. We appreciate those boil water notices because that's so important for our health.
One thing I think some people might realize, but just an example of how we all need to work together in crises like that storm. In order for a public water system to get back up and running, they've got to be able to treat the water, which takes a lot of chemicals. one issue we started hearing about was public water systems were having a hard time getting chlorine because the plants that produce chlorine weren't up and running. And then some of those plants couldn't get up and running because they didn't have power. And so there's a lot of things that work hand in hand that I don't, I also was out without water for almost 5 days, about 4.5 days. So yeah, I was ready to get my drinking water system back up and running. But, it's kind of fascinating. I think, we could talk long and well, I'm not making any sense now. We could talk a really long time about how the storm affected so many different aspects. And a lot of those aspects are things we regulate. So we need to be funded.
Yeah, that's right. You do. And the public just doesn't really get to see that on the day-to-day basis, but when something doesn't go right, they certainly understand it there. There's a lot of ground I'd love to cover with you. We've used up a bunch of our time already. And
I think you mean I have.
No. It's me too. You and I love talking about this because it is so important. You mentioned that the EPA helped during this storm. A lot of times Texans hear the letters EPA and it makes us a little tense. You've actually worked at the EPA and at TCEQ. And I think there's a lot more effort between the agencies to help protect the public and to do it in a way that, protects our environment and that also encourages business. I know you as a commissioner really focus on making certain that regulations are clear and that they're certain. What kind of interaction does TCEQ have with the EPA today? And how does all of that interplay with one another?
I don't think one thing people realize is we talk to EPA every day. Multiple conversations are happening with EPA every day throughout our agency. Now it's mostly at the Region 6 level. We're not necessarily talking to headquarters a whole lot, but we do talk to EPA all the time. We've always fought with EPA just over a number of different things. I do think we're right, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years. Since the new administration has come on, nothing has changed drastically, but I will caveat and say yet. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what all happens. By and large, we all have the same mission in hand. Unfortunately, politics gets in the way sometimes. And we TCEQ always just tries to focus on the facts, the science, the data, and to keep it at that. And try to not let all the other noise and all the other things get in the way of when you're trying to provide regulatory guidance to entities. So EPA's, it's just an interesting beast. That's how I would describe it from when I was there. They're so large. And the thing that I took away from my time there was that I am extremely grateful to be a Texan, to live in Texas, and to have the TCEQ as our regulatory authority. There's a lot of states that aren't sophisticated enough. They don't have state regulatory agencies that have the level of expertise that the TCEQ has. And so EPA runs a lot of the programs. And we are fortunate enough to not have EPA running things for Texans. TCEQ runs most of the environmental regulatory programs for the state. But if we didn't have sophisticated staff, it would be EPA running things. And so we really do set the bar for a number of things across here. Didn't matter what the issue was, but I would hear all the time when I was at EPA, well, how does Texas do it? How do they run this program? So it made me even prouder. Didn't think I could be prouder of the TCEQ, but once I went to work there, I realized, wow, TCEQ is actually very impressive and a very sophisticated regulatory agency. And a lot of states just don't have that. And they have to rely on EPA to do the regulatory work in their state, which is not something we want.
Well, I wrote down something that you said. You base it on fact, science, and data. And I think those are three legs of a very important stool when it comes to air quality, water quality. And I think, Commissioner, you and the team at TCEQ really try to balance the needs in going forward. And you recognize that, environmental regulation does not have to be an either or situation, nor should it be. You shouldn't be in a situation where you're having to choose one over the other, because through innovation and technology, we have solved so many problems in this country. And I'm a big believer that we're just right on the cutting edge of getting in front of some other challenges. This industry is looking at carbon capture use and storage. We're using, leak detection and repair equipment in better ways, as your agency is with some of the funding requests you have. So you're doing some great things. They've told me we're out of time, but I've got to get one more question in for you, because we have a new EPA administrator, and I'm certain, as a former EPA employee in Region 6, you've probably followed the confirmation process pretty closely. What can you tell us about the new EPA administrator, and what are your thoughts there as we try to wrap up here?
I don't know the man. I've never met him. What I mostly know is what I've read in a bunch of environmental specific news articles, the people that really hone in on EPA things. And so what I can tell you, and what I've heard through the grapevine, I guess, is that, he came from North Carolina. Most recently, he came from North Carolina. He's worked other places like the Environmental Defense Fund. But most recently, he was at the North Carolina Department of Energy. Items that were very important to him there, which I assume will translate to EPA. Again, just me assuming, are the regulation of coal ash, which is a big deal. In Texas, we have a number of sites that produce coal ash, and how that's regulated is very technical. He was also very into PFAS, which I'm not sure how many member companies you have that are engaged on that topic. PFAS is considered a group of emerging contaminants found in drinking water. It would be like when in the 70s when they discovered lead and copper in water for the first time. This is huge. And figuring out how to regulate that is a massive feat. That is going to be something that we're going to hear about for the next 10, 20 years. And it is a huge deal. And because he's been working on North Carolina, I expect it to be a very big deal at EPA, how they intend to regulate it. I will say one thing that I thought was kind of interesting is that he received 66 votes in his favor when he was going through confirmation, which from what I read was the greatest support for an EPA administrator nominee since 2009, I'm pretty sure. So there are a lot of people that like him. And what I've heard is that he is willing to sit down and meet with people and likes to hear from all sides. And so that's always encouraging. But he's young, he's fresh. He obviously has to take orders from his boss. So we'll see what that means for us. But I think PFAS is something that you probably won't hear a whole lot about, but it will affect all of us. And I think that'll be one of the main issues going forward.
Well, we appreciate your perspective today, and we certainly wish the new administrator of the very best, and hope that he will approach these issues of where will science lead us? How can we solve problems through innovative solutions and pioneering technologies that are really breakthroughs that have set Texas and the United States apart from other countries? It's phenomenal when you think that our air quality is cleaner than it's been in a generation, that the world's environment is improving because of clean natural gas that's being shipped all over the world, and that we really are working toward a lower emissions future. So TCEQ does a good job of making certain that people are held accountable, but that we have scientifically based regulations to follow. And we appreciate you being with us and wish you the best.
Well, thank you all so much. I always enjoy participating in Texas Energy Day. So wish you all the best with the rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Our next guest is no stranger to our industry, Texas Railroad Commissioner Wayne Christian. Commissioner Christian was first elected as our state's 50th Texas Railroad Commissioner in November 2016. Prior to that, he served as a member of the Texas House of Representatives, where he and I got to know one another very well, spent a lot of long days on the House floor. As a private business owner for years, Commissioner Christian understands firsthand that government decisions must be consistent and predictable to provide certainty so that jobs and economic growth can occur, all while protecting our environment. Commissioner Christian, we're so glad that you could join with us here today for Texas Energy Day 2021.
Honored to be with you, Todd. Appreciate the good work and have enjoyed, been honored to work with you for, sad to say, several decades now in different positions.
It's hard to believe that time flies by, but you have been a true stalwart for Texas. You have fought for science-based regulations, and you understand the responsibility that you have for all Texans, and we certainly appreciate your efforts. Commissioner's probably been a little bit busier last year than you bargained for, I would suspect. It was for me, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Todd. But the thing is, I've been really encouraged during all the hard things that our philosophy, you and I have worked together for years, is that the private free market industry can almost always do a better job than government regulations. And I've seen some of the biggest challenges, if not the biggest challenges, and multiple times hit our industry this past year. And every single time we turned to the free market industry, they overperformed and came to the rescue much better than I think government has ever been designed to do. And I think it's a great Texas brag we can have of what the oil and gas and energy industry did in the state of Texas during several crises this past year.
Well, you know, it's interesting that some states and countries don't operate on the model of working together rather than working against one another. And I think that's, as you pointed out, how problems are solved. You know, it's amazing. This time last year, oil was, $24 a barrel, and that was high for some days compared to what we went through. It was one of the dire problems facing the industry because of the COVID-19 pandemic, because of the slowdown of our economy, because of the limited storage space. And you recognize that industry was struggling literally to keep people in their jobs and to stay solvent during this unbelievable crisis. And you responded and you created the Blue Ribbon Task Force for Oil Economic Recovery. And you really reached out to look at recommendations to help ensure that this vital industry could weather these tough times. And you didn't take every one of the recommendations. A lot of times you took them and improved upon them. Today, Commissioner, we have over 1,000 industry employees that are working hard on behalf of all Texans to provide the power and energy that we need. They're watching this virtual Energy Day at the Capitol. What can you say to the audience today about all that this industry has weathered this past year to get us where we are today?
Well, of course, what happened is the industry saved the United States. No doubt, the oil and gas industry out here. Of course, I'm one of these guys that brags back that the energy, oil and gas industry of Texas has, since the turn of the century, saved and revolutionized and made a safer, cleaner, better world in every regard. And a lot of it at the feet of the oil and gas industry and the hard workers out there all across the state of Texas. But this past year specifically, of course, we first were hit with a fight that OPEC and Russia got together and decided they were going to stop production and get prices going. And at the same time, here come China with this virus that we're not supposed to call it that. I'm sorry, Mr. Biden, anymore, but they hit us with a virus that caused a pandemic worldwide, decreased the demand, which immediately sent the cost down. And so immediately we were hit with a couple of different things. One was we were asked by a lot in the industry to cap the production as a railroad commission of Texas to prorate the industry. And at that time I looked, historically at that time, Texas 50 years prior had last done this in Texas. And so it was kind of antiquated and there was no mechanism in place. So it was going to be a hard project to do if we decided to. And then I looked back 50 years ago, we were 20% of the world's production of oil. Today, we're about 5%. So we alone could just stop producing almost, and it wouldn't make a big dent. East Texas folks like us say like swatting the flies on the back end of a cow. It wouldn't have made a lot of difference if we shut down the production. So I said, we need other folk. So I called the energy minister in Canada. They didn't want to participate. North Dakota, Oklahoma, several of the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission chairs across, and nobody was interested. So immediately I turned to my friend in the oil and gas industry, Todd Staples, and asked, would you put together a blue ribbon task force? And indeed, thank you, Todd, you did. And brought together all different aspects of the energy industry to come up with some proposed solutions. And I think mostly our target at that time was save the middle to smaller producers who were really being hit. And I think it was 1,000 barrels or less per month production that y'all really targeted, and came up with, I believe, 31 different recommendations, if I remember right, on the day you presented to us. And we've been going through that and still are implementing, and largely because of your good work and mostly the industry that you called upon. Texas, and it was kind of neat. We voted on, I believe it was May the 5th open meeting, that we voted to not try to prorate oil and gas in Texas. And I will always claim to the day I die, the price of West Texas Intermediate went the next day from $20 a barrel and went up by, let me see, May the 18th was $32 a barrel, and today over $60 a barrel. And I always say it was because we put certainty back in the market with our Blue Ribbon Task Force, that people knew what was going to happen, that we turned the corner at that time. So that was a brag fact I'll keep for both of us, for the industry. And I think the commission showing working together brought certainty, and the market reacted to it.
I think that's right, Commissioner. You were so thoughtful. You asked a ton of questions during that time period. The commission was working hard to put out facts and information. And I think it's that type of a collaborative approach that encourages people to come to Texas. That certainty that you talk about is so important. And I'll tell you, the entire industry came together. I was so pleased with our allies all across Texas that rolled up their sleeves, put their shoulder to the wheel, and really worked through what could be most meaningful to make certain that these small and mid-sized producers could weather this storm. And you at the commission and your fellow commissioners actually made a difference, I believe, in their ability to keep people employed during that time frame. Things have changed a good bit. We're not through with COVID yet. We seem closer. The vaccines are getting out there. As you mentioned, the price of oil has been over $60 a barrel for a little while. We haven't seen an expansion rapidly in America or across the globe in terms of production. And seeing these changes, Commissioner, what kind of outlook do you see for Texas oil and gas industry this next year, considering how far we've come?
Well, of course, I see that in the past, the past administration, we had an excellent group out of Washington to work with, our congressmen, our legislators, and administration that was pro oil and gas and pro energy dominance on the planet. And from that administration, during that time, we saw the United States and Texas especially become a net exporter of oil and gas. LNG facilities start being constructed and start producing along the coast of the state. I mean, you know all the good news that happened prior to the pandemic, but I'm afraid the danger now exists that more than the pandemic, more than the OPEC capping of oil production and other problems that we saw last year, the Biden administration may be a more formidable foe. I mean, they've done everything you can think of so far just in the short time they've been in power. You do the Keystone Pipeline, which is, you can go through all the stats that it's 3 times the cost to the consumers for what they've done. It puts more locomotives on the railroad tracks, which are 3 times the cost, but Warren Buffett's company makes a lot of money from it. There's all types of things from that. You're talking about the Paris Accord, which is paying $78 trillion. That's $10 trillion a year for the United States, as you're all aware, that we now are living under that little darling. And we've got to live under that for a term. You've got also the carbon taxes that are implemented, and I'm afraid to say some of our good friends have jumped on this carbon tax bandwagon. And anytime people think that this any type of fees or cost or permits or government fund is anything. A carbon tax will be passed directly to the consumer and the folks that live and use right in our communities. And we don't need any new taxes. And this is carbon tax is going to be one that tries to dissuade the use of oil and gas. So a lot of challenges coming from the administration in this next year. So we've got to come together with some efforts and some energies. The financing, as I mentioned earlier, or I may have mentioned that the financing was attacked by flaring, other things that have been used, that these folks in Wall Street have decided that they're going to stop funding oil and gas. And they've started these ESG funds. That's environmental, social, and governance funds. And who makes these decisions are board of investment folks sitting on Wall Street that just kind of look and say, well, I like Joe over here at this oil and gas company, and I'll invest with them, but I want this one because I don't like him. There's no logic, no reason, and it's dissuading good results, and quite frankly, in a legal term, is hurting the fiduciary responsibility that these investment companies have toward their constituents. Glad to say that Chairman Colonel Senator Birdwell has introduced a bill in Texas saying we won't do business with Texas state deposits with these institutions that limit oil and gas from getting funding, which we're needing terribly for recovery to our companies in the state of Texas. That's a fight that we're under. And the subsidies are just unbelievable. What wind and solar, we've spent our time financing and funding the unreliables, the ones that can't produce when the sun don't shine or the wind don't blow. And we let the pilot light go out on our dependables, which is oil, gas, and coal generation of energy. And so we've spent, in fact, I think a Public Policy Foundation, Jason Isaac and some of our friends over there came up, they've spent, of course, we spent over $7 billion in just the state tax dollar alone, just the state of Texas tax dollar, which is your tax dollar, to get power lines out to the windmills when we put them in. And then we've been spending about $1 billion to $1.5 billion, that's with a B on it, a year since then, making sure that you buy wind energy and solar energy before you do natural gas energy on the grid. And all of a sudden we've invested these tens of billions of dollars now trying to keep a product, which is wind and solar power generation, that cannot exist on its own, is not reliable. And at the same time, we have not weatherized, kept in condition, worked on, and we've allowed several of our backup natural gas power generating facilities to go offline, and almost all of our coal. More frightening in the future, and the last point, is that the plan from the federal government, which now funds 212 times your tax dollars to solar, and I forget the exact figure, but it's much like that for wind compared to what oil and gas gets. So we're putting all those tax dollars of yours and mine into a non-reliable energy source. So this is what we've got to fight with. How do we convince the public and get the message out there that we are planning in the future? Right now, EPA, or the federal government, came out with the statistics that right now there are 0 nuclear facilities planned for the future in the United States. There are 0 coal facilities generating electricity that are planned for the future. And yet there, I think, a very small amount of natural gas, but nearly all the future production plans in the United States are for wind and solar increases of generating facilities, which means, again, we're putting most of our tax dollars into the undependables at the cost and risk to lives and to the dependables, oil, gas, and coal.
Well, you've certainly given a lot to think about right there. And the reality is oil and natural gas is leading the way in terms of a stronger, cleaner, better future. And we're excited about the role that they're playing. We're excited that oil and natural gas is really the leaders in innovation and in technology. And so good things are in store. We believe in, we need all forms of energy. We just need everyone to do their part. And so you brought up the new administration. And some other issues I want to get into in our time that we have left. But in thinking about the new administration, states are really the incubators of ideas. States are where good minds come together. They put it together in the field. You were appointed by Governor Abbott to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission. you were Texas official representative. And so IOGCC works together collaboratively with other states to resolve issues from a state-based perspective. Or is IOGCC working on some things here for 2021? Can you tell us a little bit about that program?
Well, they made one huge mistake. This next year, they've elected me to be their executive vice chairman, which only under the governor. So they're a dumb group, let's put it like that, to get the power to me. But no, I'm excited for the opportunity that Governor Abbott has given me and to lead this organization at a time that I think is very important for the country. First thing that I've done, been a part of, that our GCC then endorsed, was a proclamation asking that every regulation possible be moved back to the states that the federal government had. And because of that, we were able to take the NPDES process, which is initial talk for mostly water control from our oil and gas fields, back to the state of Texas. And we were putting it now is controlled more from the state than the feds telling us we have to do with water. And I was very pleased to see that happen. I think it's very important that we have control over water. It's one of the main things that we do at the Railroad Commission. On top of our list is to make sure we protect the clean water, and it's your organization and many others, Texoga, have had that at the top of their list, and proudly, we've done a great job. Rex Tillerson, I remember, says that not one drop, and he repeats it, not one drop of fracking has ever polluted one drop of drinking water in the state of Texas or anywhere. And I remember there's one study, and I was told to read this by my staff because I always mess things up. I can't believe, just like my wife, my staff doesn't trust me with numbers, okay? The Railroad Commission conducted an exhaustive review of nearly 63,000 injection wells applications since 1982. The findings of the review confirm permitted injection wells are not polluting sources of underground drinking water or potential sources of drinking water. The study was commended by the EPA. So the facts are that we are doing a good job protecting water, and will continue to as an industry and as the Railroad Commission regulates those industries. And last, we passed a resolution at IOGCC I was very proud of that says we, as the 31 states and Canada that produce oil and gas in this organization that was installed or originated by Congress over 80 years ago, we have a resolution that I authored that says we will not support the new Green Deal or basically anything that looks like it. And so we have gone record to our Congress and to the administration as the producing states and Canada that we will not support, we do not support, endorse, or commend any policy reflected in the new Green Deal.
Well, you guys have been active. There's a lot more things that you're going to have to work on. I'm excited to hear your work on water, because this industry, that's where a lot of their efforts are going, to reuse water, to recycle that water, to make certain that Texas has the regulatory authority on permitting on the discharge of water. And so we appreciate that. I think that will be very, very meaningful. I've just got to get this question in. We're getting close on time. You and I could probably talk longer than people would want to listen to either one of us, but I do think it's important that we talk a little bit about flaring today, because the commission has addressed several issues regarding flaring. We know that there's been a commitment to reduce flaring, working with industry. And can you talk to us about where that's going and what role industry plays and why this is all vital to that conversation?
There's two different reasons that we're addressing flaring as a somewhat top priority issue. One is the fact that whenever the big field of energy came in West Texas, there was additional flaring done because we just had new discoveries of oil and gas that we were producing. And so you have more flaring initially that's going to happen naturally with new discoveries. And this was the largest field ever. So that was going on. And we were seeing that being used not statistically as much for the environmental danger that was there or for the waste that was there, which are both top concerns to the Railroad Commission and the industry. I mean, the industry doesn't want to waste a dollar, and the Railroad Commission doesn't want to see waste of a natural resource. So we're all on the same page. We're working toward it. In fact, at the height of that concern prior to the pandemic, the amount of natural gas not going to its intended use of being flared was less than 1.7%. So you had 98% plus of natural gas going to heat homes and do exactly what was done at the height of production prior to the pandemic. Now, since we've had the lowering of production, we're down to less than 0.5% of natural gas is being flared. So, you know, when you hear these people say that flaring is a danger, it's an epidemic, it's a catastrophic event occurring, I'm sorry, if less than 0.5% is what they call a catastrophe, I think their definition needs to be redefined. Flaring was a concern because we don't want to waste, and it won't be. And we joined together. You led again the Blue Ribbon Task Force after we had handled the challenge of the price of oil and gas from the downturn. You were kind enough with your Blue Ribbon Task Force to lead the way in coming up with suggestions the way we can decrease the flaring, even though we were sitting at 1.7% already. And largely the reason we've done this, and why I appreciate you leading the task force to do that, and recommendations, and we've already started implementing some of your recommendations, as you're well aware. So we're not sitting back doing nothing. But the main thing that happened was back on investment. Pictures were coming from the oil fields of these wells being flared in flames, and the East Coast, from the Rockefeller family and others on the East Coast, were taking those pictures and scaring the heck out of the public. And then these investment companies were starting to stop financing. So it was not as much the actual waste that was occurring, nor the pollution to the environment, but the perception was harming our industry and costing us jobs. And that's one reason, one main reason that I looked at it and tried to introduce the Blue Ribbon Task Force to take care of that. And y'all done, and they're continuing to do a great job on that.
Well, Commissioner, your leadership is making a difference. And I know the outcome of all of that was the Texas Methane and Flaring Coalition really getting engaged and working to develop best practices that can be shared with other companies that may not have the time to engage in all the meetings and go to the different things. These best practices are making a difference. The leadership of the commission is making a difference. And you hit the nail on the head. No one has a better incentive to capture this gas than those operators and put it to a good use. And we saw through this winter storm just how important natural gas is to protecting lives. And so we appreciate the role that you played and that of your fellow commissioners, Chairman Craddock and Commissioner Wright, and the work that you all are doing. Listen, I so appreciate you taking time to be with us today. We're out of time. Any closing thoughts that you have to share with us before we wrap up?
Yeah, I want you to research something for me, Todd. As the former agriculture commissioner for the state of Texas, I went to an exclusive eating establishment last evening, Cracker Barrel, and I looked on the menu, and chicken fried steak had around 600 calories with cream gravy, and fried chicken was 1,100 calories. Now, in East Texas, we've always been taught that chicken was less fattening than beef, and I thought I would just leave you with that important question to investigate for me and come back with an answer.
I will do my best to go eat my way to a solution there. How does that sound?
That sounds like a plan.
All right. Well, listen, it's great to be with you. We appreciate all that you do. We hope you have a safe week.
You too. Thank you very much.
Take care. We are so very pleased to welcome Dr. Daniel Yergin to the Texas Energy Day at the Capitol program. Daniel Yergin is a leading authority on energy, geopolitics, and the global economy. He is certainly a scholar. He is a winner of the Pulitzer Prize and a best-selling author. Dan is vice chairman of IHS Markit, and he's written a new book, The New Map. Dan has been described as America's most influential energy pundit, and for that reason and many, many more, we are so honored to have Dr. Daniel Yergin to join us for Texas Energy Day at the Capitol. Dan, thanks so much for joining us today. We're delighted to have you.
Thank you, Todd. I'm glad to be with you and all the members of the Texas Oil and Gas Association.
Well, we are excited about this day at the Capitol. We usually have almost 1,000 people in person at the Texas Capitol, but because of COVID, we are maintaining distances and trying to get through this and get our economy back on track. Because of this legislative session is moving so rapidly, we've had to do things a little bit differently. As a matter of fact, I know that you just wrapped up Sarah Week a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. I was only able to catch a very small slice of that powerful program and hope to come in person next year. And I hope we can work in some thoughts today, some takeaways maybe from that week. But before we get started on that, I want to talk about your book, The New Map. You've certainly, the quest and the prize are very widely read. You've written other books as well. Can you tell us a little bit about what motivated you to write The New Map? How did you go about writing it? And Dr. Yergin, I've been told you wrote it longhand, so I've got to know the story behind that.
Okay, well, we can start. It is true, I wrote it longhand, and I've always written my books longhand. In the old days, before there were typewriters and computers, people wrote longhand. And the reason I do it is I just feel I have more control over it and I can kind of sketch out the book. And I think it helps the storytelling too, to get it to flow. But what really got me to write it, probably more than anything else, was the shale revolution, realizing how it had changed the global map of energy, not just the energy map in the United States. And then that became a sort of metaphor for the new map for all the changes related to energy and geopolitics around the world. And it was the sense that the terrain had really changed in half a decade, in 5 or 6 years. Remember, in 2008, the U.S. was importing 60% of its oil. And so many repercussions came from that if we have this new terrain, I decided we really needed a new map. And that's what became the book. And obviously, where does the book begin? It begins with the shale revolution in Dish, Texas.
Well, I need to go to the handwriting school that you went to if you can actually write in longhand. And
wait, let me jump in there. As time has gone on, I have to type it up really quickly because if I wait more than an hour, I can't read it. So I'm with you.
Well, good. That makes me feel marginally better about my my penmanship. So I'm glad to know that part. You do call it a shale revolution. And so I think we ought to spend a little time on that, if you will, Forrest, because what makes it a revolution is a revolution over. What does your crystal ball tell you in this space?
Let me divide it into two parts. Why it's a revolution, because it's not just about oil production, although, the US in 2020 became energy independent, which 8 presidents had said they wanted to see, and thought it could never happen. But it was what it's meant for our balance of payments. In 2008, the US spent $400 billion importing oil. What it's meant for manufacturing, what it's meant for jobs, what it's meant for the position of the United States in the world, what it's meant for energy security, and all those things I think are not very well understood. So that is something that I wanted to convey, what it means. What is it, over $200 billion of investment in new factories in the United States. So that's what part of the book deals with in the section I call the America's Map. But you raised the other question, which I think you're getting at, and obviously is on the mind of all your members, where is it today? And I guess we'd say it's a lot better today than it was in April of last year. We were at 760 rigs in March of 2020. And then of course, COVID came and everything shut down. And it went down to 240 rigs. It's back partway. But we see that the oil price is back. This thing called OPEC Plus is managing that. And as the global economy recovers, as the US recovers this year, our economists say 5.7% economic growth. Others say higher than that. Demand goes up and oil demand gets back to where it was in 2019. And we can see that the position, I think, of all of your members probably looks a lot better than it did even 3 or 4 months ago, and a lot better. And I think that that this shale revolution continues. I should add one other thing. I think there's a second shale revolution, which is the relationship between companies and investors, and that's unfolding, as you and all of your members know very well.
That is, and I do want to explore that some. Well, but before we move to that, there's as economists, there's two sides to the equation. There's the supply side and the demand side. And you mentioned, the powerhouses on the supply side are obviously the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia. The demand side of the equation, as I think about the world and the growing population and the needs that India has, the needs that China has, and I know you're so well versed in these areas, how do you see that demand side for energy influencing the shale revolution that has transformed America and brought new jobs back, as you mentioned about manufacturing here?
Well, boy, things would look really different if there hadn't been a shale revolution in terms of demand and supply. There's a lot of debate about what's going to happen to oil demand. I took the position after a lot of thinking and research in the new map that it's probably around 2030 when oil demand reaches its peak and then begins to decline, but it's kind of a slow decline. I think there's a lot of illusion out there about what happens. 280 million cars in the United States, and almost all of them run on gasoline. But you point, Todd, to the real growth, which is in the emerging markets. China continues to grow even as they push electric cars. And I'm on the Energy Advisory Board for the Indian government, and they're dealing with growth. They're going to be dealing with a lot of growth. And for them, oil supplies, natural gas supplies are really important. And the fact that they're now importing oil and gas from the United States is not only economically important, it's politically important. We had at CERAWeek this year, Prime Minister Modi from India, and we gave him the CERAWeek Global Energy and Environment Leadership Award. And he said that that the energy relationship between the United States and India has become one of the foundations of this much improved relationship between India and the United States.
Well, we're excited about how those relationships can grow because we have we have Cheniere and Freeport LNG already in Texas. We have a couple of more that are actually being built and then some more on the books. And we think we have a role to play. And we think obviously that natural gas is leading to some of the environmental benefits that we're seeing. And in thinking about the role of natural gas, Dr. Yergin, and how
Just call me Dan, by the way.
Well,
otherwise I'll start writing prescriptions and my handwriting's illegible anyway.
Well, I know how hard you work for that, and I appreciate that. But in thinking about where this is going, and I listened to you, a great interview you did. I think it was with Bob Armstrong at the MIT Energy Initiative, and you talked a little bit about energy transition that we've heard a ton about in the media. And when I hear people talk about it, it is surprising to me the way they insert the fact that we're going to be doing without oil and gas seemingly overnight sometimes. You introduced a term, energy addition. And so, you don't hear about that much in the conversation. So I was hoping you could expand a little bit both on energy transition and the concept of energy addition.
I think energy transition, of course, means the transition to lower carbon fuels. And obviously, you have a Biden administration that's going to be pushing much harder on that. I'd say one of the takeaways for me from CERAWeek is carbon capture is still kind of in a very early phase, but it's going to have to be an important part of it. I think the second thing to say by energy addition, it means wind and solar are going to grow. I mean, they're growing in Texas. but they're growing in India, they're growing in China, but demand for oil and gas is growing as well. And at the conclusion of the new map, what I said is it's still going to be an energy mix. And we showed natural gas growing actually for a longer period of time than oil. And I think the other thing, and this is kind of what you alluded to before, there isn't a single energy transition. And I hear this when I'm in India, they say, or Nigeria, they'll say, well, it's fine for somebody in the Netherlands, which is a country of 10 million people, and it's a rich country, and it wants to do this or that. But when you have hundreds of millions of poor people who need energy to lift their standard of living, then for them, energy transition means something different. It means India is spending $70 billion to build a new natural gas infrastructure system. It means distributing propane to people in villages. That's not the energy transition they're having in the Netherlands, but it's an energy transition in a country that has a lot more people than the Netherlands.
Well, I think it's hard for probably many Americans to grasp what you're talking about there is that, many countries in the world today just simply do not have access to affordable, reliable power sources for the basic necessities of life that we were reminded about in Texas that we need when we had the winter snowstorm Uri.
I mean, people take energy for granted and they take the system working for granted until something happens and it doesn't. And that's, that terrible situation in Texas a few weeks ago traumatized just how energy is the foundation of life.
And it really is. And in our system in Texas, pre-storm, natural gas was about 19% of the energy mix for our power grid. During the height of the storm, natural gas was 67% of the power grid, and it consistently generated about 60% of the energy mix for that entire time period. And we're very pleased about the role that it played. We know we need more infrastructure. We need more opportunities to ensure that we have the available resource there.
Todd, I think that you're there in the Texas Capitol. I think one of the things that you all are conveying is that oil and gas production is a critical infrastructure, and you don't cut off the power to oil and gas at a time when you really need natural gas.
That's exactly right. And before we move into the finance world space that you have such great insight on, in talking about these areas that don't have the access they need to reliable power, we hear a lot today about environmental justice. We hear about energy poverty. And so if other parts of the world are displaced and don't have access to affordable power supply, is this going to increase energy poverty, and how can we balance that?
I mean, energy, and let's just take India. It's going to be the biggest country in the world. Enormous number of young people, a much more younger population than China has. They suffer from acute energy poverty, and Prime Minister Modi has placed solving that right at the top of his agenda. And energy poverty there means not having access to commercial energy. It means burning waste wood and waste products and so forth, and suffering from indoor air pollution, which the World Health Organization says is actually the single biggest environmental problem in the world. And the way you cure that is with commercial energy.
Well, and I think that gets left out of the debate all too often. We have several oil and gas trades that are coming together to sponsor Energy Day at the Capitol. These trades and over 40 leading companies have developed the Texas Methane and Flaring Coalition to really focus on ways to reduce methane emissions, to reduce flaring. And they've really made phenomenal progress, statistically speaking. Even though oil production was down last year about 26%, the flaring reduction was down almost 60%. And so almost 3 times that amount. And we're proud about that progress.
Well, one of the public figures at CERAWeek, when somebody made the comment, actually, CEO of one of your companies, that it'd be a good idea to export US LNG to Southeast Asia and replace coal with it, and that would be a big contribution. this public figure replied, well, immediately started talking about methane emissions, as though nobody's doing anything about methane emissions. But clearly methane emissions is kind of at the top of the agenda for the industry, and it's doing what the industry does. It's solving that problem.
And they continuously find a way to improve and to make those breakthrough technologies. And it's exciting to see that. And, you know, I think maybe a decade ago, shale and Wall Street forged a marriage that really transformed the United States into the world's largest oil and gas producer. We had rapid growth. We've since hit a plateau, obviously, and a decline with COVID, but it gave the industry a chance to reboot and to kind of rethink its pathway forward. A couple of questions about this kind of growth that we had. First of all, I've always been curious, couple of questions here. Did this rapid growth and expansion surprise even leaders like you and other energy leaders that?
I think if you go back, I remember, and I have it in the book, actually. I can't remember which year it was. So, well, I have it about Mark Papa in the book, the story of, when he announced on an earnings call that they were going from gas to oil. And I remember one of our chief geologists being shocked, what's going on there? I don't think, you'd have to ask your members, not from where they are today, but think back to 2010. Could anybody have imagined the scale of this? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think I can recall anybody. I think it happened so fast. In fact, I looked at it and compared it to the growth of Saudi oil in the late 60s and early 70s. There had never been any increase on the speed and scale of what happened with shale in the United States. So I think if somebody had said something about that in 2010, they would have said, well, they're a wild-eyed optimist.
Well, we are optimistic for sure, but it certainly has played out to be phenomenal impact and changing lives. And my father, when I grew up, worked in a factory, and then those factory jobs all left this country. And now, as we've discussed, they've come back because of this reliable energy source and shale gas. And as I think about that, and I see.
By the way, it was also very important for the revival of manufacturing in the Midwest. Something else that gets left out of the discussion.
All the time. And in Texas, we've experienced tremendous opportunities because of those manufacturing jobs that have been relocated here to the United States. And our ports are busier than ever. We're looking at deepening and widening ports. And, so much of the oil and natural gas that's being exported is right here along the Texas coast. And we're trying to build the infrastructure to accommodate that. And it's hard to keep up with it all. Dan, in thinking though about the slowdown that's given us all more time at home than what we would care to have, and the debate around ESG, the concerns about our climate, we've seen the financial community kind of restrain access to capital to the oil and gas sector. And so as we think about the world's energy needs and that we're going to have some growth, and we don't know when that might plateau out, but you've talked about energy addition, meaning that we're still going to need a healthy supply of oil and gas. How do you see the United States in terms of national security and our interests changing with the apparent slowdown at some point in the use of oil and gas around the world?
Well, let me sort of take two parts of that. One, there was a breakdown between the industry and investors, and that was happening before COVID, before the pandemic. And that was what was going to be the second revolution, that was no longer growth for growth's sake, was growth for what value. And so it was really a question about getting money back to investors. And I think that started before COVID. Obviously, the crisis hit this industry really hard, but you can see that it's changing now. That when we do our surveys of E&P companies, it seems like they'll be spending about 65% of their cash flow on average, and the rest returning to investors. So that's really significant. And I think we're now at a turning point as prices have recovered a lot as to where now it was easy to make an ESG decision when you said, well, the industry's done really poorly and returns have been down. Now, if you're looking at returns, if we're going to have a period of, general strength in commodities, the U.S. has spent $6 trillion on stimulus in the last year, $6 trillion. It starts to put a floor under prices, and prices have gone up a lot. And I think now we'll see investors, there'll be those who are all out at ESG and those who are sort of interested in returns, and then there's who want that mixture of ESG but want and need returns. And I think you see companies adjusting what they're doing to have an ESG strategy, an ESG direction that they're working on that will satisfy many but not all investors. So I think we'll see investors coming back to the industry as they see that there's reliable returns there. That will be the critical thing. I think again in the new map, I call it a new social contract between investors and companies. And by the way, the other thing is that there was this tendency, to say, shale's over. The U.S. is still the world's largest oil producer. And the view that we have is that probably later in this year, we'll start to see production go up again, not at the rates you had in the past, but that there will be an increase as the rig count goes up and people feel more confident in prices. There's still the question that you have about 7 million barrels a day of oil held off the market. And so that question is the growth of demand that comes back and absorbs that. And it at least seems to us right now that the market is kind of assuming that demand by July will be up about 5 million barrels a day, which is a few million barrels a day less than it was in 2019. And that's where the kind of momentum around price is coming.
Well, I have seen firsthand the commitment of companies to focus on climate progress and to look for meaningful and tangible ways to deliver environmental improvements in their operations. They're very much focused on that. At many of our companies participate with us on technical committees. The men and women who are making the industry happen come together to really solve solutions. To develop, and it's exciting to me to see how they're committed to a lower emissions future, but still delivering the hydrocarbons that are necessary that powers our world today and that will play such a big role in the future. One of the things that I've observed from them, Dan, is that the continuous technological innovation that that allowed the shale revolution to even occur, and it's really driving our member companies' investments and the development. I'm sure you're watching these emerging technologies. I'm sure that IHS Markit studies these, and wonder if you can give us any insights on technical breakthroughs and what you're seeing the industry focus on today.
Well, first, I just have to say, one of the things I do love telling stories, and the story of, I think most everybody in Texas know. Shale took about 16 or 18 years to establish its credibility, since textbooks said you couldn't do it. And I have a story, maybe others will disagree, that if somebody hadn't gone to a baseball game in Dallas and ran into somebody else, shale revolution might have been postponed a few years. But so the question of innovation it's across the board, and then it's the openness to it, and it's people taking chances. And then there's a long-term commitment, because things don't happen overnight. I like to point out that the lithium-ion battery was invented in an Exxon laboratory in 1976, and the first commercial Tesla wasn't until 2008. So things do take time. That said, what we saw at CERAWeek, we set up this whole other thing called the Agora, which is the technology part of the conference. And I don't think there's ever been this much concentrated focus on innovation across the whole spectrum of the energy industry. in dealing with the issues you're talking about, methane and emissions and so forth. Looking, what kind of breakthroughs are there. Obviously, there's a lot of, I'll say two things really stood out to me from CERAWeek. One is, of course, all the discussion about hydrogen. And because hydrogen is something that's engineering, it's used in the industry, it's used in refining anyway right now. And I think if more in Europe than the United States, you see a big government push for hydrogen. The thing that seems to me is at top of the agenda is carbon capture. I mean, and one of the rules of innovation is that innovation responds to need, and the need is there. So, shale sort of came from left field, so it may well come from left field. Obviously, there's direct air capture that's there. There's other technologies that people are looking at, super plants and so forth. But I think carbon capture is really a top priority for the industry, whether it's companies, whether they're working as groups, and it has to be part of the agenda.
And I think when we talk about carbon capture, there's both you capture it, and then there's use and manufacturing, and then there's obviously the storage aspect of it. The Texas legislature is actually considering legislation that would ensure that our regulatory agency, the Railroad Commission, will be able to permit these injection wells and storage wells. We have some leading entrepreneurs in Texas that are wanting to make certain that the regulatory framework is in place so that we can really deliver on this lower emissions future, all while meeting the energy needs that we have. It's exciting to see carbon capture, use, and storage develop.
Right. And of course, you added the U because it used to be just carbon capture and storage. Now it's become carbon capture, use, and storage. And that's another area which, of fruitful research.
Well, I believe that it will, we know our companies have made a tremendous commitment, a financial commitment, and so we look forward to that technology continuing to advance and work. I've heard you mention that there are two eras, and I know we're getting a little bit close on time. I only have like 45 more questions to get in a matter of a few minutes, Dan, but really just, I guess, a couple more of things that I think I really want us to cover in our short time with you today. But you mentioned before Paris and after Paris. And so if we think about the Paris Climate Accord, we know that greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase. We know the United States had a lot of success last year, even not being a part of the accord. And so what has changed, and how does these two before and after eras, what should that make us think about going forward?
Todd, it goes back to the ESG question that, you had 195 countries come together and say, we want to prevent temperatures from going up 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. And then the way it got embodied, the benchmark that is used is net zero carbon by 2050. And that's not only government policy, and obviously the Biden administration is wholly back on board. In fact, with John Kerry as international climate envoy, is now seeking to be 180 degrees different from the Trump administration and to lead it. And everything, people should know is all focused on what's going to happen in Glasgow in the first days of November, when you're going to have the conference that's the successor to Paris. And the drive there is going to be to kind of speed up getting to those targets. I think that it's really important that the energy dimension be understood and not just, kind of just to assume that, everything's doable. But it has become embedded as going back to the SG and the investor policies, looking at, and now the SEC is adding climate risk to how companies are evaluated. Again, sort of copying the Europeans. A lot of this is sort of copying what the Europeans are doing. And then, a lot of companies, I think some of your members have a net zero carbon target for 2050. I think the what the target is clearer than the how to get there, especially when oil and gas is going to continue to be a major part of the energy mix in 2050. So there's some really big issues and technology challenges that need to be met.
Yeah, it really is. And, carbon being a basic component of life as we know it, just managing it appropriately, the way that it gets discussed and used as a political football is often interesting.
Well, and I think, I mean, I was really struck during some may remember I think it was the last debate between President Biden and then President Trump. And they got in the question of reopening restaurants, a question that, of course, is still all across the country, issue in Texas as everywhere else, and how you do it. And Joe Biden said, well, the answer is we'll use plexiglass in restaurants. And plexiglass is a thermoplastic. And I'm amazed again and again. I point out in the book, electric cars are 20% plastic. Plastics are used in wind turbines. And of course, I think the pandemic has demonstrated there was a lot of anti-plastic sentiment based upon, like in the ocean, not realizing that only 1% of the plastic in the ocean comes from the United States and like 80% comes from 10 rivers in Asia and Africa. But I think the pandemic has driven home how important plastic is for safety, whether it's the PPE that people wear, the masks that they wear, the fact that the vaccines are made, oil product is basically helped to make the vaccines, a hospital room. And, if somebody goes in to have a stent put into their heart, people just don't realize how much the products of what this industry does are not only what goes into their gas tank or into their heating, but goes into the kind of, call it the fabric of daily life.
Well, you have ushered in a wonderful topic that we'll take up on the next time that I have the privilege of interviewing you, and invite you to Texas and treat you to a nice Texas steak, and hopefully we'll have a lot of fun. I want to get one last question in, Dan, because you close your book, The New Map, that we're so excited to be delivering to every member of the Texas legislature today. And it'll be, you may have, if the question is asked, which author has the most books in the Texas Capitol, it may be Dan Yergin.
Well, I think let's go for that record.
That's right. It'll be a great trivia question we can ask. But you close the book on the theme of disruption. Some of it is transformative, some setting back the course of progress. As we close and wrap up this interview with you today, for our listeners, should disruption cause alarm for us, or should it be a theme of hope for the future?
That's a really important question. I think it's a question of being resilient. I mean, shales of disruption, but it's a really positive one. A lot of things from technology are positive, but we've had a number just in this century, and I think we have to be prepared for them. One of the ones I talk about in the book, we haven't talked about it today, but in the section called China's Map, is the rising tension between the US and China, between the first and second largest economies in the world. And I think managing that relationship is the number one geopolitical problem that the United States faces for the future. So I think it's being able to, the good disruptions, to take advantage of them and build for the future. Bad disruptions is to be resilient and actually work together, and very important, retain our sense of optimism. And one thing about being in the oil and gas business, I think is pretty true. Going back to my book, The Prize, one of the ingredients you need is optimism.
Well, you've given us a tremendous amount to think about today. I am optimistic about the future. I'm optimistic about the future of oil and natural gas and the transformative progress that is being made to improve lives around the globe. And I hope that just as you have enabled us to do today, to have a rational discussion, I hope that there are rational policy discussions, not only in America, but around the globe. And we thank you for the great leadership role that you play. Appreciate you being with us.
Well, thank you, Todd. And I think rational discussion needed. And the Texas Oil and Gas Association, you guys have a really important role to play. And I sure look forward to coming back to Texas as soon as I can. So thank you very much.
Well, we thank you. Be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. Welcome back to Texas Energy Day at the Capitol. It is a distinct pleasure to welcome the 48th governor of the Lone Star State, Greg Abbott, to be with us. Governor, we certainly appreciate you joining us today. For those of you that are watching, Governor Abbott has a long and distinguished service record to Texans. You are the longest serving Attorney General in Texas. You served on the Texas Supreme Court. We actually spent a little time together back in the day. Governor, you've been named the best governor in the nation. Texas continues to be named as the best state to do business. This doesn't happen by chance. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts, about your vision for Texas and why we've been successful and what your thoughts are on where we need to go.
Sure. Well, first I want to thank Todd Staples for everything that he does, but also for everyone viewing, I want to welcome you to the governor's office. It candidly is highly unusual to actually film something like this from the governor's office itself. And so welcome to where I work from every single day for you. Speaking of which, our job is to go to work every single day for you. We know that what you are dealing with right now probably is one of the most challenging times and episodes I've been through. It's amazing when you think it was 11 months ago. Oil was what? Negative $40. And so basically it's gone up $100 since a year ago. And these are the vicissitudes that the oil and gas sector seems to go through all the time. The important thing is that we as a state work together collaboratively with you to ensure that you and your industry continue to be able to build out from what we dealt with over the pandemic year, but also build a solid pathway going forward. Along those lines, I know one thing that we will be talking about are some unique strategies that Texas has to make sure that you will be able to have a very robust 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 decades ahead of you. And we do that first and foremost by the state working alongside in collaboration with our oil and gas sector, knowing the prolific role that you play in our state. Because of what you do, you provide funding for our schools, for our roads, for our economy. You create jobs. You add so much to the state of Texas. We need to be there alongside you, supporting you. We know that there are now additional challenges coming from Washington, D.C. Know that Texas will be your partner in fighting against those challenges to make sure that you are able to continue to play the prolific role that you have played. It's so important, not just for the jobs and the economic impact that you provide, but it's equally important for world and global dynamics that Texas and the United States continue to lead the production so that we, as a state and as a nation, remain energy independent. To do that, you must succeed. To help you just know that the great state of Texas is your partner aligned in this process.
Governor, partnerships are so important, and you were a tremendous partner during all of 2020. I worked with your team and you reached out to the oil and gas community wanting to know how can we protect the jobs of those that are watching today? How can we protect the future of those communities? And we certainly appreciate your work and your role in helping us get through that difficult time. I was fortunate enough to be with you. It seems like years ago, but I think it was a few weeks ago, Texas. We were in an oil field service company hangar, essentially, where they had a lot of equipment, and you announced an executive order, and you directed state agencies to take any and all action to defend Texas and to defend Texas jobs. And I'll never forget the faces on some of those energy workers to see their governor standing up for their industry and their state and fighting for their jobs. Why was that so important, Governor, to sign that executive order and to send that message about the importance of this industry?
First, one of the best aspects about that event was the fact that I was there with the oil field workers themselves. Oftentimes when I go to Midland or Odessa, I'm with people who wear suits like you and I are wearing right now. But I thought it was important to be up close to and actually converse with and get information from the men and women whose jobs are on the line, the men and women who need paychecks, that they have bills to pay, families to take care of, things like that. And so hearing directly from them was so, and it's because of those men and women that I issued that executive order that is an effort to make sure that we will be protecting those jobs, understanding that months the world has changed with regard to the energy sector in Texas and across the United States. It's changed because of a new administration that's seeking to impose these Green New Deal policies that threaten fossil fuel production in the state of Texas like what we are accustomed to. But something else that we are accustomed to is fighting back and protecting the fossil fuel industry in Texas. You pointed out earlier, before I became governor, and during my time as Attorney General, we got accustomed to challenging the federal government under the Obama administration as they issued EPA edict after edict, trying to limit the capability of the oil and gas industry in the state of Texas, as well as across the country, from being able to produce. And so I filed 31 lawsuits against the Obama administration, about half of which were lawsuits against the EPA. We know that there are some edicts already issued by executive order by the Biden administration, but we also know this, and that is in the coming weeks and months, we will see more edicts issued by the EPA. Combined, they will pose significant challenges to the fossil fuel sector in the state of Texas. So what I asked in my executive order that I issued, I asked every state agency in the state of Texas to report to us immediately anytime they get any information from Washington, D.C. that looks like any federal government agency may be attempting to impose any type of new regulation that would impact the ability for the oil and gas sector in the state of Texas to be able to produce, so that we immediately take the action needed to take legal action to shut down these new regulations from Washington, D.C. I just want you to know that through those tools, as well as others, we're going to be fighting every step of the way to make sure that you do have the ongoing ability to explore, to produce, to pipe fossil fuels here in the state of Texas, because it's so important, not just for you and your businesses, but it's so important for the future of the United States.
You know, I think having that framework in place will enable these bright minds to find solutions. And when I think about the accomplishments that have been made, the breakthroughs in innovation and technology, it's astounding. I talk a lot about oil and gas today, that they're not really oil and gas companies, they're innovation and technology companies, because they're making and developing solutions. We know, Governor, that the world is having a conversation about the climate, about our environment. I'm proud of Texas from our long history of developing solutions. It's amazing when you think that methane emissions from oil and gas systems are actually down 23% since 1990. Carbon dioxide emissions are down. But we know that conversation is there, and we know some policies that come from out of state, and even we see bills introduced this legislative session, will have a detrimental impact to jobs and really limit the environmental progress that's been making. So we have over 1,000 people listening today. Can you tell us what's your sense of how you think industry is doing in responding to these environmental challenges, and maybe what's some advice you have for our listeners today?
Sure. First, a fun fact, and that is because emissions are down so much, it is the equivalent of having removed 88 million vehicles from the roads in Texas. If you were to do the math, that would pretty much mean every vehicle has been removed from the road. But it shows something that the public doesn't like to talk about, certainly the press doesn't like to talk about, and that is really how much Texas has improved with regard to its environment, with regard to emissions and things like that, to have removed the equivalent of 88 million vehicles from the road. But you seized upon a word that's so important, because most people outside of your sector do not know what you have done with regard to the advancement of technology. When people talk about technology, they think about Silicon Valley or something like that, completely unaware that there has been as much of a technological revolution in the oil and gas sector in the state of Texas, in the Permian Basin, that's transformed the energy sector as much as any of the technology revolutions that we've seen in any other sector across the entire globe. And it really, truly has advanced not just the ability to tap in and to produce oil and gas in new and different ways, but also it has been the private sector and private sector leaders that have been in the forefront of the technology advances that are addressing climate-based issues, that are addressing emission-based issues. You can list all the businesses that are involved in the Permian Basin alone, for example, but definitely so many that have headquarters in Houston, Texas, the CEOs of which I talk to frequently about the new strategies and technologies they are using to transform the energy sector itself. And they should be applauded for what they're doing, because they're not needing any type of federal government mandate to do what they're doing. They're doing it because it's their strategy, it's their technology. They are the ones leading this revolution. And once again, we see the example is the private sector that leads the way, not the federal government.
And I think that is the beauty of our form of government and our entrepreneurial system, that it allows for that. We hear the term energy transition a lot these days, and what you just described makes me understand and know that that transition means that the private sector is going to be transitioning to a lower emissions future, lower carbon future, but still providing the resources that are important to power our lives. You know, this system is very complex. If you think about our cars and we flip the light switch on and we forget, this last experience of this storm has certainly shown us the complexity of our energy delivery system. When I visit with schools, sometimes I like to talk about it in the terms of the 4 Ps: production, pipelines, processing, and ports. And to put it in terms that is a complex infrastructure system that works together to provide the power that fuels our lives, and very literally. You are a champion for Texas. You sell Texas everywhere you go. You've traveled abroad globally. How does the very fact that Texas is the energy capital of the world, that we're the #1 oil producing state in the nation, #1 gas producing state in the nation, even today after going through COVID, how does that help you to sell Texas and to offer these products? And I'm thinking about LNG here because I've noticed that you've mentioned that. We've got 2 facilities in Texas that are operating, 2 that are under construction. And so is this going to be an opportunity to sell in the future like we've done in the past?
LNG is really one of the biggest opportunities that we have as a state, that the world has as a future. You know, one of the reasons why emissions were lowered and why we were able to reduce NOx to such an extent that we were able to remove the equivalent of 88 million vehicles from the road is because of the transition from coal to natural gas. The same thing is happening globally. And that brings into play the LNG and the LNG shipments, because we're seeing China, India, and other countries across the entire globe tap into it. So along the lines of the world travels you were talking about, I'm the only United States governor who has privately met with the Prime Minister of India. I went to India 2 years ago and met with the Prime Minister, and we talked about LNG shipments, and I also met with the energy minister from India, and we had the opportunity to talk about what the vision the next 2 decades. And since that time, India has begun to increase the amount of LNG that they are importing. Then after that, I was in Japan in Osaka, and Osaka is a big receiver of LNG, and Japan is a big receiver of LNG. And then I have constant conversations with European leaders about receiving LNG. And we really would, the first inning of either a 9-inning or extra inning game of what will be a long runway with regard to production of natural gas to LNG that will be shipped from the Gulf Coast out of the great state of Texas to ports across the entire world. And in doing so, it will be very powerful for the economics of the businesses located in Texas, but equally powerful for the transformation of other nations winning themselves off of coal and using natural gas produced in the Lone Star State. This is a win-win for Texas, for our private sector, as well as for the entire globe.
Well, we appreciate that leadership and vision that you have, and it is exciting when you think about the role that our Gulf Coast plays in economic development, shipping crude, shipping refined product, Texas being home to about 1/3 of our nation's refining capacity, and then of course LNG. And when I think about natural gas today, I mean, it's the reason that our air quality is cleanest it's been in a generation. And so it really is making a difference, not only domestically, but globally. But then, Governor, I see cities in the United States of America taking actions to actually ban natural gas. And I think I've heard you talk about this previously. Texas legislature has a bill that will prohibit city access to the life-changing, life-altering, life-improving products. I hope that gets to make its way to your desk soon.
So I have an official name for this proposed bill. Yeah. It's called the Sanity Act. We need sanity. It is what some of these other states are doing. You know, I think it's been done either in California writ large or certain locations in California like San Francisco where they are banning hookups for natural gas going into homes, so that homes could use it either for heating or for cooking or for whatever they may need, a water heater, whatever the case may be. Texas is not going to go down that pathway. But something that we all need to collectively come to grips with is the reality that in the state of Texas, there are a lot of different philosophical opinions. There's one thought process that you see most people in the Permian Basin have, but I think you all know there's a different mental process that some people in Austin, Texas have in the city of Austin. We've seen, for example, in the past, we saw the city of Denton pass a ban on fracking. So you all need to understand there are cities in the state of Texas that do pose threats to the future of the oil and gas sector. One of those future potential threats would be for like the city of Austin or some other city in the state of Texas to ban hookups for residential customers or maybe even business customers from being able to use natural gas. We're going to stop that dead in its tracks. by passing the bill that you're talking about to make sure that every customer in the state of Texas is going to have their own choice to choose natural gas for one of their supplies of energy because it's a cheap, clean use of energy.
We appreciate that, and it's about choice. And I know the legislature has a lot of challenges here, and we're marching toward the end of this regular session. Another piece of legislation that's caught our attention. Obviously, we're on the downside of COVID. Thank you for I don't think you've had a day off in 365 days because of the additional pressures on our state. But there's a bill dealing with liability protection for those that have faced the tough times and still delivered the goods that everyone needs and relies. Do you expect a bill like that to maybe make its way to your desk as well? And give us your thoughts about that, if you will.
So let me answer the question, but first, let me update you on the status of the pandemic in the state of Texas. As of yesterday, we had the lowest positivity rate since the latter part of May. So in almost 10 months, the lowest positivity rate. We had the lowest number of hospitalizations in 6 months. We had the lowest number of fatalities associated with COVID for this year. So all the metrics are looking good. The increase in vaccinations is happening very rapidly. There is a group of people who are most likely to be the people who would be hospitalized or lose their life because of COVID. And those are people who are age 65 and older. And now more than 55% of the people who fall within that category have received vaccine shots. Actually, more than 30% of the people between the age of 50 and 65 have also received a vaccine shot. So these are the reasons why we're seeing good results coming out. Going back to your question, however, this is so important because during the course of the pandemic, there were a lot of businesses to pay bills. They needed to stay open. They had rent to pay, they had salaries to pay, they had other bills to pay. And so they needed to be open, and they opened and did so safely, following all these protocols that were issued about the safe way to operate. And they should not now be subject to litigation that could put them out of business. That's why I declared it to be an emergency item for the legislature to address, to get a bill to my desk for me to sign that provided liability protection for any individual that opened up safely following the rules. You should not be subject to liability. And so I want to sign that law into effect.
We look forward to that. That's going to be a good day. And I think it sends the right message about the business climate in Texas. You've helped attract a lot of new businesses to this state. We've had phenomenal growth. I think about infrastructure needs. Bruce Bugg is your chairman of the TxDOT, that it really is focused on connectivity for Texans. I'm thinking about broadband internet access, capabilities, water supplies, the movement of product from the Permian to the ports, and moving cattle and cotton from the plains to our ports so that we can continue to grow. As a state, we have this phenomenal growth, but we need to also maintain our infrastructure in all of these areas. And I know you've been a leader on that. Do you think we're poised to build that infrastructure? Are we going to be able to attract that private investment and the government investment when it comes to roads and things like that?
Yeah, I feel very confident about it. First, one reason why we do have so many resources available for us to invest in roads is because of the oil and gas severance tax that helps a whole lot. But Bruce Bugg is chairman of the Texas Department of Transportation Commission, and he probably has spent more time in the Permian Basin region than anybody else ever has, and probably more time there than any other region in the state of Texas. He's very familiar with the needs in the energy sector from the Permian Basin all the way to the ports. And I feel very confident that we will be able to continue to build out road as well as pipeline transportation. You mentioned some others, though, that are very important. One is broadband. This is important to so many different regions across the state, but especially rural Texas. Think Permian Basin, but the outer parts of the Permian Basin where people may not have access to broadband. Broadband is important for business operations wherever they may be in the Delaware Basin, name the place. But separate from that, it's important for education operations is important for a new thing that sprung up very prolifically because of the pandemic, and that is telemedicine. It's so useful, but it actually is sparse in certain regions of the state of Texas. So another one of my priorities is to make sure that we do get broadband expansion passed throughout the entire state of Texas. Bottom line, broadband, whether it be roads, whether it be ports, I think it's going to be a very good few years for the state of Texas, where we will position ourselves for even stronger economic growth. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't remind the audience about where we are in that regard. Quite amazingly, during the year of the pandemic, Texas continued to excel in economic development. An award is given out every single year to the state that ranks #1 in the United States for economic development. It's called the Governor's Cup. And for the year 2020, for the pandemic year, Texas once again ranked #1 in the United States for job growth creation, for capital investment creation, for economic development, and we won the Governor's Cup. But at the same time, we continue to expand operationally. Businesses choose to come to the state of Texas because we do have a better system of government, and we will see. Last thing I'll say about this is that during the pandemic year, Texas also elevated internationally. So used to in my speeches, I would talk about how if Texas were its own country, we would have the 10th largest economy in the world. That's no longer true. Because as of today, if Texas were its own country, we would have the 9th largest economy in the entire world. I know you're wondering, who did we pass? Brazil. We passed Brazil over the past year. So our economy continues to grow, not just locally, not just nationally, but internationally. And I know for a fact that the oil and gas sector, the energy sector, plays a tremendous role in that growth.
Well, Governor, when you use that line, if Texas were its own country, there's usually a standing ovation in the crowds that I've been in when I've heard you say that, and I'm that way today as well. And all this doesn't happen by chance. I mean, it really can get away from countries, we get away from societies when they fail, and to create that good environment where jobs can flourish and people can rise up. I'm excited that Texas is still that home for opportunity, and it doesn't matter the circumstances of your birth, you can rise up and accomplish anything in this life. In the East Texas area, the Haynesville is still very active there. We're home to the Eagle Ford, we're home to the Permian Basin. Energy advocates that we have with us, we have oil and gas employees whose lives depend on this future. We have chambers of commerce with us from all over Texas who are tremendously great partners and recognize we need to have a good place to work in our community, and that makes a good state. With your time today, we know how busy sessions are. What are some closing thoughts you'd like to share with this very diverse group who love Texas, who care about this industry's future, and how can they become even better advocates to help sell Texas right along with you?
A couple of things. One is we do need you to be advocates, and so that's a very well chosen word. We need to hear from you, whether it be my office or legislators. You need to stand up and advocate for you and your positions. And it's important what you did when it impacts every region of Texas. It's not just the Permian Basin, it's East Texas, it's the Eagle Ford Shale, it's so many regions across the state. And so you are diversified geographically, and your diverse input to your members at home, but also to members here, legislative members here in the Capitol, is essential to make sure that your needs are going to be delivered during the session. I would, if I could, just like to real quickly plug in something that we did not address, because I want to make sure everybody on this video knows, and that is we went through circumstances in February with the freeze that posed challenges for life, it posed challenges for safety, but also posed challenges for the oil and gas sector. Know this session is not going to end until we fully address all of the challenges posed by the winter storm, and we ensure when we leave the session, we will never again have any type of challenge like that again, because we will have adequate power flaws taking place, whether it be with ERCOT or anybody else. We will have, whether it's in the winter or the summer or any other time, we expect for the power to stay on, and we will leave the session with that result.
Well, we know your leadership will make a difference. We know that those that have heard this message today take it to heart, And folks, we've just heard from the 48th governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. Thank you so much, Governor, for being with us today.
Thank you, and thank you all.
I think it's clear after hearing from our exceptional slate of speakers that this industry has a powerful message to tell, but we must do a better job of telling this meaningful story. That's why your participation today is so important. Your involvement in Texas Energy Day at the Capitol, even this year in a virtual setting, will ensure the decisions made in Austin reflect your values and your future. We have some action items for you after our program and in the future. Reach out to your lawmakers and their staff and remind them that Texas Energy Day at the Capitol is about jobs, it's about science-based regulation, and it's about energy security for our nation. Tell them the oil and natural gas industry matters to you because many of you work directly in this industry, or you have a friend, a neighbor, or a family member who does. Even if you don't work directly for the industry, the 96% of the products you use every day are made from oil and natural gas. Tell them the oil and natural gas industry matters to all Texans because of the billions this industry pays to support so many vital state and local services like paving our roads, building and funding our schools, and supporting our first responders. Tell them the oil and natural gas industry matters to America because we are now less dependent on other nations for our energy needs. We are more energy secure than ever before. We hope you'll stick around and join us for the rest of our virtual Texas Energy Day. Don't forget about the Q&A that will pop up on the screen throughout the remainder of the program, where we'll be testing your energy IQ, and 2 lucky winners will win a Yeti cooler. You can submit your answers through the comment sections on our YouTube and Facebook live streams. Some other exciting parts of the day coming up is our live stream of lunch at the Capitol, the innovative and informative industry videos on our virtual Energy Avenue, and more conversations with your legislators during our delegation meetings. The schedule for the full day can be found on your screen. I want to again thank all of our sponsors and our partners that made today a reality. A huge thank you to our platinum sponsor, Chevron, for feeding our legislators and their staff here in Austin with the delicious local food trucks.
Well, good afternoon or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be with you. We're here live on Energy Avenue where we have the food trucks. We hope you've had a good morning this morning listening to our speakers. I'm here today with two state representatives to talk about just a little bit what energy means and how important is oil and natural gas to make certain that Texas grows.
It's very important. Thank you for what you're doing for our state. Thank you for being out here today. We all saw not too long ago how important energy is to our state, and I know that you're going to make sure Texans are served well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. We're glad to be here, Representative. Same here. We saw about a month ago how important it is, and we've always known, but we're going to do our best to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore, and that we do all we need to do to make sure that we've got enough energy to produce for the entire state. And so I look forward to working with you guys on it and with my colleagues in the House and Senate. And look forward to it. Thank you. We do the same. Thank you for coming out today. We appreciate your leadership. Thank you so much. But the food trucks are here at the Capitol. So if you're hearing me now, you better run out here. We've got a great amount of food trucks and treats for you. This is all possible, obviously, because of our sponsors. We certainly appreciate our platinum sponsor, Chevron, for making these treats available. It's a fun day at the Capitol. You've heard some very good speakers this morning. We're about to go to Virtual Energy Avenue now, and you'll see some exciting, new, innovative technology that is making a difference in providing cleaner and better and stronger energy for Texas and the world. And so I know you won't want to miss Virtual Energy Avenue. And then following that, we're going to have live delegation meetings where you'll hear directly from state reps and state senators for your region of the state. So please stay tuned with us. We've got a lot more fun planned. Thank you for joining in.
We can't predict the future, but together we will create it. There's so much raw potential in this moment. where things that once seemed impossible are now possible. We're evolving the way we think, the way we connect, and the way we do business.
We're creating a digital representation of our enterprise to strategically integrate and use data. What this does is allows us to make faster and better decisions, to increase efficiencies and optimize business outcomes. But most importantly, this connects us. Individuals, teams, functions, and assets coming together as one Marathon Oil. Merging the physical and digital worlds is fundamental, not only to the future of our company, but to the industry as a whole. We will all innovate together, and that is truly powerful, beyond any technology.
Together, we're embracing unconventional thinking. This is a bold move forward, and it's powered by people, and it's truly launching us all into a new era. To make this happen, though, we have to come together and work together and dream together. Every asset, every function, every work stream, each one of us plays such an important role. So let's take this journey as one MRO. Let's lead with unconventional thinking. Let's build the digital basin. And together, let's shape the future of Marathon Oil.
This is my family. They created me to make a difference. They taught me to be curious and to never stop exploring. I always have their backs, even at 300 feet. Up here, I can see things from every angle so work can be done more efficiently.
Inspection complete. Asset is clear.
I help keep the environment cleaner and our people safe by minimizing their time on the road. And I have to admit, the view is pretty amazing. From the moment I get up to the moment I fall asleep. I work tirelessly to make the world a better place for all of us. But it hardly feels like work because I was made for this.
There's a lot of oil trapped in the subterranean rock of the Permian Basin, but to get it out of the ground, you need water. And in the dry and remote lands of the China Draw Valley in West Texas, water is not easy to come by.
Water is a precious resource. If you notice behind me, it's more of a desert climate. We tend to be in a drought a lot of times, so water availability is very low. We can't drill wells, we cannot complete wells without water. The completion design has changed, and now it's increased to where we use about 550,000 barrels of water per well. And so with that increase in water demand, that's when we had to start looking creatively at how can we supply that water in a more environmentally prudent manner.
Karen and her team work on a project designed to do just that. It's a system by which produced water, the water that comes out of a well as a byproduct of producing oil and gas, is captured, cleaned, and stored for use in the hydraulic fracturing of future wells.
We need water. but how can we do that in the most environmentally responsible way? We always have the option to use fresh water, but our goal is environmentally to use recycled water because one, we have availability of produced water. Two, we're setting ourselves up to be able to recycle and hold that water and reuse it.
Here's how it works. Produced water goes from a well to a central facility and then moves by pipeline into above-ground storage tanks, at which point the water goes through a series of treatments to remove solids, iron, bacteria, and other contaminants. The cleaned water goes by pipe into the large water pits, and then by lay flat pipe downhole to stimulate another well. This new system of recycling and managing water makes economic sense, and more importantly, conserves fresh water for humans and animals.
For me, this project is about not wasting. We want to conserve water. We also don't want to spill it on the ground because one, it's wasteful, it costs money, and two, if it's treated water, we want to make sure that we're not hurting the environment.
In addition to its economic and environmental advantages, this new way of managing water also makes communities safer by getting thousands of trucks off the road. Trucks that were previously the only way to get sufficient quantities of water to drill sites. These pits together hold 1.5 million barrels of water, and so it hasn't been easy filling them up for their first use. The first wells completed with help from this project earlier this year were able to use a blend of 32% treated water and local sources. Karen's team's goal is to use 100% recycled treated water for well stimulation in China Draw by 2020, and to start implementing the program in the Zia Hills area at the same time.
How can this not be exciting? You know, that we're doing groundbreaking technology with recycling water and using it to stimulate wells. We all do this for our families, right? Being able to say that when I leave here someday, I can pass this off to somebody else to take, it's a very positive thing. If we can't pass on this world to those that are coming behind us, then again, we shouldn't be operating.
Life as we know it is built on carbon. For over 100 years, we've harnessed hydrocarbons in order to bring about a quality of life humankind has never seen before. But as our planet changes with us, we're entering into a new era, one with new challenges and new understandings. At Oxy Low Carbon Ventures, we want to continue building on the progress we've made. We're taking steps right now to secure a more sustainable future, leading the charge for a better tomorrow without the departure from life as we know it today. Through ongoing initiatives to capture carbon, decarbonize electricity, and produce net zero fuels, we are already taking strides to reduce emissions on an industrial scale. At Oxy Low Carbon Ventures, we're driven by a commitment to advance the possibilities of now with the practicality of how, and to usher in the next generation of human achievement, bringing balance to a world where we all can continue to thrive.
Energy Transfer is a leader in the transportation of the oil and gas products that Americans ultimately use in thousands of products every day. Our expertise in building and operating our country's oil and gas pipeline infrastructure runs deep. Pipelines offer a safe, reliable, and environmentally responsible way to transport natural gas liquids, crude oil, and refined petroleum products. In this video, we will walk through the typical pipeline construction process. The construction and operation of pipelines is highly regulated at the local, state, and federal levels. As a company, we maintain a commitment to exceed these regulations where possible. Pipeline construction is conducted by highly skilled craftsmen. Prior to starting construction, our advanced team of engineers, geologists, biologists, and wildlife specialists conduct detailed surveys to design the safest pipeline route while minimizing our environmental footprint to the greatest extent possible. From there, our teams of landowner agents begin the process of negotiating with landowners to purchase the necessary easements through which our pipeline will be constructed. And our permitting teams work to secure the necessary construction and environmental approvals and permits. When we are ready to begin construction, crews carefully clear the right-of-way of obstructions such as trees, vegetation, boulders, and stumps. The ground is graded to create a safe, flat working surface for the crew. When grading in cultivated areas, special care is taken to remove, separate, and store topsoil so it can be restored to its original condition once construction is complete. When grading is finished, crews clearly mark the final location of the pipeline where the trench will be dug. Pipe sections are then set in a single line along the right-of-way in a step known as stringing. At this stage, some pipe sections may go through a process called bending, so they can safely follow any elevation changes or turns in the terrain. With the pipe sections now in their final shape and location, crews begin the welding process. Non-destructive testing methods inspect 100% of the welds to ensure the integrity of the pipeline, which far exceeds regulatory requirements. The welds, like the pipes themselves, are specially coated to prevent corrosion. Depending on terrain and soil conditions, track-mounted or wheel-based excavation equipment is used to dig the trench in which the pipeline will be laid. The trench is deep enough so the top of the pipe will be at least 3 feet below the surface, deeper in some areas. Any topsoil still present during excavation is once again separated and saved for reuse. Before setting the welded pipe inside the trench, the corrosion-resistant coating is re-inspected. With the trench bottom prepped for installation, the pipe is lowered into place alongside a cathodic protection system as survey crews record its exact GPS positioning. The trench is backfilled with the previously removed subsoil, followed by the topsoil. Cathodic protection systems involve the use of an electrical current to further help to prevent corrosion and to prevent the pipe from reacting to other elements in the environment. Prior to putting the pipeline into service, additional tests are conducted to ensure the pipeline's integrity. A hydrostatic pressure test is used to check the structural integrity of both the pipe and the welds. The test, which uses water, is performed at 125% of the pipeline's maximum operating pressure over a period that exceeds regulatory standards. Additionally, an internal line inspection tool ensures the pipeline's integrity. Following the successful completion of the testing measures, the right-of-way is restored to its pre-construction condition, and the area is reseeded or repopulated with native plants and grasses. Agriculture and farming activities may also resume on the land once restoration has been completed. With the pipeline now in service, future disruption to the surrounding area is kept to a minimum as the pipeline's right-of-way blends into its surroundings. To maintain the ongoing integrity of the pipeline, the right-of-way is inspected a minimum of twice a month by air and/or on foot, and often more frequently if location and weather permit. It is all part of Energy Transfer's commitment to safely serving our customers, our communities, and the world we share by protecting the land, the water, and those who live and work in the areas through which we pass.
Valero proudly makes products that are essential to life. So we're always here for you, not just today, but for generations to come. We've worked hard to become the largest independent refiner in the world, operating 15 refineries across the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, with exports to Latin America, Europe, Africa, and around the globe. But it's about more than numbers. Valero is with you, powering your life every day. And it's not just in the gasoline that fuels our cars and trucks. It's in the life-saving medical equipment that helps patients recover. It's in the hand sanitizer that keeps people safe, and the school supplies that help children learn. It's in the athletic gear that shapes our lives, and the jet fuel that moves the world above us. Everything from healthcare to public safety to technological and scientific innovations to personal adventures and beyond. Valero is there. Refining petroleum for all these uses, that's complicated work, which is why Valero operates some of the most sophisticated refineries in the industry. And we've done it in responsible ways that protect and improve our environment. And as the world evolves, so does Valero. We're America's largest producer of low-carbon, renewable fuels. We run the biggest renewable diesel facility in North America, with more growth in sight. Valero's also been a pioneer in ethanol production, with plants across the Midwest. And right now, we're harnessing power at our 50-megawatt wind farm in the Texas Panhandle. Valero is a Fortune 50 company, providing high-paying jobs and billions of dollars in economic impact for our communities, thanks to a dedicated, inclusive, and diverse global team of 10,000 employees. Keeping them and our neighbors safe is our highest priority. And of course, we're always looking to find new ways to give back and work together with our communities. We are with you, fueling lives today and far into the future. We take pride in all we do, and we're proud and blessed to be Valero.
The Corpus Christi Ship Channel Improvement Project is finally underway. This project has been 30 years in the making. Great Lakes Dredge and Dock has been awarded Contract 1. That's the first of 4 contracts that we expect the Corps of Engineers to award to be able to improve the entire Corpus Christi Ship Channel.
I grew up in Los Fresnos, Texas in the valley, then went to school in Kingsville. I'm very excited as the project manager. This is a dream come true to be able to be a part of this whole project that's making history here in Texas and in the U.S.
Contract 1 will extend the entrance of the ship channel 2.2 miles into the Gulf of Mexico and deepen to 56 feet all the way to Harbor Island here in Port Aransas. There is no company that is more experienced in the United States than these folks here. Great Lakes Dredge and Dock has been in existence for over 100 years.
This is the Cutter Hit Suction Dredge Carolina. It's the biggest dredge in our fleet, one of the biggest in the U.S. From one end to the other is about 2 football fields or 600 foot in length, and they can dig down to a depth of 90 feet.
What a cutter suction head dredge is it's like a big vacuum cleaner. That's like the brush of the vacuum cleaner. And then there's over 5 miles of hose that will take that material offshore and put it in a predetermined dredge material placement area offshore in the Gulf of Mexico.
With this particular dredge, we can dredge sand and clay, mud, we can get rock. We have the leverman, he's controlling the movement of the dredge. He's got a lot of gauges to watch, 2 pumps running, he's got winches, he's got to control his depth, he's got to watch the tide, he's got a cutter spinning, and as it engages in the soil, it's breaking it up. Slurry is hydraulically pumped through a series of pipelines and then all the way out to the disposal area.
What we do is move side to side as we cut, and then once we get to one side, we advance about 4 feet in this material, then go to the other side, advance 4 feet, and just go back and forth until we clear the whole channel. We're gonna be up to like 400 or 500 foot a day, 24/7, 365, no holidays.
Contract 1 was completed on time in March 2020, and Contract 2 was awarded in April to Callan Marine to increase the channel depth from 47 feet to 54 feet, mean lower low water, and widen the channel to 530 feet with an additional 400 feet of barge shelves. Once complete, this project will position the Port of Corpus Christi as the deepest draft channel in the Gulf of Mexico.
At standard atmospheric conditions, methane, or natural gas, is a vapor. But before it can make that long journey overseas, it has to be converted into liquid natural gas, or LNG, which is a very cool process. Cheniere is using state-of-the-art technology, which has been developed over the last 5 years, to freeze and load LNG onto their ships. Evan, who is LNG's ambassador, is here to give us an inside look at the process.
Basically, what you're seeing here is what we see on the plant, just a lot smaller and simpler. Right here in this tank, you have LNG. When natural gas is in a standard form, it's just vapor. It's literally boiling off, it's evaporating, and when we're finished, we'll have a glass of water that you can drink. If you want to pick yours up and say cheers.
Cheers.
There you go.
I'm very surprised. It's nice to know this works.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if I could get George to try it, but I might have to try.
Okay, I'll be there if you need it.
All right, I might count on you for support.
Okay, but you can do some other things that are pretty cool to show how safe LNG actually is.
Are we gonna make s'mores?
Just dip the little edge in. You can actually see it burn off.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to. It's a little cold, but you can take a bite.
Oh, yeah, it tastes like it's been in the fridge.
Now let me show you something really cool. So racquetball, normally bouncy, but put it in LNG at negative 260 degrees. No longer bouncy. Binky. Makes it bink.
I was wondering what a racquetball had to do with LNG, but this is the freezing process.
Well, this is really what we do, is we take something that's at a high temperature, put it at a low temperature. Now let me show you another one.
A flower for me?
Well, not really, for science.
All for science.
Put it in the LNG at negative 260 degrees, and a rose by any other name wouldn't crumble quite the same.
Oh my God, that is so cool.
And this really shows you how really cold it is.
My dad would kill me if I did this to his rose garden, but this is really neat. All right, let's head to the ship so we can see it in action. But first I'm gonna finish my snack.
What the oil and gas industry does is important to the economy, not only for the nation, but the world. The public is almost ignorant about what we do. The Offshore Energy Center is all about teaching about the oil and gas industry. We have 3 initiatives, the first being the Ocean Star, the second initiative is our Hall of Fame, and our third initiative is our Education Outreach Program.
The Ocean Star was an operating drilling rig. This particular rig was built in 1969 and was retired sometime in the 1980s. The Offshore Energy Center found the Ocean Star in a shipyard, spent about 3 years renovating it and turning it into what we have now, and then opened in 1997. In addition to being open for regular visitors to walk in for self-guided tours, we do field trips, scout badge projects. We've even got an overnight camp where young people can come spend the night on the rig. Groups can come in with their own guide, or we can bring someone in to help provide a more in-depth learning experience. On the second Saturday of every month, we have a standing program called Family Day, where we offer free admission to all kids 18 and younger and set up some hands-on activities. The Hall of Fame is an archival arm of the Offshore Energy Center. The early days of any industry show so much innovation and acumen that they end up kind of driving that industry.
Education outreach actually has 5 components. We have the MOLU, teacher workshops. We have our traveling trunks. We have our teacher training, facilitator conferences, and we have career fair for high school students.
MOLU stands for Mobile Oilfield Learning Unit. The MOLU has 6 self-contained units. We take it to different schools to help educate young people that there's so much more to crude oil. You get a lot of aha moments when the kids finally figure out that this is important in their life.
I never knew that crayons were made of gold.
The MOLU was designed by educators, and they correlated to the 5th grade TEAC standards. Every unit has some form of STEM in it.
I think one of the things that they learn is that it's an opportunity, it's a science where girls and guys can participate. Our girls have learned that girls can be landmen. They're going to remember something like this far longer than they do the chalk on the chalkboard. It's something they look forward to for years. Even when they're little, they walk by the gym door and they peek in and they anticipate getting to participate when they're older. Since 2008, we have had over 800 students and also some staff members here on our campus that have passed through the MOLU exhibits. And we continue to lead the district and area schools in our science scores. We feel that the MOLU presentations and all the preparation that goes into it prior to the exhibits and afterwards have directly contributed to the national recognition that Bear Branch Elementary has received for the last 3 years for science achievement.
Besides the MOLUs, the OEC provides training workshops for teachers, and we train them to use the activities that come in this box.
They contain a lot of energy activities and a lot of earth science. Earth science is a component that is pretty much pushed off to the side, and it's mainly because they don't have the resources. So we're providing that niche for those teachers. As long as they come to a workshop, they're able to check out our Playing with Petroleum kit for the duration of their career. We know there is a big need for STEM education. We know we need to grow more engineers. Our curriculum meets both the state standards and the national standards. We're the best resource that most people don't know about, and we want to make it available to all schools.
Most of the education programs are free to the teachers, so we're heavily supported by the offshore energy industry. We look forward to educating future generations of oil and gas workers.
Challenges. They test our fortitude, determination, and resiliency. Challenges present a chance to make bold choices, smart choices, ethical choices, choices that empower tomorrow. America faces an energy challenge. How do we affordably and reliably satisfy energy demand in a safe, sustainable, and environmentally responsible way? Not in 50 years, not in 20 years, but today. As America's clean energy partner, Williams has risen to the challenge over the last century. As we look ahead, growing energy consumption, new technologies, and evolving customer demands fuel our next great strides as an industry leader. These challenges power us to empower a better world. Empowerment starts with investing locally, supporting STEM education that prepares students to conquer tomorrow's challenges, championing vibrant workforce diversity initiatives, strengthening and protecting the communities we serve. Empowering a better world requires setting and achieving bolder goals, reaching 56% absolute reduction in emissions by 2030, putting us on track to meet an ambitious net zero goal by 2050. Embracing emerging technologies and renewables that accelerate our journey to net zero. Investing in solar energy to support our natural gas infrastructure. Evolving the country's energy production by supplying utilities with the clean natural gas they need to ease their reliance on coal and oil and accelerate sustainable energy goals. Solving America's energy challenge powers us. That's why Williams makes clean energy happen.
Liberty family, I want to comment on the beautiful North Face jackets that we all received in December 2017. Over 2,000 of them. I love North Face gear, and I have a good friend who's been a lifer at North Face. But their refusal to make products for Innovex, a company in our industry, is way over the line. It's not just fashionable virtue signaling. It's hypocritical, wrong, and in fact damaging. It is hypocritical because these jackets are made out of oil and gas and made with oil and gas. And their main target market, outdoor recreation, which I'm an enthusiast of, only became and remains a possible human endeavor because of oil and gas. Before our industry began, say 200 years ago, global human life expectancy was around 30 years. Today it's 72, and 90% of humanity lived on less than $2 a day. Not many mountain climbers, skiers, snowboarders, hikers, or recreational backpackers in those days. There was no spare time, no extra wealth, or the modern transportation necessary to pursue any of these endeavors. All of these endeavors today are only made possible by the dramatic transformations of the modern world that were enabled by oil and gas. Take mountain climbing, for example. My brother and I are big fans of this sport. The boots we climb in, they're made out of oil and gas. The ropes we use to protect ourselves, made out of oil and gas. Ice tools when you're climbing ice, made out of oil and gas. The protective gear we use on mountains, all are made out of precision metals. The mining, processing, and transportation of those materials to make these pieces, impossible without oil and gas. North Face claims its stance is based on climate change concerns, but that is not consistent with the facts. The largest factor driving down U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by far has been the technology advancements from our industry that enabled the American shale revolution. Because of that, natural gas now supplies 40% of U.S. electricity, rapidly displacing coal and driving current U.S. greenhouse gas emissions on a per-person basis to the lowest level since before I was born. Global progress in greenhouse gas emissions is also being led by our efforts. Outside the U.S., coal still dominates in electricity production, but after 2 decades of rapid increases, global coal consumption has plateaued the last several years, thanks to U.S. natural gas exports driving up global availability and dramatically lowering the cost of natural gas. Of course, wind and solar are contributing there also, but far less than natural gas. I have worked in my career in fusion energy, solar energy, and geothermal energy. I don't care where energy comes from, as long as it is affordable, reliable, clean, and lifts up human lives. This is where the North Face position is damaging, in addition to hypocritical and wrong. 1/3 of humanity still cooks with wood, dung, and agricultural waste, solid biomass. The indoor air pollution, smoke from this kills 3 million folks every year, according to the World Health Organization. My family saw this firsthand in Tanzania 18 months ago, where 85% of the population still cooks with wood, dung, and ag waste. However, surging U.S. propane exports, sold globally as LPG, is the road out of energy poverty and brings clean burning stoves, which also saves an hour a day that was previously used to gather wood for cooking fuel. Tanzanians all want to make the jump to clean cooking fuels, and many are. Further, 1 billion people have no access to electricity, and another billion only intermittent access. Widespread energy poverty also leads to the lack of access to clean drinking water, access to medical care, malnutrition, and poor education. This is the global energy crisis of our time. Why do you never hear about this? Perhaps from North Face, it is because these desperately poor folks don't buy fancy jackets. Sadly, problems of the world's poor, and the poor in our country, simply rank low on most people's lists. Not so at Liberty. We are committed to bettering human lives. All this and more will be covered in our upcoming Liberty Sustainability Report. Of course, we also talk about climate change, another global energy challenge, and our efforts to address it. It is real and global, but even the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recognizes that the impacts of climate change today are far smaller and slower moving than the urgent energy poverty crisis. As long as it is fashionable to myopically focus only on climate change, the tragic and preventable loss of life, health, and opportunity that accompany energy poverty will be tragically ignored. This is wrong and cannot stand. We all must speak out about this. Shame on North Face. Oh, and check out my new coat epoxy jacket. Their sustainability focus aligns nicely with Liberty, improving human lives. They support programs focused on fighting poverty and malaria, helping bring education to poor rural areas, and helping refugees. We may see a coat epoxy jacket in our future. I sure hope so. Take care, Liberty family.
The Freeport LNG story has been nearly 20 years in the making, and the road to becoming operational has been quite a journey. But to understand what it's taken to get Freeport LNG where it is today, we have to start at the beginning. For over 40 years, LNG has been shipped safely and securely around the world. But what is LNG? It is simply natural gas in its liquid form. Natural gas is converted to LNG by cooling it to -260 degrees Fahrenheit. This cooling process reduces its volume by over 600 times, which allows for its transport on massive LNG tanker ships. LNG is odorless, colorless, and non-toxic. Simply put, LNG is a safer, cleaner, and more environmentally sound alternative to other more volatile energy sources that have a significant environmental impact. Freeport LNG was founded in 2002 as a regas, or LNG import facility. In 2010, the LNG market changed dramatically, and Freeport LNG changed its course from being an LNG import facility to one that exported LNG. After nearly a decade of developmental work, permitting, raising financial capital, securing customers, investors, partners, and construction, Freeport LNG is now an operating LNG export facility, the 7th largest in the world and 2nd largest in the U.S.
Freeport is ideally located. We are a 3-train, 15 million ton per annum plus LNG export facility.
I would say that Freeport LNG is a small company made up of people that have come from big company backgrounds. We all came from very large companies, had expertise in large projects, in oil and gas operations, and have brought their expertise and the talents and the knowledge from those to bring the best of Freeport LNG.
Well, first and foremost, we are a service business, making sure that we provide top-notch service to our customers who have signed long-term tolling agreements with Freeport, and being best in class. We have a unique group of employees at Freeport that I think sets us apart.
This is a group of community-focused individuals, so much so that it takes an annual community investment report booklet to properly tell the story. So you'll see our employees cleaning our beaches, running for the Susan G. Komen, golfing for the United Way, making backpacks for underprivileged school children, and so much more.
Cost efficiency is becoming much more important in the industry, but there's still certain minimum things that everyone in the industry has to do. Safety, environmental consciousness, and so forth. But the priority is to protect the environment, protect the employees especially.
Well, it's more than a buzzword to Freeport to be environmental stewards. We've actually done it in how we've designed our facilities. From our electric motors that eliminate 90% of the CO2 emissions that a conventional LNG facility that burns natural gas would use, to environmental stewardship and how we have reclaimed the wetlands along our intercoastal waterway. And then when we talk about safety, we have an amazing safety record. All of those things combined is things that I think set us apart environmentally and safety-wise for anyone in our industry.
I'd say we're highly respected in the LNG market. The expertise that we have stems the full value chain of the global LNG world, and that is extremely fascinating.
The market has changed quite a bit. It's much more of a commodity business. But we've created a business model with customers that expect a high level of reliability, and we have to keep our employees safe, the environment safe.
Freeport is ideally located in the port of Freeport. We have the closest loading area to the facility, so it takes an hour from where the ships enter the channel to reach our docks.
We take pride in being good stewards as a company, and kind of being able to look at holistically both the regulatory side, the environmental side, the community relations side. Again, it's just something that is part of our culture, and I'm glad it is.
The talent here carries the day, and through the technical competence of the people that have been brought here, the right things are getting done every day. It's just a great place to be.
Located in far West Texas, the Permian Basin is one of the most prolific oil and gas fields in the world. Shell has a stake in the Permian, which anchors Shell's unconventionals business. So, thanks for your interest, and welcome to the wonderful world of West Texas oil and gas.
All right, well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're so glad that you're joining us today to continue Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021. We've had a tremendously talented group of speakers today, and we certainly have that for you now as we start our delegation meetings. You'll hear directly from senators and representatives from 4 different regions of Texas. The 4 regions and their meeting time is displayed on your screen, or will be soon. The delegation members for our first meeting are joining us, and we've had a good time getting to visit a little bit here. Our program begins. None of this would be without our sponsors. We certainly want to thank Chevron, our platinum sponsor. We also want to thank BP America, ConocoPhillips, Diamondback Energy, Energy Transfer, Occidental, Ovintiv, Pioneer Natural Resources, the Port of Corpus Christi, Shell, Cheniere, Devon Energy, Halliburton, Liberty Oilfield Services, Marathon Oil, PDC Energy, Sempra LNG, and Valero. So now we have assembled before you today our Permian Basin, Panhandle, and West Texas legislators, and some may join us in and out of this segment that we have today. We appreciate you taking of your time. We know how busy things are today, and our viewers have actually sent in questions, and so I want to do kind of a round robin to get us started here. So that we can get going, but our viewers have sent in questions if we have time. So Dean Craddock, you're the Dean of the Texas House. We thought we'd start with you today and look forward to your conversation, opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Todd, and thank you for having us today on Texas Energy Day at the Capitol. And we're sorry it's where we are, where everybody can't be here, but I think this is going to work great. As your viewers know, the Permian Basin is the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world. The basin produces 4.2 billion barrels of crude per year. Texas generates approximately 40% of the United States oil production, and the Permian Basin alone accounts for 70% of the United States production. This is all important. We just got through a storm where we had a lot of interesting things happen. Obviously, they were negative with losing gas generation and electricity and all the different things that went on. So it's important. There's a lot of legislation in both bodies, the House and the Senate. I know Kel's on to talk about that on that side, that are looking at different avenues where we might keep this from happening in the future. And I think it's important for the industry to monitor and give input on these so that we'll be able to continue in these positions, being the #1 producer in the world and things like that. Different ideas have been put forth. The House has one by Chairman Goldman, who's the chairman of the Energy Committee, and he's doing this creation of the Texas Electricity Supply Chain Mapping Committee, and I assume y'all are putting some input into it. In fact, I think you testified on it Todd, when I'm on that committee. I think there are a lot of things like that we need to look at and follow to see how it's going to affect the industry. As for our side, we've introduced the Grow Fund again, which we did 2 years ago, and it passed the House, and it's got to have a 2/3 vote to pass the House, and didn't get up in the Senate, was late. We're getting ready to have a hearing on it. We've got to have our appropriations bill passed before we can do that. That's just a requirement on the House side. Cal, I don't know if you have that over in the Senate side, but we have it where you can't vote on anything that has a fiscal note on until after the appropriations bill's been done. So we're getting ready to do that, and the Grow Fund is to help, obviously there to help energy-related counties and places across the country, the state, across the whole state in times of need. And I think that's needed in all of our areas that we're on this deal today. So I'll stop and we'll go on so you can have the questions.
We appreciate that input. It's very, very much on point on what is taking place today. Senator Kel Seliger, we're glad that you're with us as well. So thank you for joining us today. It's a busy day.
It's awfully nice of you to have me. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the oil and gas industry and the Panhandle and the Permian Basin, which increasingly people in the state appreciate because the fact that it is unquestionably one of the cornerstones of the Texas economy and the most productive field in the world. And it means so much to us in so many areas, from the employment of 200 to 300,000 people to what it means to the Permanent School Fund and the Permanent University Fund. And it's just simply very, very important. And I happen to think, in the light of the fact that ours is a 53% service economy, but the oil and gas industry is kind of pure industry. And it's nice to have it in that area. One of the interesting things that we've discussed recently is the recent weather crisis or catastrophe in the state of Texas. Now, in the Panhandle, we call that a little cold snap, but I realize that it's not that way in the rest of the state. And one of the things that we heard from media around here, well, really maybe it started with the oil and gas industry and the shortcomings there. When I was in Midland with Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Kirk Edwards and Luke Dunn sat down and talked with us and made it very clear that people understood that as current was redirected in the state of Texas along that ERCOT grid, somebody felt it necessary to divert some of that electricity from the Permian Basin to other places it was needed. But what that meant was that we weren't able to dispatch some of the natural gas that we had to have to generate the electricity in the first place. That natural gas wasn't the problem. It was really a good part of the solution to the problem, but somebody made a mistake on allocation. And we've been working hard at that message, and I think people are beginning to assimilate it. But it gets somewhat easier, and there's more credibility nowadays when we talk about policy and legislation regarding oil and gas that is positive for oil and gas. And those may be transportation issues regarding water and things like that. Because if you look at a Texas economy without that oil and gas, or without an industry the size of oil and gas, this state is far less significant than it would otherwise be. But I appreciate being here, and I look forward to listening to Representative Craddick answer all the questions.
Well, with this group that's assembled here today from the Permian Basin, the Panhandle, and West Texas, I think you all could solve the world's problems right here if we just let y'all do it for a while. I see Representative Tracy King is on my screen next on my end. And so Representative King, we're glad you're with us today, and appreciate you taking time out.
Thank you, Todd. Are y'all able to hear me okay?
We are. Audio's good. Video is a little scary though, Representative. No.
Yeah, I've been working with all of the settings on here, all of the image enhancers, the different virtual screens and I haven't been able to find the Cary Grant picture that I'm looking for, but anyway. So I just want to really, I would just be reiterating whatever Speaker Craddock and Senator Sullinger said. Of course, I represent an area that's got lots and lots of oil and gas, Eagle Ford, and then older production, also more shallow and some more deep than that. And from the top of the district, well, Uvalde County doesn't have a single producing oil and gas well, never has had. But every other county that I represent has significant oil and gas. And so and you're able to see it. You know, Zapata County had a really large gas play for a long time, 10 or 15 years. They had a pretty good run until gas prices collapsed a number of years ago. And it's a real lesson on what it can do to an economy and a community that becomes real reliant on that. But certainly this last storm indicated the need to designate a lot of those structures, compressor stations, as critical facilities. And I look forward to working in the legislative process to make sure that oil and gas can continue to be a viable commodity, and hopefully the prices of oil will recover some and go up some, so that it makes that they'll start hiring a lot more people and drilling more wells like they were.
That's exactly right. The rig count is easing up a little bit. Prices are certainly better than they were a year ago, but I think companies are trying to find a way forward in spite of all the difficulties that have occurred. And public policy really matters. It really matters for jobs. It matters for investment. You can produce oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. You all have a great corner of it in that region of the state, and we want to see that continue. And we appreciate your leadership. Representative Drew Darby is with us as well. Representative Darby, a longtime friend, a longtime leader. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely, Todd. And it's always a pleasure to be with my colleagues in the House and the Senate. Clearly, this delegation is something to be proud of, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I also note that this particular segment of your presentation contains most of the production in the state of Texas, and I'm proud to represent part of that area. I'm not going to reiterate, in the interest of time, all the great positive things said to you by the senator and the other two representatives. I'm just going to tell you thanks for what you do. We were honored today on the floor of the Texas House to honor Steve Perry. As we all know, he passed last year, and it was my honor to recognize him and his service on the floor of the Texas House today. And thanks to all the folks on this call for how you impact your state government, not only financially, but certainly through the policy that you advocate through Texoga and your other associations. Keep doing that. It's important that we hear from you. We've got some good legislation. Clearly, the storm event has disclosed some of the weaknesses, but we need to shore those up. Personally, I've got some bills that we're moving forward with. We've got a hearing tomorrow on one of them. Has to do with transmission. One of the things we found out during the storm is there was some stranded generation that could not get to where we needed it in that time. And so hopefully this legislation will address some of that. We've got some drill cutting legislation and some other TxNet. We want to reauthorize TxNet and our induced seismicity study that we do. But look forward to working with the association and certainly the members represented by this association and the delegation on this call today. And look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you. We appreciate you mentioning our friend Steve Perry. It was a sad loss for all of us when he passed away, but his memory and legacy will continue. And he was a great influence to many of us and many who are listening today as well. Representative Morales, we're so glad that you joined us today. Eagle Pass, Texas. This is your first session in the Texas legislature. It's pretty easy work, right? No pressure, no heavy lifting.
Oh my God. And just to be around, thank you, Mr. Staples, to be around, such titans, my colleagues here, is just a great opportunity for me to learn from them and take guidance and advice, especially on issues so important as what Texoga is doing for all of Texas. As you know, I represent District 74. It starts in Eagle Pass, which is Maverick County there on the south central border, and it goes all the way to the outskirts of El Paso. I have some of the highest oil and gas producing counties, such as Pecos, Reeves, and Loving County. And so I really have made an opportunity to visit with each one of the members that you have participating here, and really look forward to continuing to work with them. And more than anything, just stay quiet and just take absorb as much as I can and as is possible from these leaders that you have before you. So thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you. I'm also supporting the Texas Growth Fund that Representative Craddock has proposed. I signed on to it really early, knowing that my district needs it, and this will be a great opportunity. And I look forward. I'm here as an asset, and if you can use me, please, make sure that you reach out to us.
We know you've hit the ground running, and we do have a very distinguished group that's with us today that have been policymakers and impact players, not just for oil and natural gas, which is obviously the focus of our Energy Day, but for the entire state of Texas. And so we have energy advocates that are focused in your area. We have chambers of commerce that are partners with us today. We have allied trades, the Alliance, TPA, PBPA, PPROA, TIPRO, and others, the Propane Association, and just the list could go on and on of allies that are partnering to promote oil and natural gas, recognizing that it represents 30% of our private sector gross state product, recognizing that oil and gas has a bright future for Texas. So our first question that we had from some of our audience today was, what are things that energy employees can be doing to help promote this industry, recognizing that so many people are questioning oil and gas today. They don't realize the environmental progress that oil and gas is actually making, the reduction in flaring rates, the reduction in methane rates. So they were wondering from you as policymakers, how could they be influential to other parts of the state that they have relatives and friends in? Anybody want to pick up with that and run with that this morning, afternoon, now?
I'll take a jab at it.
No,
go ahead.
The companies and the employees in the oil and gas industry have set the pace in some areas that are particularly important in the state of Texas. Completion techniques nowadays take a lot of water. And when the early part of this decade, there was some concern expressed, and this is important because if you look at the recycling techniques and recovery techniques and reutilization techniques that are going on in the Permian Basin right now, that were started by people like Pioneer and Concho and Fasken Ranches, all that was done at considerable cost when you talk about impounding water and recycling it, and it was done absent any regulation or statute. I think that something that expansive and expensive is very seldom done in industry. And the oil and gas industry did it with no direction and no laws and no regulation. And it's a model for industry in this country. It's had a tremendous impact. That kind of leadership means a lot because it's not just leadership in oil and gas, it's industrial leadership.
Todd, let me comment if I may. I think what Kel's saying is right. The industry has learned that they've got to speak for themselves and talk to other people in areas of the state and tell them what we're doing is environmentally and everything else, in water, in these other areas. And so I think it's important that these employees of these companies continue to speak to other areas and people in other industries, including the ones that are calling on them, and explain what we're doing in the oil industry, not only in the Permian, but all across the state. And I think that's really important, the input that we're getting from employees that we never got before. And like Kel mentioned, we didn't have to pass a bill years ago to get things done. They just did it. And so now it's become, you have to pass a bill to do everything, and everybody's got to have their input, and that's fine. But except that, you know, I think we need to go back to some extent the way Kel described it, and that's where, you know, the industry knows what needs to be done in most cases, and if you just kind of back off a little, they'll get it done. At least that's the way I see it.
Okay. Well, I think you're right. I think the industry has stepped up. The employees are telling their story to their friends and their family. And I think it's important that they continue to change that narrative and talk about the innovation and the technology that is really making oil and gas companies innovation and technology companies today when we see the tremendous advancements. I see we're joined by Representative Ken King from the Panhandle. Representative King, we're glad that you were able to make it with us today, and we want to say welcome to you. And if you got a minute or two that you'd like to share with us as we get started, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, well, Todd, thanks for having me. We were having little technology challenges for me to get on, so it took a minute. But no, I'm glad to be here. You know, I'm an oil field guy, and my family has operated service companies in the Texas Panhandle since 1959, and we've done a little bit of all of it. Been producers as well. The little bit I heard the senator say and Speaker Craddock about, it seems like the theme is that these oil and gas producers, whether they're producers or service companies like myself, you know, it's time for us to beat our own drum and tell people, you know, what we are doing and how important we are. I think we've let the big oil narrative give us such a black eye, and we never wanted to defend ourselves. And, you know, it's frankly unfair. I mean, without us, AOC couldn't even have lipstick.
Well, oil and natural gas is used in makeups and medicines and tires and cell phones and eyeglasses, and really 96% of the products that we use every day, oil and gas
absolutely
is a part of. Good point. Well, we're so glad that you joined us. Representative Darby, we know that if you look at the Permian Basin, Panhandle, and West Texas, in 2020 calendar year, almost $1 billion was paid by this industry just to the local school districts in that region. Another over $334 million was paid to local counties. And so we know that's a very important aspect of it, but it also goes beyond that. And everybody in Texas benefits from oil and gas, whether you live in the oil patch or not. And there's some ways that occurs through the rainy day fund and others. Can you kind of talk about how oil and gas expands beyond the local area into other regions as well?
Well, you know, and I'll have to be brief, I know, because of the time limit. I see Representative Morrison on too. We want to hear from her. But needless to say, oil and gas industry not only funds our state treasury through general revenue, it funds the rainy day fund, it funds transportation, it funds schools. There's not a part of our economy here in Texas that's not dependent and certainly recognizes the importance of oil and gas, the health in the oil and gas industry and what they contribute. I would just say that no other industry has such widespread effect, in my opinion, on the general revenue of this state and the financial well-being of this state, both now and in the future for the state of Texas. And so keep doing what you're doing, keep turning to the right, as they say, and keep generating that revenue for not only yourselves, but certainly for the school children of Texas.
Well, I know that's a high point of pride for this industry to be able to be such a partner with all parts of Texas and helping to move this state forward in jobs and in projects that they help participate in. We're getting in the last couple of minutes here for this region of the state. Representative King, Representative Morales, maybe just touch on real quickly, if you will, how has the increased level of activity that you've seen the past 10 years changed your communities? I mean, there's more than just the spent on oil and gas. Have you seen hotels and restaurants and other activities, the spillover effect, really impact the quality of life there in your communities?
Well, I have. Certainly we've got more hotels, better hotels, more expensive hotels than we used to have. And we've been able to, you know, in the past, the middle class in our part of the world was primarily people that worked for the government, healthcare, and for the hospitals or the teachers or for the school districts. And now we have a whole different middle class of working folks there that make enough money to be able to afford nice homes and shop at nicer stores. And so it really has changed the whole makeup in South Texas in the last 10 years.
Representative Morales?
Yeah, from, coming from a retail side and owning a tortilla factory down there in Eagle Pass, I can tell you that we've firsthand have understood the positive effect that it has had on the retail market as well. You now have a more disposable income, as Representative Tracy King was saying. The middle class also has grown there in parts such as West Texas and even in Eagle Pass and Del Rio. And with this disposable income, you're then able to see more of the family getting together. Like, for example, in the retail business that we're in with our tortilla factory, it's traditional for the Mexican culture to eat their Mexican barbacoa on Sunday mornings. And you would be amazed over that period where the Eagle Ford shell was just really gunning and going, that we were seeing this additional income streams coming in, and families getting together and actually participating and visiting with each other. So definitely it's something that we would like to kickstart. Again, we know that we've had a little lull in the last few years, but hopefully it'll start changing, and we can start seeing some of that positive benefits that we saw not too long ago.
Oil and gas certainly has improved lives. It's created new opportunities for families that they've never had before. The Permian Basin, the Panhandle, West Texas has been a game changer for all of Texas. And we thank you for joining us today. We thank you for your service to this state. You have some of your colleagues that are coming on. We've got Houston and Southeast Texas coming on next. But we want to say a big thank you to all of you for joining us and for what you do to represent your region of the state and your communities, your difference makers, your leaders, and we're very grateful. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Well, good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting that we now begin our Greater Houston and Southeast Texas delegation. Our senators and representatives will be coming on and out throughout the next 30 minutes. We're delighted to start out with a distinguished group that are leaders for Texas that make a difference in our state. We hope this will be a free-flowing conversation. We have been given questions from our audience that have been sending in questions to us to get ready for today. Obviously, this region of the state is very important, not only to Texas, but to the entire world. When you think about the LNG exports, the refined products that are exported around the world, the crude that goes out of the Gulf Coast region here. And so we're glad to have leaders who understand what this industry means in terms of jobs and employment. And we'll start out maybe by just hearing a couple of comments from each one of you. And Representative Jenny Morrison, we're delighted to have you join us today, and we'll start with you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Todd. So good to be with you today. As you said, in our area, it is very important that we have oil and gas down in the area. It always has been a long tradition, a lot of production. Of course, I'm right down at the edge of the Eagle Ford Shell. And so we have production down here, trucks down here, transporting. And as you said, right along the coast, that's where we take the crude and get it transported out. So oil and gas has always been very important to my district, and also have the refineries up and down my coast also. So a lot of jobs, a lot of money, and also the very important thing is what all is put into the rainy day fund and how we use it for also for our roads and for transportation, because it's very critical once you get that crude out of the ground, then we need to transport it and get it all around the state and then transport it out all across the country, and then also across the pond and to every other nation that uses our crude. So oil and gas has always been very, very important to my district and supported heavily. And I'm glad to see that prices are coming back. It's looking good. And I am looking forward to just more production and more opportunities for all of my constituents in this great industry.
Well, thank you for those comments, and thank you for your leadership. I know oil and gas companies that live and work in our communities really make a difference. Their employees are involved in a lot of different areas. You've championed legislation that's made certain that some of the taxes and resources they've paid to the state have been going back out to those communities to help that local development. And I know that means a lot to everyone. Representative Paul, you're an engineer. You understand how infrastructure is important to making all this come together. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner. Glad to see you again, and thanks for all that you've done for Texas and what Texoga has done to help out with Texas to push this critically vital industry in our state. And as Jeannie was saying, you know, we have fabulous history with oil and gas industry here around the Houston area. We got refineries in our area. There's tons of pipelines that, you know, all the pipelines around the state terminate here in my district. We also have chemicals and tons of natural gas storage and production here with that. And as you mentioned, the infrastructure, we're going to make sure that we provide the infrastructure that's needed to make sure that this vital industry remains and stays stable, as well as a growing part of our economy, a growing part of our state. One of those things that we're going to be working on infrastructure is our coastal barrier project that we're hoping to get done. We're really creating the Gulf Coast Protection District, where we're going to be able to build this coastal barrier along the Gulf and protect all of the Houston Bay, inside the bay behind this wall, to keep it from storm surge and protect this vital industry for all the state, where we're about 25% of our gross domestic product is going to be behind that wall. So we're really excited to get that project underway, and hopefully that this bill will be the first step to get that done. So thanks for your input, sir.
Thank you. We appreciate those comments. Representative Swanson, it's good to see you today, and we thank you for joining us. You're muted. There you go.
Yes. Thank you, Todd. I want to thank you and all the members of Texoga for what you do to build a stronger economy in Texas and keep us all supplied with oil and gas. And want to particularly say that naturally, it's important to me being in the greater Houston area. It's much of our economy, always has been, and much of our tax base comes from there. Many of my constituents work in that industry. And now it's particularly important because my district is the world headquarters of Exxon. We also have Southwestern Energy and quite a few smaller industries there, smaller companies. I've always been familiar with this. I grew up in a company where my father and then my brother had a company that, it was a foundry that made products for the oil and gas industry, mud pump liners, many other things. And I grew up working in that company, knowing how vitally important the industry is. And I'm proud to say that my son is a petroleum engineering major from Texas A&M and has been working in the industry for some time now. So I'm very supportive, and we absolutely have to stand up to the Biden administration or we've got troubles. This will take down not only our area, but all of Texas.
Well, I've always good to hear about Aggies. We need more Aggies. Our Longhorns are taking over here in my office for sure. We have a lot of fun mixing that up, and we appreciate you joining us today. Representative Johnson, this is your first session in the Texas legislature. Welcome. I know you have hit the ground running, and what an opportunity to represent the people that sent you to Austin.
It's great. And Commissioner Staples, it's great to see you. Today is Orange Maroon Day here at the Capitol, so we are missing your Aggie presence. I'm proud to say hook 'em, and we're having a great time, but are so thankful that you would let us be on. I'm proud to represent House District 134, which is in the heart of Houston. And so when we think about 1 in 10 of our jobs in our area is tied to oil and gas, we obviously know how vitally important the oil and gas industry is to our economy and to the state. I am proud to be up here, not only representing these interests, but recognizing that we are looking into an economy of tomorrow. And so my goal for all of us is that as we have these robust discussions around energy transitions and where we are going forward in the energy resources of tomorrow, that oil and gas continues to be part of that process. And so we know that things are changing and that we're having big conversations. We can see that from what's happened with this devastating impacts of the storm and the winter storm. And very grateful for oil and gas ability to keep things moving at night before the disastrous effects of the storm. But obviously, we recognize in that moment of crisis how important it is to have a diversified energy portfolio. And so I am grateful that I can be here to be part of that conversation and continue to allow this community to get the support that is needed as we move forward with technology and resources and being part of the economy of tomorrow. So thank you very much for having me on to be part of this discussion.
Well, we're glad you're here. I'm glad it's Orange and Maroon Day at the Capitol, and I'm ready to go to a live football game. These virtual meetings are kind of tough. And usually we have 1,000 or so people at the Capitol, and it's really fun to see people from all over the state. Now we have them virtually, and we're so appreciative of your time. It's a little bit different format. I see Representative Reynolds has joined us. I see Representative Mays Middleton is on as well. He's off screen at the moment, but Representative Reynolds, I've gotten to see you and here in the last few days. You've been talking about the storm that Representative Johnson brought up. You've heard a lot of testimony about the storm in committee the last few days and few weeks. So thank you for joining us, and we'll hear some opening comments from you.
Absolutely. And I want to say thank you for the great testimony and the insight that you provided during the hearing, as well as when we had the organizational meeting, both at the energy and in environmental resources, environmental regulation and energy resources. So I have been very appreciative of the wisdom and the expertise that you have presented, and also the best practices to help us come up with some solutions so that we learn from the failures that we had from the crisis and become more resilient and robust as we regrow and recover. But I too echo the sentiments that were laid out by my colleagues. I have a great appreciation for our strong oil and gas industry in Texas. Has been the lifeblood of our economy and our state. I want to continue to see Texas be the energy capital of the world, to continue to be resilient. And I know that we have some growing pains and from the setback that we had last month, but we're Texas and we do things big, and we have a motto in Texas that a setback is a setup for a comeback. Where failure is not an option. And I appreciate your leadership as well as your members' leadership, for providing great jobs for our state. And I look forward to continuing to work with you throughout our important committee work this session. You are certainly indispensable in that equation. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to participate today with my colleagues, and looking forward to a great, robust session as we figure things out and get some good tools to put us in a stronger position going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that and appreciate your comments and the opportunity to have questions back and forth as we try to find the right policy, positions to move forward on. Representative Middleton, I've seen you lately in committee hearings as well. I know the work schedule is grueling at this point of the session. We're so thankful that you had time to join us today. And I know you know a little bit about this industry from a direct involvement. So we're glad to have you today and look forward to your comments.
Yeah, I appreciate all you do. So I don't know if y'all can see behind me right here. That's the Come and Take It flag. And that's not just our state motto, but I think that's our motto in the oil and gas industry for what we call the rule of capture. Whoever gets there first wins. It's just a critical part of the economy, especially in my district. I'm in the industry, and America's energy independence begins right here in Texas, and especially on the Gulf Coast. And every time I see a ship headed out of the Houston Ship Channel or the Port of Texas City. We have a huge, Enterprise Oil Tanking as a large facility there. We actually had some VLCCs there about a year ago. Those are headed out, and we're taking money from countries that don't like us. So, I mean, we're responsible for closing our national deficit. We're a net exporter now, thank goodness, thanks to our industry, oil and gas industry. And, we're really good at doing more with less. That's what we do, so, and the product of that is pretty unreal. So Mont Belvieu, for example, in my district, the median income is over $100,000 a year. And a lot of the people that live there that have been able to achieve that level of high paying career, success, they don't have a college degree. They went to community college or trade school, or like Lee College in my area, which is a community college that's partnered with Exxon for over 80 years. So, this industry is not just about our economy. It's about providing lifelong high-paying careers to our communities so people can provide for their family, buy a home in the community, raise their family in the community. So, it goes so much farther than just, what we do around here at the Capitol. I mean, even our permanent university fund, that's funded off oil and gas, and like University of Texas uses that to pay for low-income tuition scholarships or severance tax. We use that to help pay for our retired teachers' pension. It pays for our roads. Mineral tax appraisals pay for our public schools. It is just a true cornerstone of our Texas economy and our success as a state. And it's how we led the entire nation out of the 2009 recession. The oil and gas industry did. So, our industry leads, our industry provides high paying careers and jobs. And our industry also, fortunately, provides low cost energy and products to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, our state is a beneficiary of that. So I appreciate y'all having me on today, and I'm probably have to run back to committee here in a second, but thank you for all you do. It's just a vital part of not just our state economy, but my district's economy. Many people are in the oil and gas industry, both upstream, midstream, and downstream.
Well, you've certainly captured it. That's what this greater Houston area and Southeast Texas region really represents, is the entirety of this industry, from production and outside of the greater Houston area, midstream pipelines, getting that product to the Port of Houston, getting it to LNG facilities to make certain that clean natural gas is going all over the world and really literally improving the world's air quality, and then our refined products that make a big difference. We see that Representative Ed Thompson has just joined us as well. Longtime member of the legislature, Representative Thompson. We just completed a round robin and everybody gave a minute or two to open us up before we get into any questions, and we'll defer to you at this time. Perfect timing on your part.
I apologize. I had the firefighters here in my office. So
well, we understand that all of you are juggling many things today. I know Representative Middleton's got to go to hearing here fairly soon, but we'll let you start out here, and we're glad you're with us.
Thank you very much. Well, it's an honor to be with y'all, and I know what the oil and gas industry means to Texas, especially to House District 29, and I always appreciate the hard work of the folks in that industry, not only from the but also on the downstream side of it, where our area is down where we're at with a lot of our refining and that sort of thing in our area. So it's so vitally important to the economy of Texas, the good jobs that are provided, the taxes that are paid by the industry, our schools, the addition of it to education. It's just such a vital, important part of our state. And we saw a little bit of how important it really was when we had Snowvid hit, and that even to me compounds the necessity of us working with the industry and continuing for it to be a part, because it is vital to reliability from, in my opinion, of our grid, and it's stuff that we need to be there to support that. And I know that there's a lot of discussion around some of the air quality issues and that sort of thing, and the climate, and that's still important to us as Texans, and we've seen a decrease in those CO2 numbers. I know I was on the Environmental Reg Committee for 4 sessions, and we continue to see a decline in a lot of those numbers that we, are of concern. So we know that the industry is doing a good job on that. And I know it's something that y'all have committed to being a partner with the state in trying to reduce that. So I hope we can continue to work on that, because I think it is so important that that citizens of Texas realize the importance of our oil and gas industry, but that they also understand that the oil and gas industry really does want to work with its citizens and be good neighbors. And I know y'all are, and you do.
You bring up a great point. Carbon dioxide emissions are at a 30-year low today.
Right.
Methane emissions from oil and gas systems are down 23% since 1990. And this is because of a tremendous commitment of many of the men and women that are on this call today and that are participating as attendees, that have made a commitment to a cleaner, stronger energy future. And so we've got questions from them. And one of the questions that kind of came together from all the questions that came in is, industry is making a commitment to a lower emissions future. Obviously, men and women in this industry believe that oil and gas will be a part of our power supply, our energy supply for many, many years. So as we transition and as we have an all of the above energy approach, what do you need as a policymaker to hear from the women and men on this call, the chambers, the advocates? What do you need to hear from them about this industry, and how can they be an effective advocate for policymakers at the state level and at the federal level in telling their story? And so I know, Representative Morrison, your region is a little more rural than what the greater Houston, the downtown Houston area is. Let's get your perspective from your area, and then we'll go back in to the Harris County portion.
Okay. Sorry, I had another call come in. Todd, repeat your question for me real quick. Missed it.
Yeah, just what are some tips that some of the folks can think about in telling the story of how oil and gas is working to meet the concerns about our climate and making the environmental progress? What are some tips for some of the advocates that are on today that they might?
Well, I think a lot as far as helping with the climate today is with just all the research that's being done. I mean, we are learning new things every day about how we deal with the climate and how we address all these issues. And I think as we all know, after we had the huge storm just a few weeks ago, we saw how very critically important it was to get gas and make sure that gas was available, and we did not have issues with the rest of our plants because of freezing and that type of thing. And I think we're seeing a lot of industry stepping up to the plate and giving us ways that we can work with that and make sure that we keep things moving and rolling. The production also, I mean, we're just seeing so many different ways to make things economical. And I know that flaring is something that y'all are looking at also. That's been an issue for a while. And the more I read about all the different options of how we can address that, I mean, there's some really good policies out there that have come from organizations that is Texoga. I mean, areas that you are looking to resolve issues that have been going on for a while, and how Texoga, we want to make it as efficient as we can. And I think that everyone getting together and working on these issues, we're seeing a lot of that during this legislative session. And as far as working with the climate too, I think we're learning so much about that, and how that we can address those issues and make sure that, we're just ready and functioning.
Great. We appreciate that feedback. We've got a couple of minutes left before we wrap up this session. Other thoughts that our other representatives may want to share on that topic, or something else that you wanted to touch on?
Well, Todd, I think one of the things is y'all need to tell your story. That is, I don't think the average person out there probably really realizes what this industry means to our state. I look back at you talking about emissions. I was born in 1950, and the state of Texas had a population of about 7 million people the year I was born. Today, the population of Texas is, close to 30 million. And if you look back at the numbers, the emission numbers and that sort of thing, we've got a cleaner environment today than we had in 1950. The Houston Ship Channel, people wouldn't even go near it, back in the day when I was a kid. We were told to stay away from it. So, the point I'm trying to make is that there's been a lot of strides made, and our population has quadrupled just in my lifetime. And I don't think that's something that people understand and realize and know. And I think that's something that I think the industry, y'all done a great job of working through those things. I know a lot of that has been because of EPA and TCEQ and the things that the legislature's done, but y'all really need to tell your story.
That's great advice. We're out of time, but I want to give Rep. Hall and Rep. Swanson just a quick second here to jump on with us. So
real quick, Todd, I was going to say something a little bit similar with Representative Thompson. I grew up in Houston, out by the Pasadena area, so I grew up with refineries. My grandfather worked for years at the Shell refinery in Pasadena, producing oil. So we know that area and we know it, and I can tell you now that the clean air, the things that are going on, and it's all been industry-led, industry trying to do the right thing to take care of the community and be a part of where we are in our community. So I want to thank all y'all done to clean the air, and it's been a great success.
Thank you, Representative Paul. Representative Swanson?
Well, thank you. I echo the same thing. Part of it is Texoga, all your members getting your education to us, because we cannot begin to know the details that but also, as they were saying, to put this out in whatever form that you can, so that our constituents realize that they can be proud of the oil and gas industry in Texas, and that will help them support us in passing good bills that keep you guys strong.
Well, that's great advice. We appreciate that. We appreciate all of you. Representative Reynolds, we see that you're back on. We're wrapping up. We're a little over time, but any closing thoughts to share with us?
No, just let's continue to work together. I think that this is such a great, unique opportunity for Texas to lead the way in innovation, working together in a bipartisan way to get good public policy. So I look forward to forging a continued great relationship with Texoga under your tremendous leadership. And let's continue to make Texas the best place to live, work, and play, in large part because of the great, robust oil and gas industry that we have in the state.
Well, thank you, sir, for that. Thank all of you today for your time. We know how busy you are. This concludes our Greater Houston and Southeast Texas segment. We're going to take a slight break, and then we'll join with the North and East Texas delegation. Y'all have a great rest of the week, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. It's now time. We're back for our North and East Texas delegation meeting. We're delighted to have senators and representatives that represent this great part of our state. Senators, representatives, welcome to you all. We're so glad that you're with us for Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021. Just so you know, we have focused and promoted this section of our Energy Day to attract employees, chambers of commerce members, advocates of all types from your region of Texas, but it's likely that people from all across Texas and even outside of our state are joining us right now. We're delighted that you're here. We know that you're busy. I'm glad that today's program is brought not just by the Texas Oil and Gas Association, but our allies PVPA, TIPRO, the Alliance, Texas Pipeline Association, South Texas Energy Economic Roundtable. We've got a PPROA, the Panhandle Producers. We've got all the oil and gas trades have come together, and we respect what you do. We have the men and women who really make oil and gas happen that are joining us today too, from your region and from all over Texas. So let me say welcome to you, Senator Birdwell. We'll start with you and we'll work our way around the horn if you want to do that and get us started.
Sure. I'm State Senator Birdwell. I serve as Chair of Natural Resources and Economic Development on the State Senate side. We have proponency on that committee for things related to oil and gas, Railroad Commission, TCEQ, and the Workforce Commission. We actually got quite a bit accomplished last session, so that this session coming in under the auspices of COVID, we were concerned with making sure we did no harm, similar to the Hippocratic Oath, so to speak. Because look, what the oil and gas industry contributes is not just to my convenience of getting back home in 3 hours as opposed to days, a quick drive back up to Granbury, but the economic impacts, the 500, the $500 billion. Those are the kind of numbers you hear in Washington, but here in the state of Texas, the oil and gas industry is a $502 billion, a little over $500 billion industry. And it's what has made Texas so prosperous. It's been the economic foundation of our state. And we want to make sure that we continue that and not put any rocks in the rucksack of the oil and gas industry that it shouldn't have to carry. So that's what we look forward to doing there. I know there's questions, but I want to let my fellow colleagues in the House have a moment. So thank you, Todd, for the invitation.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate that. We appreciate those comments. Representative Turner, we see you've joined us, and we appreciate you joining us today.
Well, Commissioner Staples, thank you. It's always good to be with you. I appreciate the invitation. Thank y'all for being here. It's great to be with my state senator, Senator Birdwell. It's always good to be in a group with him, as well as some of my colleagues from North and East Texas. So by way of introduction, I represent District 101, which is the southeast corner of Tarrant County. It's our city of Arlington and city of Grand Prairie at the park. And I'm in my 6th term in the House. I have the privilege of serving this session as chair of the House Committee on Business and Industry, where we deal with a lot of issues pertaining to workers' compensation, to unemployment insurance, consumer protection, and then sort of that's what I can describe as kind of a grab bag of other sort of business and consumer issues, which it's a really interesting subject matter, particularly for me, because I've never served on the committee before. So I'm enjoying that challenge. And I also serve as chair of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, where I help corral 67 Democratic members as we work on issues important to our constituents. So it's good to be with you. I look forward to the conversation, and I just appreciate all your members and the important role that the oil and gas industry plays in the Texas economy and our nation's economy. Thank you for having me.
We thank you for joining us. I'm pretty sure if you don't represent them, you're pretty close to the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys in your district, and that's kind of important to all of us.
I'm close. It's very important to all of us. That's Chairman Krause's district, where both teams play, but we all claim them, or at least sometimes we claim them, depending on the season they're having. But
well, thank you for joining us today, Representative Patty. I know you represent East Texas and have had a busy schedule these past few weeks, busier than probably you planned on. We're glad you're with us today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Todd, and for all that are joined today. And it's great to join some of my colleagues and my good friend Brian on the other side of the building over there, my partner in crime on some sunset work last session, and no one I've ever enjoyed working with more than Brian Birdwell, and so good to be with him today as well.
Thank you, Chris.
Good to see you, sir.
You too, sir.
Yeah, but it's great to be with you today and on Texas Energy Day. I think we should every day take a little bit of time to express our appreciation for what the oil and gas industry means, not only for our state, but for the country and for the world, frankly. And so it's great that we have this. And I hate that we can't do as much of the in-person stuff as we have in years past, when we would literally have hundreds, if not thousands, of folks ascend on the Capitol to celebrate this industry and its impact on on our lives. And so obviously I represent a portion of East Texas, House District 9, 6 counties right along the border there on the east side, which I would tell you is equally as dangerous as any other border you might want to talk about, as we try to fend off those Louisiana folks over there. And so we're doing our part as representing 6 of the 9 counties that border Louisiana there. But when it comes to the oil and gas industry, our folks have a great appreciation and a great dependency on the oil and gas industry from an economic development and job standpoint. So much so from a natural gas standpoint, in my real life, I'm in the radio business, and one of our stations, the call letters are actually KGAS, KGAS, because of the amount of natural gas that has been and continues to be produced in our area. And so we have a great appreciation for it. But I want to take a moment really to thank the industry as well. And I think I congratulate you on, I think we're all doing a much better job of telling the story of oil and gas and making people understand who maybe some of folks who don't have as much of an appreciation or have a bit of a misunderstanding about the oil and gas industry and the impact it has on not only our economy, but our environment. And I think it's important for people to know that oil and gas, the industry as a whole, is really leading the way in a lot of the efforts when we talk about emissions and lots of other issues. The folks that are really leading in innovation and the amount of money that's being invested is the industry itself. And so you probably don't get enough praise for that, but I hope we'll keep that in mind. And from an economic development standpoint, just the sheer number of jobs, both direct and indirect, that are impacted by the industry. And for those that are appropriators in our bodies, we certainly have an appreciation for the economic impact of the oil and gas industry and the fact that it allows us to fund a whole lot of wonderful things that we enjoy in this state. And so I just appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. And as someone who spent three sessions on the Energy Resources Committee, and most recently last session as the chair, I've had an opportunity to interact with the industry, and it's always been very enjoyable. And I just have a great appreciation for what you do, and it's great to be with you today.
Well, we're so glad that you took time to be here. In the big border crisis, I think that you're responsible for, Chairman Patty. You got to stop our football players from going over and crossing the border and playing at LSU. That's right. The biggest threat and crisis that we're facing right now, and we need to certainly focus on that.
Yeah, we need a bill on that, I think.
I think that's right. Representative Phil King, so glad you were able to make it today. I know the schedule was tough to juggle. Thanks for joining us, and this is a free-flowing conversation, and we're glad that you all are here. So we want to hear from you as well.
Well, thank you, and it's just such an honor to be with these other reps and one senator next door to me as well. I guess that's the one ranger, one riot deal. So it's all it takes. But kind of like Chris said, and being on his committee in state affairs, I don't think Texans realized until the week of February the 14th, that if you don't have natural gas, your lights don't come on at your house. And I know for me, I've spent most of the time, and I'll blame Chris for this, for most of the time for the last 4 weeks working on nothing but electricity. And, we call electricity energy, but it's not. We use energy to create electricity. And the number one thing we use is natural gas to do that. And coal is difficult in the environment that we're in, I guess. And I don't know if we'll ever get another nuclear plant. And so if Texas wants to continue to have the most reliable, which it has been until this most recent cascade, and the most cost-effective electricity in the country, bringing jobs here, we're going to have a lot of natural gas. And I don't think any of us on the electricity side or the natural gas side, the energy side, realized that how vulnerable we were to certain things. The wonderful thing is that everything's fixable. All the pieces of the puzzle are pretty easy to identify. They're all on the table, and we just got to get them put back in the right place. And it's so exciting to get to work with people like whose faces I see on here that I know are just so dedicated to getting that done. And we've got smart people, and we've got smart people in the industry on the energy side and on the electricity side. and we're gonna get this fixed. There's absolutely no question about it, and we'll get a lot done before we could ever have another crisis. So it's great to get to work with this industry that where there's enough fuel in the ground to power Texas for a long time to come. And so thanks for letting me be here today.
Thank you. You raised great points. Texas is the #1 natural gas producing state in the nation. We're improving lives all over the world because clean natural gas is being exported in LNG to other countries and improving their quality of life and improving their air quality as well. And what happened last month was not the fact that we didn't have enough gas. We didn't have access to it at the times that we needed it at all times. And what we know a lot of it was, if you're producing natural gas today, you need electricity to do it, because all of our engines and our pumps have been shifted from to lower the emissions profile. And so we have, the electricity and loss of power was one of the major reasons. I know our next speaker has been peeling the layer back on that onion and trying to dig into that, the Chairman of the House Energy Resources Committee, Craig Goldman. Chairman Goldman, we're so glad that you joined us today and look forward to your opening comments.
Thanks, Todd, very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks. I'm honored to join all my colleagues, and of course, Senator Birdwell, one of the 3 state senators that overlaps into my district. So it's always an honor to be with Senator Birdwell. A few weeks ago, I was named Chair of Energy Resources, succeeding Chairman Patty in that regard. A week later, we had the storm of the century, and the week after that, Chairman Patty and I co-chaired a 26-hour hearing in 2 days, and learned a lot, and really want to thank everyone who had input in that. I know Representative King sat there with us the entire time as well, and it was a great hearing in listening to all the stakeholders and everybody involved of what went right, because things did go right, but mainly also what went wrong. And everybody kind of looking in the mirror and saying, we could have done better, we will do better, and here's how we're going to do better in the future. So that, of course, has led into a lot of legislation, which we are going through the committee process now. And we will continue to hear bills in regards to providing solutions for the people of Texas, so that we're never in that situation again. That's the #1 goal. But as we all know, y'all are the backbone of the Texas economy. In fact, Comptroller Hager came to our caucus meeting this morning and actually said, and Gio can speak more on this, because since he's been on appropriations, and I never have, but Comptroller Hager said this morning that, he projected the budget based on $40-something a barrel. And today I see that oil closed at $60 a barrel. So truly, y'all are the backbone of the Texas economy. We all know it. And we just thank all of you for every single day, what y'all do, for what you produce, and all the hard work y'all put in, not only for yourselves, but especially for the people of Texas, because without y'all, we wouldn't be able to have the economy that we do. And we wouldn't be able to have the budget that we have. So thank all y'all very, very much for all that you do. And I look forward to definitely seeing you in person, and certainly as soon as we can. So thank you for having me, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're glad that you're with us. You mentioned Representative Capriglione there. Representative, you have watched the budget a good while, and give us your thoughts as we open up today.
Well, first, just want to, again, thank you, Commissioner, and everyone who's on here for the opportunity to be here. I'm a member of the Dallas-Fort Worth delegation, or as we rightfully call it in Tarrant County, the Fort Worth, Dallas area. And, I was thinking of a few things, obviously relative to what the oil and gas has been able to do. And of course, we're rightfully thankful for all the jobs that were created because of that, but really, laying the groundwork, literally the groundwork and the road work and the infrastructure. A lot of that came from the oil and gas and severance taxes and other things that are paid for primarily and recently, mostly through our rainy day fund. The other thing I want to say is, when COVID first started coming up, it seemed like everybody in that emergency, almost everybody became an epidemiologist or an expert in viruses and so on. And so now that we've gone through this winter storm, seems like everyone's become an expert. I'm thankful for the real experts who will be able to go and tell us how things worked and how they could be improved. And I know all of us need that help and guidance as we go and handle a lot of this stuff for our constituents. On the budget side, things are a lot better than they were obviously than a year ago or 6 months ago, or quite honestly, even 2 months ago. Not because of oil and gas, of course, but also we're just seeing as the mask orders have been lifted, people are more willing to travel, which means more willing to spend money. We've seen unemployment numbers get dramatically better. At the end of the day, we'll see that Texas will have fared better budget-wise than any other state in the union. So just thankful to be here in Texas and happy to be on this call.
Well, we're glad that oil and gas can help contribute to that. And we're glad, I tell you, the men and women in this industry are really thankful that they have such a big, profound impact on public education, on higher education, on road construction, and it impacts all parts of the state. Representative Hefner, you're from East Texas, Northeast Texas. Oil and gas is still important there as well. And we look forward to some comments from you.
Thank you, Todd. Yeah, so, we talk about people being in the oil and gas business here or there, and in East Texas, everybody's in the oil and gas business. It touches all of us, insurance, recreation, and so it's everywhere. And I'm just thankful for what y'all are doing in this industry, and thankful for making us a world leader in energy production, clean, reliable, and affordable energy. Y'all said it so well already. Our schools depend on this industry, our state government, and it's a vital part of our communities. And so just let us know what we can be doing to make your job easier and better, and where we can help and keep the government off your back. We see a lot of free market principles that get applied in oil and gas. We've seen innovations, and we've seen emissions reduced and production increased, and due to these free market principles being applied. And so I just want to work to do our part to help keep that going. Thank y'all for having me on today.
We're glad that you're here. Representative Nave, we're so glad that you could join us, and you can probably help us to resolve a controversy that Representative Capriglione started. Is it the Fort Worth Dallas delegation, or is it the Dallas Fort Worth delegation? We're just inquiring minds want to know.
I respectfully disagree, and actually no. I think both of our delegations work very well together, and I want to thank you for the invitation. My name is Victoria Niave. I serve as state representative for House District 107, so parts of East Dallas, South Garland, and Mesquite, Texas, and I also serve as the Democratic co-chair for our Dallas area legislative delegation. Our Republican co-chair is Chairwoman Angie Chin Button, and we work as a delegation on lots of issues that impact the Dallas area and North Texas, whether it's with regard to our hospitals or transportation infrastructure, higher education, things like that. I also serve as the chair of the Juvenile Justice and Family Issues section, so a lot of the work that I also focus on deals with domestic violence, sexual assault, and things like that. But I just wanted to pop in and thank y'all so much for what you do, for your contributions to our economy, for your contributions to higher education. We know that our Texas economy is reliant on and inextricably intertwined with the education of our residents. And so we thank you. I'm a legislator who likes to take a pragmatic approach and view to, as we think about and debate policy, and try to be thoughtful about the discourse that we have and the decisions that we make when we're here. So I'm happy to be here. I thank y'all for the invitation.
Well, we're so glad that you are. This North and East Texas is well represented here today with the distinguished representative and senator that we have, and we do thank you that you're all pragmatic in your approach to moving Texas forward. We've had such good response that our time is a little bit shorter than we've got some great questions, but to put those all together, I think we'll go into a speed round and go in the order that we did. And maybe if you could do this, either tell us of one priority that you think is essential as we move toward this session and as that needs to get done here, either that, or what is a tip for the women and men that are in this industry, your constituents that are out there, that they can do to impact public policy, maybe at the state level, at the federal level, in a positive way that would move Texas forward. And we'll try to go in the order that we did. Y'all moved around some on my screen, so it's throwing me off. But Senator, we'll start with you, and then we'll try to take that same path. You're still muted, Senator. Yep.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who'd like to mute me, Chairman, but that's okay. Without question, the number one tip is tell your story. Just recently, Colorado's Texoga equivalent championed a company that you know the story. There are so many things and products out there made with petroleum products that people are not aware they're made of petroleum products. And with the folks that are hostile to our natural resources, their use, regardless of how clean they might be, y'all have got to tell that story. People in Texas know it, but because Texas is a subset as one of the 50 states of policymakers in DC, you've got to make sure you got to tell that story, not just in Texas, but you got to tell it across the entire country, because people need to know how intricately woven not just their economy, but their quality of life is tethered to the natural gas, oil, natural resources of the state. And we do it very cleanly. We've done it very cleanly. I mean, some of the data I've got, I won't bore everybody with it, but y'all have done an exceptional job of producing more, being more clean, quality of life, quality of air, quality of water, et cetera. Critical story to be told, because if you don't tell it, nobody else will. And that's the most important thing I can tell you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate those comments, and thanks for being with us today. Representative Turner, you're next on my screen. We'll go that way and then come around as we wrap up here today. We're getting close on time, I know.
Yeah, you bet. I'll be brief. There's a lot of important issues. If I had to pick just one that affects everybody, it's healthcare. We need a healthy workforce in this state. We need our people to be healthy. Texas has so many great things going for it, but we lead the nation in uninsured. And this is a session we have the opportunity to do something about it. So I hope business will join in with us and work with us on bringing more healthcare access to the people of Texas. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So glad that you're here. Y'all moved on my screen. Chairman Goldman, I think you're on my screen. You're next. So go right ahead, please. Sure.
Well, obviously coming into session, everybody was concerned about the budget. Like I said a little bit earlier, thanks really mainly to the oil and gas workers out there and the price rising so much that is looking a lot better. Obviously, COVID was also at the forefront of coming into this session. But after our 26-hour hearing and the storm of the century, I think one of our number one issues that we came away with was we needed to communicate better, and we need to, everybody in the industry communicate better. We need to do a better job of identifying our critical infrastructure in the oil and gas industry, from wellhead all the way to people's homes. So that is one takeaway I know I got from the long hearing, and we're going to work on solutions to that for sure, so that this doesn't happen again in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you for that so much, Chairman Patty. As we close here today, any closing thought?
Yeah, thank you, Todd, again for everyone for having us today. I'll reiterate a couple of quick things. Obviously, the budget, but telling that story, and it's been mentioned by several. We need to continue to do that, and that's something that anyone on this call can do in their circle of influence. Make sure you're telling, if you work in the oil and gas industry, make sure folks know what you do and why it's important. So, I mean, you can do that even if that's on a small level and with a handful of people, your next door neighbors or friends and family, whatever the case may be. The critical infrastructure piece is obviously something we have to continue to talk about. We saw a lot of things in the storm as well. And so making sure that we appreciate that interdependency with our electric utility business and making sure that we have things identified as critical infrastructure. And lastly, I would say along the lines of the infrastructure, that if we want the things that we say we want in the way of resiliency and all sorts of wonderful things, it requires siting and building infrastructure. And we have a lot of fights about that in this dome about how we do that and where we do that and all those things. And what I would just stress is that it has to be done. We cannot have those things that we want from a resiliency and reliability standpoint if we can't site and build the infrastructure we need. And I don't care if that's talking about pipelines or storage facilities or any other thing that we could get into. We have to be able to do those things. Now, we want to do them safely, and do things the right way. And I know industry does as well, but we have to be willing to have serious conversations about how we do that. Thank you for having me.
Great points. Thank you. Chairman King.
It would just be that to remember that the best ideas come from outside the legislature, not from within. And we're really depending on y'all to come up with hopefully all free market approaches that are assisted by legislation, if necessary. But y'all have got to find a way to make sure that we can all go and show people that we can now be assured that we can deliver natural gas in an incredible cold spell. And y'all are the ones that know how to do that. The industry is the one that knows how to do that. A lot of great ideas have been brought to us. None of us want to do a lot of regulation, but there are those ideas. You've got to bring them to us and make sure we do the right things. But at the end of the day, at the end of this session, we've got to be able to go back and tell people that we've got a reliable and a continuingly inexpensive electricity system, and it's dependent on, to a great extent, on the oil and gas industry coming up with ways to make sure that that gas will get delivered under the worst of circumstances. And nobody's more capable of doing that than this industry.
Thank you. We're committed to that. The red light has been flashing in here for a while, but I want to get Representative Hefner and Representative Niave. You get the last word today. So Representative Hefner, you start us off and then close us out, Representative Niave.
Man, I will be real brief. Todd, thank y'all for this. Thank you for including me, and just thank y'all for, educating us and keeping us informed on what issues are coming before us. And just let us know what we can do to be helping. And it's an honor to work with each and every one of the members on this panel and with your organization. Thank you.
Representative Niave, last word.
All I would add is do not hesitate to reach out to our offices through email, phone call, social media. I'm at Victoria for Texas with the 4. We always love hearing from constituents, and your voices are really important. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank each of you for your time today. You've been so generous. And I know the women and men on this Texas Energy Day virtual delegation meeting is so appreciative. So y'all, thank you. Be safe. And we're going to wrap up this session of North and East Texas, and we'll be back in about a minute with our Eagle Ford Shale, Coastal Bend, Central and South Texas delegation. Thank you a lot. Well, we're back, and we're delighted to be joined with legislators from the Eagle Ford Shale, Coastal Bend, Central and South Texas for our 4th and final delegation meeting today. We're excited that we have some great, fantastic leaders for Texas that are joining us. Just so you know, representatives and senators, we have all the oil and gas allied trades came together today to make Texas Energy Day at the Capitol a reality. And so we are delighted that women and men who are out there working in the field to deliver clean natural gas to communities all across the state are joining us. We have chambers of commerce in your region that are sponsors and partners today. And so what I thought we'd do is make this free flowing. We want to go around the horn and get everyone the opportunity to introduce yourself and to welcome us. I see Senator Eddie Lucio on my screen here. If you want to unmute yourself, Senator Lucio, and we'll get you to start us with a minute or two and just welcome, sir.
Thank you, President Staples, and to everyone that's on the call here. First of all, I'm in the middle of a finance committee. Actually, we're okaying all the workshops that took place in the finance committee, but I want to take a little bit of time here. Please forgive me. I got 10% of my iPad left there in terms of power, but I wanted to wish everyone a good afternoon and thank you for us being able to join you in this virtual Energy Day here at the Capitol. Normally, we would be welcoming you to the actual Capitol in Austin, as you know. Of course, this session has been anything but normal, though. One thing that remains unchanged, though, is the importance of the energy sector to our rebounding Texas economy. As we all know, Texas is a leader in oil and gas production across not only the United States, but the world. When most people think about these industries, they picture only oil fields of West Texas or the Eagle Ford Shale, but Texas's energy industry is truly a statewide endeavor, and all areas of the state contribute. I want to add that, for example, we would be nowhere near our current success without our world-class public universities, from Lubbock to College Station to right here in Austin, down to the Valley. In fact, according to the U.S. News and World Report, the University of Texas at Austin and Texas A&M University are currently the #1 and #2 ranked graduate schools for petroleum engineering, respectively, and Texas Tech is not too far behind at #9. We can all be proud of the work done in our state's institutions because their research results in the cutting-edge technology that enables responsible, robust oil and natural gas development in Texas. Moreover, through ports such as the Brownsville Port in my Senate district, I proudly represent the state's energy sector, can export liquefied natural gas to markets across the nation and the world. Finally, our Texas energy industry is more than the sum of its parts, and it takes the cooperation of many different sectors to reach the success it has today. You all play an integral part in this process, and I thank you for getting involved on this virtual Energy Day at the Capitol. And I really want us to have a strong oil and gas industry that will make sure that we beef up our rainy day fund. As you know, we need that to balance our budget every other year when we meet. So thank you for all you do for the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for joining us today and for your service on Senate Finance. You know how important it is. I think some people don't realize that our industry actually supports a well-funded Railroad Commission, a well-funded Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, because these are so important to sound science-based regulation. So we appreciate that. Senator Menendez, have had the opportunity to see you in committee hearings more than I had planned on this session. But we certainly thank you for joining us today and appreciate your leadership.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for the invitation, and I want to thank everybody who's on. I mean, Senator Lucio said it best. I mean, in Texas, we need a strong natural gas and oil industry, and our universities depend on it, and so many jobs in the oil field depend on it. And heck, I can't tell you how many people either live in San Antonio, work down the Eagle Ford, live in Austin. They live all over the state because they earn a good living. And the only thing that we got to do, we got to make sure, and I know you're going to help us, that we look forward to more weatherization to make sure that never again do we have a situation where we don't have enough pressure in the compression lines. We want to make sure that you guys are part of the solution. You may or may not know this, but there are folks talking about backup systems for ERCOT that would be using natural gas. And so I think the natural gas industry is going to continue to be a strong part of this state. And I look forward to working with each and every one of y'all to make sure it's one that takes care of Texans like it has for years.
Well, we appreciate that, and we're committed to doing our part and to pinpointing those areas that need improvement to make certain that power stays on for those critical infrastructure loads that have to be delivered. And I think you hit on something that we found out in some northern states. Many of those power generation facilities have different fuel sources that they can rely on. If electricity goes out, then they can use different oil or gas products to keep those engines running in the power generation facility. So we look forward to that continued conversation. Representative Longoria, we see that you are in your mobile office today, and we are glad that you took time out to be with us. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for having me on this virtual Energy Day. Yes, I am in my mobile office heading down to South Texas, and what the oil and gas industry does for the entire state, especially from an economic standpoint, is the foundation of the state. I mean, you look at the amount of revenue that's generated for the rainy day fund. You look at the high-paying jobs that they offer Texas men and women. It's phenomenal. So I really support the industry. I always have. I think it's important that we support the oil and gas industry, and we're facing new problems. I mean, with the winterization, having to address the issues that we dealt with the last couple of weeks, and looking forward, I mean, it's a challenge not only for legislators but for the industry as well, because Texas weather changes. It's not like anything else in the country, and we have extreme heat, and now it seems like extreme cold. So you know, we need to work with industry hand in hand to make sure what happened a couple of weeks ago doesn't happen again, or at the very least, make sure that we're prepared. And I echo the support. And Todd, you've done a phenomenal job for the industry, and I'm here to help out.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being with us. Appreciate your service on the House Energy Resources Committee and looking out to make certain things are done right and that there is accountability, but there's opportunity to deliver for Texans. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Representative Menjarez, we're so grateful that you could join us today. It seems like San Antonio is well represented on this virtual Energy Day at the Capitol. Thank you so much for coming, and we look forward to your comments.
Well, thank you, Todd. I think the fact that there's so many of my colleagues here just shows how supportive we are with the oil and gas industry. You truly are. It is the backbone of our economy. And just a little story, you know, I had gotten an invitation. Ray Lopez, also our colleague, Brooks Landgraf, had invited us to West Texas to tour an oil rig. That was the first time I've done that. And it was eye-opening to see that oil rig and to meet with all of the workers, everybody who plays a part in the oil and gas industry. And that really, getting that one-on-one contact just showed me the importance of this industry, the jobs that it provides Texans, you know, what it does for our state, making it stronger. And I appreciate all that you do, and know that I am definitely an ally. I am here to help you all in terms of finding solutions, doing what we need to do to ensure that you all are successful, because as an industry, when you're successful, the state of Texas is successful.
Well, we appreciate that very much, and we want a successful Texas for everyone, and we're proud of the role that we're able to play in funding our public education system and our public university system and our highways. And usually things that can be talked about can be resolved. It's amazing the talent that you all bring to the table from your respective backgrounds and areas of the state. It's just awesome to see this process work the way that it can. Thank you for joining us, Representative Lopez. We're another San Antonian. We're glad that you're with us today. We should have just moved this to San Antonio today and been easier for all of you, right?
Well, I tell you what, I certainly could have gotten some support from the local Chamber of Commerce and our local Convention and Tourist Bureau to have anything coming to San Antonio, particularly folks like yourselves that play such an integral part making our region successful. It's not lost on any of us, you know, what you do for the industry, what you do for jobs, and we're certainly here to help. You know, I think it's incredibly important. One of the comments that was made a few minutes ago was that we got to figure out a way to have a diversified approach, you know, to making sure that resiliency in our energy sector stays vital, that it's fortified, and it's going to take a lot of infrastructure investment, no doubt. But I think there's another component that we can do for you as partners, and that's to create a good job source for you. I filed a bill, House Bill 739, that asks simply that veterans, as they're coming out of active duty, are given an opportunity to take training specifically in the oil and gas industry, in the energy sector. We know that the traditional oil sector jobs that are there, that Ina and I got a chance to go see and how they've been functioning, know that those are going to be pretty stable going forward, and you need more people to fill those jobs. There's also the green energy sector that's going to be popping up over the course of the next few years, and we want to be able to have a good transition of folks coming out of the military, making sure that those veterans have an opportunity to match up their skills that they learned while on active duty, and then be able to use them in your industry. So hopefully I'm successful with House Bill 739. If you get an opportunity to talk to any of your friends, tell them, give them a thumbs up on that one. That's something that I think is incredibly important. And of course, we love the oil and gas industry in San Antonio because it's been such an integral part of our budgeting process. I got a chance to serve 4 terms on the city council, and I can tell you that we certainly recognize the significant impact that you make. We want to continue to do that here at the state level, and I want to be able to support my colleagues in making sure that your input is listened to and then acted on. So thanks a lot for having me on this call, and wish you the best of luck. And let's do it in San Antonio, man. The weather's great.
It is great. And actually, the South Texas Energy Economic Roundtable hosts usually things at least once, maybe twice a year in San Antonio, and brings that entire area together in such a tremendous way. Representative, you're pretty good at this because you use this as a forum to promote your House bill. That's pretty clever. And that's you've got a big audience here, so I bet they're Googling House Bill 739 right now, trying to look that up. You know, as we think about Texas, obviously Texas is rich in agriculture. It's a part of the heritage of our state. Texas is rich in energy. It is also a part of the economic fiber of our state. Last calendar year, the Eagle Ford Shale, Coastal Bend, and South Texas counties, the school districts actually received $520 million direct in property taxes. The counties received an additional $170 million direct in property taxes. And this is just from oil and gas minerals and pipelines and gas utilities. So this doesn't include all the stock, the rolling stock. It doesn't include the payroll. As Texas moves forward, do you think that your constituents recognize the full impact that oil and gas has for our funding on public education and our highways and our universities? Is that something that's still on their minds today, do you think? And I'll just open the floor there and see who wants to maybe start with that.
Yeah, Todd, let me just quickly comment on that. I talked a little bit about my time on city council, and prior to that, I was on the school board, Northside, the fourth largest school district in the state of Texas. And I would be willing to, if I were a betting man, and I don't know that in Texas we're going to be betting anytime soon, but if I were a betting man, I would say that the vast majority of people don't recognize the contributions that you make. What they do recognize is that they pay a tremendous amount of money, or a large portion of what they pay in their property taxes goes to schools. And I hear that as a complaint all the time. Why are my taxes so high? What I think we need to do is underscore for them the other industries that are paying not only that amount, but more relative to inventory tax, all the levels of subsidies that are coming from the business sector. I think we need to do a better job of communicating that to the public. And I think they'd be, I think they would be shocked to hear the contributions that your industry makes. So no, I don't think that they do know that.
Along those same lines, anyone else on that before we jump into something else?
Todd, I agree with Ray 100%. I just think, a lot of Texans are unaware. I think it's incredibly important right now because we're at a turning point. I mean, you saw the drop based on the pandemic. There was, the industry was hurting. There's been an uptick over the last couple of months, which is great, because if we don't have that reliance on those dollars coming into the state coffers, we're going to have a serious problem. And I believe several months ago when we were on another forum, Speaker Craddock said it best. I mean, eventually we have to pay the piper. So if oil and gas industry doesn't do well, I can foresee a situation when you come into 2023 and we're going to be lacking dollars. And this has been an industry that we've relied on for the last several years, right or wrong. But the fact is, it's baked into the cake, and we can't do without it. So we need to do whatever we can to make sure that the industry continues to thrive.
That's a good perspective. Along those lines of maybe not the awareness of the role that oil and gas plays in the funding of these critical needs, including highway funding, which in San Antonio, and I know is a very important topic, having been through there many times. I think sometimes there's the failure to recognize the true commitment that industry has made to addressing the climate concerns, to making environmental progress. Carbon dioxide emissions are at a 30-year low. Methane emissions from oil and gas systems are down 23% since 1990. Volatile organic compounds are down like 70% since the 1970s. So the industry is really looking at how to make advances, and including in advanced fuels that are cleaner than ever before. So maybe Senator and Representative Mijares, as we think about what can this industry do? What can the listeners on this call do to help better tell their story, to be a better influencer of policy at the local level, at the state, and then at the federal level as well? Either one of you want to start out with that?
I'll let the representative start.
I think the role that you play, I think it's really important. My colleagues, Representative Lopez and Representative Longoria, hit it on the head. The general public doesn't understand or isn't fully aware of all that you do and all the advances you make the efforts that you do. And I think what it is really just putting it out there in terms of showing them, right? And talking about the positives that you bring to the table. I think sometimes the oil and gas industry just takes hits all the time as like the evil industry. And that's just, it's not the case. I mean, I think if the community was fully aware, number one, of how integral you are to this budget. When I joined the Appropriations Committee, I mean, I had to learn real quick about how dependent we are on your all successes. When you're successful, then we are as a state, we're successful as well. And when you have your bad moments, we're not in a good spot. And so I think that the general public just is not fully aware of the good that you all bring and how you really are just an integral part of how the state works. And I think what it is just education, putting it out there and not being shy. You've got to be, upfront and boast about everything that you do in terms of what's good for the environment, how you're being innovative, what you're doing to help the school districts be successful. You don't be shy. You got to put it out there. Don't be humble. But definitely, I think what it is, it's just the general public doesn't know. And I will say, when I served on Land and Resource Management last session with Speaker Craddock as the chair, he was so instrumental in really educating the members on the issues and helping us make, important decisions on behalf of pipelines, et cetera. And so I think that's key is we have an institution of knowledge in a lot of our members, but it's a matter of how do we come together to educate the public and let them all know how beneficial oil and gas is for the state of Texas.
Good advice. Thank you very much, Senator.
Well, Todd, one of the things that I think is, everything that everybody said is obviously true. And in a city where we have companies headquartered like Valero and NewStar, and we've had Tesoro, we have a long history with the oil and gas industry. But I think one of the most important things that I've observed recently is how giant players in the industry have observed the changes that are taking place and have wanted to be a part of it. The fact that you're bringing up all of the improvements in VOCs and all the environmental improvements, that's important. That's something that actually I think would go a long ways towards closing that gap between the impression that people have of the oil and gas industry. Because I think too many times people think of people who hate electric vehicles or hate things out that are environmentally friendly. I think they coexist. They have to coexist. Goodness gracious, we got one Texas and we got to protect it. We got to protect the air. We all want clean air and clean water. And we believe that that's the case. And I think, look, when we've had gluts of oil and gas, the prices are going down through the floor, and it's not good for y'all. It's not good for the state. It's not good for anybody. So we have to have a balance in how we have our fuel mixtures and how we have our approaches to so that we don't have a dependence. We have interdependence. And that's the thing where I think we can help each other out, because there are many folks in our hometowns that sometimes don't understand the role that y'all play and the role that you're playing to try to keep the environment clean and work together for cleaner burning fuels. A lot of people aren't familiar with the cleaner burning diesel and the fact that diesel engines can get better gas mileage. There are Suburbans out there that are getting 26 miles to the gallon with diesel engines. That's better than my little, Honda, my little Infinity, so.
Probably absolutely right. I think you hit on it. It's innovation and technology. It's building a better mousetrap that kind of defines us as Americans and as Texans. And that is certainly the wave of the future. And we know that as oil and gas is a part of 96% of the products that we use every day, from medicines to makeups to tires to eyeglasses to you name it, we've got to all be a part of this. We're just about out of time. We've got literally a couple of minutes left. If each of you could take about 30 seconds and maybe just leave our listeners with one tip or, a priority for you for this session, or a tip that for them as we wrap up, that'd be great. And Senator, why don't you start us, and then we'll work our way around.
Try to make it quick and easy. I would say stay engaged, stay involved. Ask your senators and representatives how you can help, what you can get involved in. it's going to be a very difficult session with COVID, reducing the amount of committee times, committee hearings that we can. A lot of legislation is going to get funneled through a smaller opening, and we're going to need help. We're going to need help for the best legislation to make it through all the way across, and stay engaged in the community. Let people know who you are, what you do, and the role that you play. A lot of folks don't know how important the jobs that y'all provide are out there and how many there are out there. Most people think that the only beneficiaries are people who are getting royalty checks. There are a lot of young people making big paychecks who are driving trucks and who are working in the field. And so a lot of people don't realize how much of a benefit you are, not just to the state's budget, but to everyday Texans.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it so very much. Representative Longoria.
Yeah, well, yes, Todd. You know, I think the industry needs to look at themselves in the mirror. We're very reliant on them. You know, everyone talks about renewables, but unfortunately, sometimes renewables aren't as reliant as we'd like them to be. And because of that, there's going to be a heavy reliance for the next several years on the oil and gas industry. So I challenge all the stakeholders to modernize what they're doing and always work to be efficient, which I believe they're doing. And I think that needs to be the message that's preached because, you know, air, water, you know, all that, solar, I mean, it all makes sense, but unfortunately, we're not where we need to be, where we can have a heavy reliance on them. And because of that, you know, we're going to rely on the oil and gas industry for several years going forward. So I ask everybody in the industry to just challenge themselves and look for efficient ways, which I know they're doing. So I think that needs to be the message that I'd like to give the oil and gas industry.
That's great advice. Thank you for that. Representative Menjarez.
Todd, you know, I think I'm here and I'm always screaming to the top of my lungs to my constituents and all of Texas, please let us know what you're thinking, the good and the bad. Even if we may be carrying a bill that you're concerned about, let us know what those concerns are. That's the only way that maybe we can address those concerns. But really, we have to make some tough choices and take some tough votes. And a lot of the time, that depends on who we hear from. So if you're not quiet, we can't represent your voice.
Thank you for that. That's terrific news, and that's good advice on no matter what your perspective is, have that conversation, and that's how problems get solved. Thank you for that. Representative Lopez, you get the last word today, sir.
Yeah, I get to bring it home. Well, great. I will be very, very short because all I can do is recap what my colleagues have said, and I'll really start by just double underscoring the old cliche of all politics are local. I would encourage you to get very, very engaged at the local level. San Antonio, Bexar County, our region is fortunate to have a really good, active oil and gas industry that does get involved. And the areas that they get involved in is not necessarily in people's campaigns and the like, although we love that. It's also getting involved in school districts and their bond issues, making sure that there's a dialogue with those entities, and ultimately they start to recognize your contribution. And I think that's the way that's the way to be successful. So I would continue to always echo that all politics is local. Stay engaged locally, and I think we'll all come out at the other end very, very, very happy.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you both, Representative Menjarez, Representative Lopez. Y'all have a great week. This concludes our session for Eagle Ford, South Texas, and Central Texas. So thank you for joining us today. Very much appreciate you both. Thanks to all of our lawmakers from across Texas who were able to join us today during such a busy part of the legislative session. I know I speak for our entire group today, our energy employees, our advocates, and the over 1,000 viewers from across Texas when I say that your perspectives are so informative and very much appreciated. We're so excited to now bring you a special guest for Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Governor, thanks for joining us. I know it's a busy time. I know the schedule is more than most people can keep up with in a day. We're glad to have you.
Good to be here with you, Todd. Yeah, we came into the session thinking the pandemic would be the focal point along with a number of other important issues. And then we had this ice storm about a month ago, and that has actually pretty much sucked all the oxygen out of the room of addressing that on a number of levels. So I'm sure we'll talk about that in your questions today, but we are 24/7 for sure. I've learned more about ERCOT and the PUC in the last 4 weeks than I think I knew before. And I think that's probably the case for most legislators because, quite frankly, as we all know, the whole system was been running fine. There have been some brownouts in the past, and back in 11, there was a winter storm and some summertime, but nothing ever like this. And it has galvanized all of our attention to actually starting with a blank sheet of paper in many ways to look at how we can prevent this from happening again to the best of our ability.
Well, I know Texans appreciate that, Governor. I know that Texans have learned more about ERCOT and PUC than they planned on as well. And so I know you all will work hard and get to the right conclusions. Even though the storm has absolutely occupied a lot of your time, you have a lot of other priorities. And I know that oil and gas, you understand its importance. You come from Harris County, energy capital of the world. One of your priorities is an oil and gas investment protection. I think Senate Bill 13 by Senator Birdwell. We'd love to hear your thoughts about why that's an important effort.
Yeah, so, our priority bills, as you know, Todd, are the ones that the Lieutenant Governor kind of has said, these are the bills I want to be sure we pass. And of the 80 priority bills we've had in my first 3 sessions, we passed 79 of them out of the Senate. So we've had a pretty good record. And so they're the bills that, I get intel from people, citizens, from other senators, our own ideas. And so this really came from the oil and gas industry. I was talking with Cody Campbell, who many of you know, and Cody said, gosh, a lot of the people on Wall Street are turning their backs on the oil and gas industry. And so I looked at that, and obviously we can't allow that to happen. And when we had the same issue with Israel, totally different topic, but we had a lot in America, a lot of financial institutions who were turning their back on Israel. So we passed an anti-BDS bill, which said if you turn your back on Israel and investing there, well, we are also going to turn our back on putting our dollars maybe in your brokerage firm or borrowing money from your bank. And so we want to do that with the oil and gas industry. And the bill is still being worked through. I think it may have had a hearing already. I'm not sure, but I know we're getting ready to have a hearing. And so that's Senate Bill 13, because we don't want Wall Street to say, hey, we're only going to invest in renewables and not invest in the thermals. And as we all know, after the storm, we have to do a lot less investing in renewables and more in thermals. So that's what that bill's about. And we also, just, a few other bills. And again, Senate Bill 2 and 3 were designed to be other issues before the storm. And it's now Senate Bill 2 is ERCOT reform. Senate Bill 3 is power grid stability. I'm looking for some pro-business bills here quickly. Our Senate Bill 5 is our broadband bill. We need to extend broadband. It's 95% of the state has it, but we still need to get to 100% the rural areas, some of the inner city areas. So we need to be sure people can connect to the internet. For telemedicine, teleschools, as we've learned during the pandemic. We're focused on election and ballot security, of course. We're focused on our appellate court reorganization. We haven't redrawn those maps, Todd, since 1982. And that's not based on population, it's based on caseload. So you have some appellate courts where a lot of cases end up going. In some districts that have very little work, and other districts have all the work, so we're working on that. Joan Huffman has a busy session. She's carrying a lot of this. The oil and gas we talked about. The Senate Bill 6 is the Pandemic Liability Protection Act, so businesses are protected from being sued after the fact on that. The Protect the Texas Trucking, and we're going to need your industry's help to get this bill passed, by the way, and it's still being worked on. But we know that the trial attorneys have come on and leveled massive lawsuits against anyone dealing with trucking. And of course, your industry has a lot to do with that. And right now that bill needs some help in the House and maybe in the Senate. We think we're fine here, but we're reworking it. So we need to pass that bill. Give you a quick example. A trucker told me that his fleet truck had an accident, caused $1,200 worth of damage. That was it. Todd, he was sued for $9 million. $9 million on a $1,200 accident. Yeah. So that's important to you all. And then, a lot of Second Amendment, pro-life issues, conservative issues. Defunding police is going to end in Texas. We're going to take money away from cities if they take money away from the police. So those are a number of the issues. Not all 31, but most of the highlights.
Well, you hit some very important ones. I think for the future of Texas, for the job creation, for stability, and your focus on some key areas, Governor, we appreciate your leadership in that space. And that's why we're having Texas Energy Day at the Capitol, so that these energy advocates can hear about these issues and can let their senators know, let their representatives know about where they feel on these issues, and let them know they appreciate their support. The session's about halfway over, Governor. It's hard to believe. The entire first part of this session is the Winter Storm Uri. What do you expect the second half of this session to look like as you continue to manage this process?
It's going to be the busiest 9 weeks that I've ever had. You know, we're not too far behind, Todd, in terms of where we normally are. Our members have been working so hard, but we've really lost about 3 weeks. You know, we started committees about a week later because, you know, we came in January. The pandemic was a little bit more of an issue than it is now. It's still a very serious issue. So hearings began about a week later than normal, and then we lost a full week for the storm. And then since we've been back, we took a full week for the storm. So pretty much there were no other committee meetings except all the hearings on that. So you add that together, we lost some time. So, but we're back up to where we would normally be. However, Todd, we have so many major issues in front of us. So we have a lot of big issues. I mean, election security will be a full day on the Senate floor next week, probably. So that we have a lot of issues that are going to take a lot of time, a lot of debate. And in terms of the storm, Todd, you know, tomorrow there's a hearing in jurisprudence in the Senate on our grid stability bill, Senate Bill 3 by Charles Swartner. Senator Hancock's working on the ERCOT reform. Tomorrow we will pass out our PUC bill that we want to take the PUC board to 5 members. We also want to open it up to not every member has to have industry experience. We want some, obviously, but we want some business experience, business leadership. I think a lot of the things that happened that day, maybe 1 or 2 business leaders on the board, and we're going to expand it to 5. Maybe someone would have asked some questions that weren't asked. So we have a lot to do on that. And then after that issue, Todd, and the winterization issue, all those issues that, you know, I know you're very aware of it, your members, but then we have to look at the finance side of it, because we still have billions of dollars that a lot of companies, we don't know who all the winners were yet. I hate to call them winners, but there were some people that did very well in that storm at $9,000, which, as we all know, that the system was never designed to be at $9,000 for 104 hours. Just never designed for that. And so we're going to have to figure out how those bills get paid and who's paying those bills, because we think the net cost, it's about $40 billion according to the IMM in total energy costs for those 5 days. You know, the Senate worked to try to correct the price for the last 32 hours. We passed the bill. Unfortunately, it didn't pass the House. But the first 3 days, if you add those days together, Todd, the estimate is the net cost after you take out all the companies that were sometimes on both sides of the issue, lost in one sum, and others that had hedges, it's probably a $10 to $15 billion transfer of money. And right now, there are going to be a lot of people with big receivables, and who's going to pay it? And so we've got to, I think the state should take a major step in that, because a lot of this was not the people's fault. But so that's a big issue that is not, you know, we're going to have to work on that quite a bit, to be honest with you.
Well, we know they're very complex issues, and you have certainly devoted the time and energy and digging through this. I know Texans want reliability. That's the whole goal of ERCOT, right? Is a reliable electric system. We're very proud of the role that natural gas did play in carrying the load and making certain that millions and millions of Texans got direct natural gas through the local distribution companies or powering our system. And we too, Governor, are very committed to a top to bottom review and any ways to make improvements that we're going to be there. We look forward to partnering with you. As I think about this storm, you know, and we talk about energy transition. Our industry is actually transitioning to a lower emissions future, but oil and gas is going to be a fundamental part of our reliable energy system. And you being from the energy capital of the world, I think you understand that very well. What about the global outreach that Texas has and this industry has, and how that might be evolving and how our ports play a role in that?
Yeah, well, great question. And I think maybe it's not global outreach, but the global impact that this storm is going to have, and particularly in this country. If there's one thing we learned, we can't count on renewables. And we put too much of an investment as a country and as a state. It's mainly the federal government that's made it easier. And I know there's some people in your industry that also are in the renewables as well. And it's fine to have renewables in our portfolio, but we can't count on it when the weather is severe in the summer or the winter. So we have to build up our thermal natural gas generation. We need enough megawatts that don't count on the wind and solar. And so we have to level the playing field, Todd. So I think the global outreach or the global impact, hopefully America and the world woke up to the fact that, I heard AOC say, well, if Texas had 3 times the renewables, they wouldn't have had the problem. 3 times renewable, the light would still be out, in much of the state. I mean, it's just crazy talk. And so it's been as everybody in your industry knows, it's been an unfair playing field. It makes it hard to get people to invest in the thermals to come into Texas because the wind and the solar is propped up. So one of the bills we're going to pass, Todd, is that when the wind and solar, and again, everyone on this call I think knows, they don't have to replace the energy when they can't deliver. Well, moving forward, if our bill passes and the governor signs it, they're going to have to step up to the marketplace just like natural gas and our coal and our nuclear. Look, natural gas was running at over 60% of our system to get us back online. So this obviously impacted us greatly, but it's a learning lesson for everyone. Again, we're 5th in the world in wind, 5th. There's China, the United States, Germany, India, and Texas. We've done our part, I think, for a while. Let's focus back on the core of it, and that's natural gas.
Well, we're going to continue to do our part and work with you. And we appreciate the role that oil and natural gas plays on our entire state economy. And as we got a few minutes left, and I thought we might want to kind of shift. Oil and gas in Texas does have a global reach. We're an exporter of liquefied natural gas. We're making the world's air quality cleaner because of that. We export refined product. We export crude. But in Texas, it's amazing that you don't even have to live in the oil patch to actually be a direct beneficiary from that when you think about the rainy day fund, the permanent school fund, permanent university fund. So as a statewide elected official, how do you see the industry impacting all of Texas?
Yeah, so the rainy day fund, we had gotten up to projection of about $1 billion, $1.5 billion a year. And it's been a little off because of COVID and the prices a little bit, but it's a significant factor of our savings account. We have, for the people that don't know on this interview, we have more in reserve in Texas. Our rainy day fund's now about $9.5 billion, which pays for a lot of things. That's more money than almost all the other 49 states combined have in reserve. Now, Alaska, you have to take that out of the mix because they have a few people in a big reserve. But if you take Alaska out of the mix, we may not have more than all 8 other states, but close, Todd. And so that's a result of the oil and gas industry. And look, it's I've had a lot of media on this, and someone said, well, how do you feel about the oil and gas industry? I said, what do you mean how I feel about it? It is Texas. It is America. It gives us our independence from the rest of the world. We finally had it under Trump, and now Biden wants to step on all of that. And I'm very worried about the federal impact on our oil and gas industry and our economy. But I will say this, Todd, that as we go through, and I said, starting with a blank sheet of paper, there's talk about winterization. There's talk about we need to map, which we should. I mean, the idea that we had some plants turned off on their feeder grids and that nobody knew about that. Right. Quite frankly, some people in the industry have said, well, gee, I didn't know I had to sign the form. The Railroad Commission didn't have a map. I mean, the various companies didn't have the center points, the vistas, they didn't have the map. We might have been able to stave all of that off had we known where the key plants were and they couldn't get their compressors up. And that's anytime you have a crisis like this, and it's been running smoothly, is when you say, gosh, we didn't know that. And sometimes because when things run smoothly for a long time, things just run smoothly and things are overlooked and it came home. And so everybody's going to, Todd, in my view, everyone's going to have to come to the table at every level of this. And we're going to have to make some changes here. And I don't know what those are, but everyone's going to have to come to the table and do their part. We need more megawatts in the state. We need, I know we're not a capacity market, but we need more reserve. When I think of the fact, Todd, that we were within minutes of losing everything in the state, I mean, that's just not acceptable. And that's why I have really spent 100 hours studying and learning and talking to everyone in the industry I can find. So I know enough to know when I'm not hearing BS, because I like to ask tough questions and get honest answers. But we've got to fix this, because if we had the black start, as they call it, had we gone down, I mean, industry experts have told me we would have been without electricity in some areas of the state for 2 to 3 months, 6 months. Can you imagine?
Yeah. lives
Which
are
so
impacted.
all of us, we love this industry, and we've got to find out where the mistakes were made, and we're starting to get a clearer picture of that. And we all have to come together and do whatever it takes to make sure this never happens again. We can't prevent storms like that, but we can be better prepared. We can communicate better. We can do a lot of things better. So I put this on my back personally, that I'm going to take the responsibility to get this fixed, and whatever it takes, we're going to get done.
Well, I think you're on target. I think mapping, breaking it down, finding out where the choke points are, and making certain that policies are in place that won't occur again is absolutely on target. And we're looking forward to the outcome that brings. Governor, you've been very generous with your time right in the middle of a very difficult session. As we're wrapping up here, any closing thoughts you'd like to share with the advocates and the energy employees and chambers of commerce from all across Texas who are pro-energy supporters here today?
Yeah, I just think it's important that we make sure we tell our story, and we have a great story to tell. And if we recognize there have been some mistakes made along the way, we recognize them and we fix those. But we tell our story of how important we are to not only Texas, but to America and to the free world, quite frankly. And I'm very worried about everything that's happening right now. I mean, the border is totally open, being overrun. That's impact. I mean, whoever thought you'd have a center with 1,000 people in Midland housing people here illegally. And by the way, those man camps, I've never been in one, but those camps, I think they're not exactly a Taj Mahal, right? They're pretty basic. The federal government's paying like $900 a day per person to be in there.
Wow.
So it's tremendous expense to us with what's happening on the border right now. I mean, they're going to house them in our military bases. I mean, everywhere across the state. So we've got that on top of us. We're still getting through the pandemic. We're trying to finish the vaccinations. We got a storm to handle, but the one thing we cannot let the Biden administration do, and that is to destroy the oil and gas industry. Not only is that terrible for Texas, but terrible for America, terrible for the world.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate your leadership and your partnership with Texas Oil and Gas.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's almost a wrap on Texas Energy Day at the Capitol 2021. But before we adjourn for the day, we have one more highlight that we want to bring to you. We are honored to have House Energy Resources Chair Craig Goldman introduce a Texas Energy Day resolution in the Texas House of Representatives, and Senate Natural Resources and Economic Development Chair Brian Birdwell introduced the resolution in the Texas Senate. Chairman Goldman, Chairman Birdwell, we thank you both for your leadership and for helping us honor the Texas energy industry and the men and women that make it all possible. It means a great deal to the entire industry and all the 1,000 energy employees and advocates watching us today. We are honored to have been recognized by you in each of your chambers. Earlier this afternoon, the Energy Day resolution was read from the Senate floor by Chairman Birdwell, and we have that video for you that we want to play now.
Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 190 by Birdwell, recognizing March 24th, 2021 as Virtual Texas Energy Day at the state capitol.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today to recognize and celebrate Virtual Texas Energy Day at the state capitol and the Texas Oil and Gas Association. The great state of Texas, members, leads the nation in oil and gas production, pipeline miles, refining capacity, all of which have led to an unprecedented level of American energy security. The industry's contributions to our state through local and state taxes help support our education system, transportation, healthcare, other infrastructure, especially through the Economic Stabilization Fund. Further, more than 1 million Texas jobs have been created in the energy sector. In 2020, Texas school districts received more than $2 billion in property taxes collected from industry holdings, and Texas counties received more than $688 million in revenue from these taxes. Outside of acting as an economic leader in the state of Texas, the oil and gas industry is also a leading investor in emission-reducing technologies and has helped drive innovation in modern clean practices, and efforts to reduce emissions and flaring have led to these new environmental solutions. Members, it's a distinct privilege today to author this resolution. The Senate of Texas offers its support and appreciation to the oil and gas industry that helps power economic prosperity, fortifies the state's energy security, and makes possible the vast majority of products and materials citizens use every day. It's indeed fitting that the Texas Oil and Gas Association and its partners and members be recognized for their contributions to the Lone Star State. I move adoption, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Any objection? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thanks again to Chairman Goldman and Chairman Birdwell. I know I speak for the over 1,000 Texas Energy employees and advocates when I say we are honored to have been recognized by you and your chambers on the floors of the Texas House and the Texas Senate today. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, partners, speakers, and to everyone who participated in our first ever virtual Texas Energy Day at the Capitol. Even in these uncertain and unprecedented times, I know I speak for everyone when I say I am so glad we were able to find a way to join together to advocate for our great Texas oil and natural gas industry for Texas Energy Day at the Capitol, even though it looked a little different this year than it has in the past. Many thanks to everyone who tuned in, many of you all day, including for the Q&A sections. Be on the lookout for an email or message from us, because two lucky viewers who were with us all day today and participated in the Q&A will be contacted in the coming days by our Texoga staff for your coolers. Now it's time to spread the positive message of Texas oil and gas. Remember, the message is simple. No matter where you live in Texas, the oil and natural gas industry benefits you. Thanks for everyone for being here today. And I want us to go out and represent Texas Energy all across Texas. Thanks again. It's been a pleasure. We hope you'll join us again in 2023.